This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. What's going on? What's going on, man?
Not much, man.
Uh,
Welcome to the Outer Rim.
welcome to the Outer Rim, where and
Mhm.
facts and the truth supersedes your perspective and your opinions. Like the dragnet, man.
Mhm.
The dragnet.
Yep.
We'll get to your we'll get to your ideas later. Let's just deal with the facts. Let's get the facts straight first.
I know.
Let's see where we at after that.
Right now, when you listen to people who are like in the intelligence agencies and stuff, or in the special forces or whatever,
Uh,
and they be talking about things, man. It's just such a it's just such a disconnect. It's such a disconnect from civilian life.
yeah, because certain
People
things,
trying to manufacture fantasies.
yeah, things are already understood. Like, we're not gonna fight over stuff that we know to be true. You know,
It's a distraction.
yeah. But
It is it's a distraction, but I think it, like you said, psychologically, it makes people probably feel looking for the answers to make them feel good about whatever, allow them to operate.
and not only that, I mean, if you can manufacture enough energy from people that support you and they think that what you're saying, even though it's not true, that it makes sense to them in their life, then it becomes very, very real until something physically supersedes that. But the beauty in this system is that it allows you to have your false narratives and false pretenses,
They're false gods.
and you still swallowed up by the truth.
Yeah,
You know,
your false gods, your false prophets, and your false prophecies.
yeah. So you can still wallow and you know get get enveloped into fantasy talk, but the system is very good with dealing with that and swallowing it. And when I say
And the
system,
internet.
yeah, go ahead.
Now I was saying the internet, social media world is the worst. It's the worst of it all, but it also shows you what's going on when it comes to that
Yeah,
too,
I,
because it's
I think it's
all
allowed. Yeah,
propaganda, bro.
it's filtered, but not only that, I think
It's
that
all conspiracy theories,
you
man. It's all not constructive at all for the most part.
if you want to know how uninformed people really, really are, allow them free reign to give them a voice. And
Yeah.
this is a way that you could do it without actually having everybody in the room. You don't have to have everybody in the room to really know what somebody's really thinking. Think about that.
Well, things are still getting done, and you're worrying about the JFK assassination, or who killed such and such, or are there aliens and stuff? It's irrelevant. It's good if you make I understand that if a lot of times people who got money are online a lot of times talking all this stuff, so they're good, so they can play and have these goofy conversations because that's what they got to do. They're sitting on $1 million or 20 million, or they're making a couple hundred grand a year. And then they be online. I heard these two idiots, one worth $100 million, the other one worth probably about $30 million, right? They spend 3 hours on a show talking as I'm looking at them like y'all ain't hungry. You ain't you already did what you had to do. So you can sit around here and play around with if they're UFOs or not. It's so but they getting 20 million listeners though, by the way. You know what I'm
and making
saying?
and making millions of dollars just having a regular old conversation, man. Conversation
Right.
that we probably would actually have, that they just getting paid millions and millions and
All right.
millions of dollars just to kind of like just bullshit all day.
Yeah,
But no,
but
this make
it's a distraction. You think it matters if you find out? It's like say somebody finds out who killed JFK. What's that going to do? Is that going to solve the water crisis, the food crisis, the border crisis, the warfare? It doesn't. It
uh,
doesn't. You know what somebody they was talking about? DJ, they were talking about like DJ Khaled should come out and say something about Palestine because he's Palestinian. Or they said like people should support this or support that with the war. And I said, I'm telling you, do y'all think it matters what anybody says? Like, I don't know how to explain that. Like, you may have people who are say like anti-Israel, for example, right? As just an example, right? They say you're anti this, or y'all don't support this. It doesn't matter if we do or we don't. At the end of the day, right? Because what they did to you guys and what you did to you guys supersedes all the conversations about what anybody does to anybody within the environment. It doesn't matter what I say about you or not. You're still going to invade, right?
Yeah.
They're still going to attack you, and that's just what it is.
Yeah.
I'm just giving commentary, but like they're taking the commentary and trying to turn it into something more real. Because you might lose your job if you say something, or you have to do this and you have to do that. It doesn't matter we say anything or we don't. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Because warfare is going to happen, land being taken and people being conquered. It's going to happen regardless of your commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a massive distraction, by the way. The Palestinian thing. I mean, it is a massive distraction. You can learn a lot, though. I won't lie about that part. You do learn a lot about some things, but people talking like they can do something or stop something or change something. I'm like, come on, man. That's not how this works. And they really thought, you know what's so funny about it? People really thought running a propaganda machine like through Al Jazeera or going out and protesting around the world is going to stop them from bombing. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. We gonna keep posting stuff on social media, and we're gonna go out here and protest, and we're gonna tell you who people are. We're gonna fire people who run colleges, and this is a whole American problem. I said, come on, guys, y'all playing with me right now, right? Y'all playing right now. But like they kind of integrate like what's really happening and trying to overlay it over our general lives. But I'm thinking to myself, they're going to keep bombing. It doesn't really matter how you think or how you feel or what you run around here and do at the end of the day. Even this point, even if at least as far as perception goes, even if the UN Council does X, Y, and Z, even if governments call them out and say it's genocide, it doesn't matter. They're going to work. See, that's the doing part, right?
That's the doing part.
You can complain, you can come out and say don't do it. Of course, things are happening behind the scenes, of course, but at least from from a media perspective, right? They're trying to make it appear that something can be done. Well, let's just have the UN write a resolution and have people vote on it. Let's go and cut funding here. Let's go and do that. I said, come on, man. These people are enemies. They're here to kill one another.
Mm-hmm.
Just watch it play out.
Let me see something here. I think that one of the main things that I've noticed, especially as we go into 2024, is that as polarized as politics is, people have to have a filter to view their daily life through, and I think that means it energizes them to have a certain type of talking point or a politics that is attached to them that they can actually live with, and that's what's driving a lot of this. I think that politics today is completely propaganda driven. A lot of people don't know about politics at all, and that's not even a slight. It's not even a slight.
It's messy. It's messy.
Yeah, it's not a slight to say that. This is everybody. This is not just black people.
Oh, it's all of us.
Yeah, everybody is really not very informed when it comes down to politics. Not at all.
It's so messy, though. It's messy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
it's messy.
I don't even because, like I said, like people say, like when I hear somebody say that they're independent, I can tell that by whatever your lifestyle is. It's not what kind of independent you are. It's just like you're disgruntled with one of the major parties. So I don't know which side you're on when it comes down to that. There's not really a third party here in America. It's not really one that you could really gravitate to. There are options where you could join a subsidiary of a main party that's independent of the main party that you're joining, but best believe you're still attached to that party. That's one of the negatives of dealing with politics here. So that's what I mean by having room to be disgruntled within the group. They give you room to do that. I don't really like what you're doing. This not a. But at the end of the day, Young Turks are going to vote primarily for a Democratic candidate, primarily a Democratic person or a person that is caucusing with Democrats. So they can say they hate Democrats all day, but at the end of the day, that's what they are. So it's disingenuous, the talking points to a degree. You're talking within the group. So you might as well just make it be known that way instead of being deceptive like you're something different than what you are. Yeah. You're part of that group. You know what I'm saying? So you're making it seem like the Democrats. And it's just like, well, who do you vote? You know what I'm saying? So if you vote, then I know that you're voting for somebody most likely that's going to be.
Or you run a candidate.
Well, even if you run a candidate, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so if you're talking about a progressive, if you run a candidate that's to the left of the
he's gonna get 5% of the vote.
So-called political group, most likely, but not besides that. Everybody know that Bernie Sanders is a socialist at heart and independent. He wants to remain independent, right? He doesn't believe in the so-called party system as a whole. He wants to stand separate from it. But the fact is that with his politics, he's going to caucus with one side over the other. He's not going to caucus with Republicans. He's going to caucus with Democrats.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. I'm talking about the real stuff when you're talking about getting things done, who you're going to be basically aligned with as far as what your policies are, what your politics is, things of that nature. It's going to be one side or the other. Just like how you have libertarians and Tea Partiers. Most of them are going to vote for the Republican Party candidate, even if they not align with all the views altogether. They're going to still do that. That's just that's the political game that we're in right now, and I think a lot of people have a problem with that. Even when you bring up somebody like Ross Perot or who was the other ones back in the 80s and the 90s? Ralph Nader was another one, Green Party candidate. Of course, yeah, but Ralph Nader technically is a Democrat. He's Green Party, but he's Democrat, though. He's going to vote and caucus with them primarily. His views are left of the left, so they're extra progressive, extra liberal. Laissez-faire, that type of deal. Ross Perot believe in sanctioning governments. I mean, you're talking about a guy that had a large company, superconductor, and all that type of shit. Texas Instruments, Ross Perot, right? Yeah, so he's going to believe in non-government spending, cutting regulations, taxes for the rich and stuff like that. That's going to align with his politics, So he's going to lean towards conservative politics, sort of like what you brought up on our last program. I mean, you have to really figure out what somebody's thinking is outside of just what their party alignment is. Party alignment is just almost like just think of it as a personality test or a personality quiz to a degree. Now, what breaks the personality and the fractions within the system to a degree is when we get race involved. When race get involved, then there's all kinds of different nuances and things of that nature that kind of gets broken apart in that. Because, like I said, there are a lot of Black people that are conservative socially. They live a very conservative lifestyle. They don't like a lot of the stuff that happens. When you talk about the sexual freedoms, people being loosey-goosey, things of that nature. That's more a situation where other groups, other races deal with that more so than, say, the Black collective. we have adopted that debauchery, but even though we have adopted it, it's still sort of shunned to a degree. You know, so there's still some shaming that's involved when it comes down to Black people. Not as much as it used to be, but there's still some of that still there. But yeah, I think even when you get down to the basics of what most Black people grew up in, the church, and you know, whether you branched off and became Nations of the Herbs, 5%er, you still had a very disciplined conservative lifestyle. Muslim, we already know most Muslims are very conservative, very disciplined lifestyle. So that is the core to a lot of what people's politics are, but the racial issue is a big dividing line when it comes down to some of these people voting that way, because they don't have a comfortable place to sit in due to their race automatically making them adjacent to the people that's already there in that particular group that vote for racial politics. So that's the dividing line. It's kind of hard when people, it's almost like an invisible veil that people don't really like to talk about. It goes deeper than just the politics. Sometimes it just, these are my folks and this is who I'm going to vote with, you know, even though I disagree with a lot of things that they do. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you, or that's kind of like veering off? Because I'm just thinking about like the places, like I think about places like Jackson, Mississippi, very conservative, salt of the earth people, Black people, 80% Black, but they're going to vote Democrat, you know, because of the history of the state. You know, their race by itself leans towards progressive, you know. And that's the thing that I think becomes hard to kind of speak to that, because a lot of people, when you think about civil rights is pushed into that vein of not being just civil rights for everybody, which is what it ended up being, right? But civil rights is normally detailed of giving free shit to Black people, you know, which means that it's not earned. It's just given to you based off of your race. And if it's just given to you based off your race and it's not earned, then that's welfare, and it's just something that you don't deserve. So a lot of people's politics are built that way, you know. So that's the reason why the history is very, very important to kind of figure out reason why people vote the way that they do and why the patterns are the way that they are, you know. Like I said, the last time I checked, I mean, DC, Washington, D.C., this is what's so crazy about the city of Washington, D.C., right? We have a lot of people, Paradox, you would admit this, right? A lot of white people here that move from all over the country. Very conservative parts of the country, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Extremely conservative parts of the country.
Yeah, a lot of small towns. And
a Republican can't even get on the docket when it comes down to a mayoral race. It's just like, it's 98%. This is what I'm saying. Like, think about that. And we're not even mostly a Black city anymore. So that's why like I just asked the question. I'm like, yo, come on, man. Like, a lot of this stuff that people say, you got to understand the dynamics of what you're talking about. You got to go to the why. Why is 98% of the populace here voting or supporting Democratic policies? And when most of that fraction is white and it's not Black, then you got to go delve into that. Most of these people are well-to-do, very educated, right? Voting for these type of policies. And most of these people are not originally from here. They're from other places, Idaho, Nebraska, you know, Iowa, Michigan, Ohio, you know, Midwestern folks, Midwestern white people, you know. But they stay in the city, they stay in Washington, D.C., or, you know, surrounding areas, you know. PG is where all the Black people stay. that's where a lot of us stay. Like, but PG, what, 80% Black, 85, 80%, something like that.
Yeah.
That's where the majority of us stay now. But like, you know, as far as like the city and Northern Virginia and all that type of stuff, because of the money alone, man, most of that is white people. 54 to 55%, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Washington D.C. is pretty much back white. 52%, 53%, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, something like that.
Yeah. So that's what you got to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Why do these people vote this way? Why do they support liberal politics? Don't just think about the black people in these states. Think about the white people in these states. There are plenty of white people in Maryland. There are plenty of white people in Pennsylvania. Plenty of white people in New York. Plenty of them. And all these white people that stay in New York State are not liberal people. You know what I'm saying? They're not very, they're not what I would call, free love for everybody. It's not. There's a fraction of that that's there, of course, but yeah, most of these are very hard blue collar working people.
Mm-hmm.
That's the white collars there too, but most of the white collar, I would say most of the New Yorkers, most New York people are middle class to very blue collar type of people. The city itself, the heart of the city, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, hard working. I mean, you got a good mix. Of course, you got Wall Street and all that there. You got the business networks there. But that's not the majority of New York City. Most people in New York City are not in Wall Street or in these Fortune 500 companies. So especially the people that's originally from there, the immigrants that moved there from the 1800s, the late 1800s to the 1900s. Yeah, most of those people, that own a pizzeria on a block and shit like that. Come on, man. So it's a nuanced discussion, that doesn't get really don't really get talked about as much. And these people will have more in common with, say, financially, with your regular Southerner that is, got a store in their town, their small town or whatever. They're just in a larger city. But they will have more in common, more so than just the big wigs or the big corporations that they are surrounded by. Because that's the people that need help the most, that need the subsidies or need the government to kind of like rain down, programs and things of the nature for its populace. And this is both white and black, are Southern states. But they vote racially. That's a racial thing, I think. I mean, it's hard to prove because you're talking about delving into what somebody's thinking when they go into the booth, but
right,
it still breaks down that way, because when things are on the books to actually give healthcare, things of that nature, do things to help out the water crisis and things of that nature, they're like, nah, we rather suffer. we rather suffer here. You know what I mean? It's fine. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced completely though that's the racial reason is why that's like that. But
so
I'm pretty close to being convinced, but not all the way.
So what's your reasoning for places like Mississippi, Oklahoma, Louisiana is a little bit not as
really
bad.
really every state that has rural areas, really. It's all 50 states, really.
Right. Why do you think that they suffer so hard, but they have a very strong Republican, stranglehold on their politics? But outside of Texas and Florida, in southern states, it doesn't really work out. And most of those southern states are basically fueled by Democratic cities, right? Georgia too, same thing. Those are the strongest. I mean, your strongest southern states have very strong Democratic cities. Would you agree?
Yeah. On the political level,
I'm saying economically.
On the political level, yes. On the business level, I don't know, because when we get to the money and the power, I think the blue and red to some degree kind of dissolves away for me.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're talking about just
It becomes a little bit more of a. I'm just
yeah,
saying, but it becomes a little bit more distracting. Meaning that how do I manage the population? How do I divide them up and get them to participate in a certain type of way? But when you elevate past politics and get into the power and the money, I think the red and blue stuff dissolves away.
so so do you think that most of the country is
It's
Democratic?
a way. It's a way to pit people against each other.
I agree. Do you,
Um,
do you think most of the population is Democratic or Republican?
I think the better question is this society more capitalist or more socialist?
That's a fantastic question. What do you think?
I'm still thinking about it. I'm still looking at stuff. I'm not. It's a little confusing,
I say we're more capitalist for sure. You got to
but it
fight.
seems that that's more. I think that's
Gotta,
probably more real
you got to fight for social
than
programs. It's not even
yeah.
close. Social programs are there because they're needed to run America. You cannot run this
Yeah.
country strictly off capitalist ideals. It will be
No, because capitalism produce poverty, so you got to deal
too
with the
too
fallout.
too much of a chasm. Exactly,
Yeah,
especially with the
and
population that we have.
and capitalism, unless you're doing unfeathered, which is just a concept, doesn't really matter. It's academic stuff. In
Right.
reality, capitalism has to be supported by federal governments and state governments.
Exactly.
Because you need regulations and rules and processes and procedures, et cetera, to keep things organized and under some kind of control. So that's
So
what I mean. That's what I mean about how
so your local
when you
politics.
dumb down into politics and don't know that part, you're gonna be dumbed, and they're gonna dumb you down and control
Right.
your voting because
Right.
they can just say certain key words to put you left or put you right.
Exactly. That's
As an
what I was going to go to.
individual, regular person, be it rural or inner city, and that's just to more or less manage you to get what they want on some level, right? And they may appease you and appease some of your angst, but a lot of the angst they put that in you anyway, to get you to move a certain way. So that's what I mean about the level of manipulation is on such a high level, very difficult, I think, to break through, even if you don't talk politics and you get into the money and the money and the power part. Um, like I said, it's very difficult.
You could use a word like subsidies, and people don't even understand that that's welfare for big corporations. They don't understand that's what that is
Right,
when you say that.
right.
It's a complicated word. It's a complicated understanding of it.
But it depends on like you said, if you're listening to Fox News or CNN your whole life, and that's or CN or CBS local news, right? Or you listen to your family, your friends, that's about as simple as going to be explained to you. You're not going to get the full breadth of what we're really talking about. And I think it's probably difficult to live in the full breadth of things because governments around the world are negotiating constantly, right? Negotiating with corporations, negotiating with businesses to make certain things happen.
Yes.
And it's not really about left or right, red or blue, inner city, outer city, rural. It's not about any. It's not even about necessarily even countries per se. It's that you're trying to get certain things done. You're trying to move the world into a certain direction. And when that information trickles down, they process it through politics to get you the information the way they need you to understand it.
So that
It's
means
literally a massive propaganda machine to get you to operate a certain way. So when you drop somebody down and say, well, is it blue? Is it red? Is it inner city? Is it rural? Is it white versus black? It's probably just propaganda, and it's designed to create more confusion, in my opinion.
and what is more used for propaganda than racial politics?
That's what I'm saying, but that's the point. It's being used, and what I mean by that is a lot of places around the world aren't white, right? And they're being developed, built, created. People are being pulled out of poverty through different variations of capitalism and socialism or communism or dictatorship or whatever you want to call it.
Hmm.
But they are being elevated out of poverty, out of object poverty. And what does that really mean? I guess it gets more into that space, because if you're a person that says, well, I want as many people within my society to, to operate on some level, have some level of comfort, maybe not get exploited as much, have some sort of protections, and you're trying to get to that level, but it's going to require you to sacrifice people under you. That's where it starts to get tricky with the conversation, right?
Because see, here's the thing:
It gets very tricky.
yeah, people want to keep the unlimited cap to where capitalism can keep you where it seems to be a free market where you can move up and down in the system as far as making money and not making money.
Yeah.
And a lot of that got to do with access more so than just your talent or whoever you are. So a lot of times people can lose millions, be dead broke, zeros in the bank account, and get it right back in a year's time because of they know how to get to the money. It's a way to do that. It's a way of doing things to get there, you know.
And you have to have value. If you have value,
Right.
you'll get what you need. But you
Right.
gotta have some value as an individual. If you don't have access and power.
So the fearful part for people that are so-called capitalists at their heart is for that to be capped out and somebody to be regulating that. That's the fear. But it's still kind of
that's what you're trying to prevent. You're trying to grow the pie. You're trying to give more people more access, trying to create more innovation, more sectors of industry. And that's where it gets complicated.
Yeah, how do you energize? And how do you keep that energized with
how do you energize it?
with a system that's built off creating a floor? I think more so what they want to do, this is just me seeing the kind of like the tea leaves a little bit. What they want to do is kind of create a floor to where, okay, we can't have people drop below this point because now we'll be exposed for what it is. If we can keep people at this part and then allow people to kind of grow from there, then we can be good. We can keep the innovation. We can keep the people that are going to do well in the system and keep them kind of like working and being ahead of the curve, and then we can keep the hierarchies in place and stuff like that.
Well, you don't want civil wars.
No, you don't.
You don't want starvation.
Bad for business.
You don't want it's bad for everybody.
Yeah, bad.
Who wants it?
Bad.
Nobody wants it.
Bad. That's what I mean.
Right. And
bad,
so
bad,
that's what
bad,
so you got to deal with that. You got to deal with that. And that's a huge part. Because if people feel like they're not getting what they want, even if they maybe not be working for, if they feel like they're not getting what they want, if they feel left out, if they feel not included, you can kind of fertilize that environment. Plus, just the simple fact of power.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a living, breathing thing in civilization, and people want to overthrow governments. They want to create chaos. You also got to deal with those people in that situation. So it's a lot of moving parts. And they use unfortunately, these societies use tactics. They may introduce drugs into the society to calm people down, right? To get control over people. It's a lot going on when you think about it. And to me, it's not red or blue necessarily. That's a part of the machine, but it's a lot more going on than distracting me by talking about, this city is this and that town is that and that state is this or that country is that. It's a lot. To me, it's a lot more going on than that.
But why do you?
But that's a simple-minded distraction, in my opinion.
But why do you?
For a lot of people to engage it.
Well, why do you think we focus so hard on
soap opera? Love soap operas. We love things that we can understand, and it's this. Like I said, it's complicated. Do you want regular folks sitting around thinking about governments being overthrown, or coups happening, or conspiracies, or you trying to figure out how do we invade this country to take their resources, but then at the same time, you have to make people in your own country like kind of feel good or understand it or be able to digest it. It's a lot happening. And also all the contradictions, right? So for example, I was watching a show, right? Hard right Republicans guys, right? I had a guy on there talking crazy about Obama, talking crazy about different people, right? Talking crazy about LeBron, all type of stupid stuff, right? Made a comment about LeBron in China as an example, right? And he works for China. I said, well, hold up, bro. First of all, we built China. We built that. We set that up. That's the first thing. So that's funny in itself, especially Hong Kong. But what's interesting about that statement is, and I get what he's trying to do because he's living within the bubble of propaganda. He's trying to create a political position.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
And it runs clicks and views on social media, but it's complete. It's nonsensical. It doesn't mean it's just ridiculous talk, right? And my point in saying it is this: the clothes he had on was made in China. See what I'm saying? His
Yeah.
hat, everything. I'm like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? 90% of the
Yes.
products in America is made in China. So you're trying to do some weird social nonsense stuff about LeBron. It doesn't even, what you're saying is
Right.
asinine talk. It doesn't mean anything, but people think it does mean something, and that does have value, and it does hold people, regular folks, in positions of anger. We
That's
need
what I'm
somewhere to send this
saying.
hate. So we're gonna
Yeah.
be mad at LeBron James, a person
Yep.
who has 0% power,
Yep.
right?
So now,
Zero.
you look at a damn near billionaire as being some beneficial person getting welfare from the system to a degree.
It's
Like
that's what I'm saying. But
he's
it's
the
the
beacon of
distraction.
it. That's what I mean. But
So
he wants handouts.
right. So I'm gonna give you an
LeBron James.
example. When now everyone benefits from some of this stuff, so it does get tricky.
That's
But
what
when
I'm
when
saying.
America decided to invade the Middle East, or well, we own the Middle East basically, but you understand what I'm saying. In that iteration, we invaded, right? There is no billionaire, no matter if he's the richest man in the world, that can stop that from happening. Is an example, right? So Elon Musk or Bill Gates or Warren Buffett, they can feel however they want to feel about something. They can complain and invest in things, whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? Our government, our military is going to go do what it's going to do, regardless of what they're talking about. They can take advantage of that situation, but they have no power. They don't have power like that. Unless I'm missing something, right? They can take advantage of a situation, right? They can invest, they can put themselves in, they can get involved in it to maybe make some money off of it, but they don't have. So what I mean by that, say take the Palestine thing, right? When Palestinians invaded, I mean when Palestinians attacked, right, and Israel loaded up and bombed them, people in this country, billionaires, millionaires, people on the news, they're they're positioning themselves as if they have something to do with that, right? They almost take ownership of it and get citizens to take ownership of it. But if you step back for a second, that colonization happened a long time, not a long time ago, but back in the 40s or whatever, right?
Yes.
And even before that, really, with the Zionist movement, even goes back into the 1800s. But anyway, my point is that, but they try to integrate us into those conversations, and people start talking as if you could have stopped the events from happening, that you're involved, that you have that level of power, but you really don't have any power. You just have a company, you just have some money, but it gets presented as like they have some sort of authority over something, but you don't. And it's just such a strange, just how some of the conversations go, is gets very strange, because you should be locked in on the government, or maybe on the military, or maybe on the United Nations, or the governments who run those nations, if that makes any sense. But it kind of devolves into like me against you in America, and what your opinion versus my opinion, and because you got this level. Remember Elon went over there and told told Benjamin Yahoo that he wants to rebuild Palestine. That's
Yeah.
about as much as he could do. Get on camera, go over there, get some clicks, and keep it moving, right? But he's lower than them. You know what I'm saying? He's at a lower level, even though he has $300 billion
Mm-hmm.
in net worth. But it comes off though, and he put himself there. It's kind of funny actually. He's put himself there as if he has some level of authority though.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have any authority. You don't run a government. You don't own a country. You don't really have any power per se. You can be exploited for your intelligence and to help build America, right? Create jobs. We can use your intelligence and your scientists to advance our technologies, and we can share back and forth between you and like the government or whatever. But always remember that you are in a weak position, though. You're not in a powerful position.
No.
It's our overall governmental system that has the power.
That's right. Right.
And they tend to be distractions, I think.
Yeah, you're an independent contractor of the government at the end of the day. That's what rich people are.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people don't look at it like that, but they are. They influential in their own way, but they only have so much power. They're not interwoven into the political machine. They figure that out.
Not those guys.
That's what I'm saying. They figure that out as they move up the ladder and they get into this whole body politics of trying to do things. They're told no all the time. No, you can't do that.
No. What I'm saying is this: Elon can't pick the phone up and say, "Mr. President, go tell Israel to stop doing that."
That's what I'm saying.
That's not a thing.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
you can make suggestions. We'll take it under advisement. Okay, well, but there's nothing you can pull away from us that we're not connected to, like your space program, the airspace that you use to go. I mean, all that is all governments. I mean,
no. You can do that though. But even the housing shit, right? when they're passing law, you make it influence some of that. So not obviously everybody, being as many as are influencing the government. Government's corrupt. They're influencing politicians all the time, obviously, right? But when certain things happen, like the housing crisis or the economy collapses, they're just another victim at the end of the day, or
That's
they're
what I
going to
mean.
or they're going to capitalize on the fall. But they're not controlling it though.
Mm-mm.
When you're dealing with the Federal Reserve, you're dealing with the State Department, other institutions, the White House and Congress, right? Those are the guys that are all coming together and trying to figure out how maybe to solve something
Yeah,
on that scale.
they're
So
informed. I mean, if Zuckerberg got to get pulled in front of the
yeah,
state,
but Zuckerberg can't cut a $7 trillion check like the Fed can. Is my whole point.
well, not only that, he can't say no to even a Senate commission. He can't say I can't come. I'm not going. I'm not going to
Right,
show up. He can't do that.
right. He has to comply
Yeah, he has to comply at the end of the day.
because they can just change the rules and your business you go out of business basically.
And none of those people, if I'm not mistaken, made more money than him. He was the richest person in the room, but
Yeah,
he was the least powerful. Like,
yeah,
make that make sense.
yeah. And that'll make you feel like you have power, and you can cut them checks. I won't argue with that. You know,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
corporations are people now, so I get it. I get the influence.
you're like a very powerful independent contractor. Like to have your
Yeah.
business, like to have your your innovations and stuff like that, the things that you bring to the table all day long, your technology,
Yeah.
all that.
So they play basically, but your point is they play nice. So like,
Mhm.
if I'm BlackRock and I got money and everything, and I'm buying up everything, I'm allowed to do that, and then I can
Yes.
influence the politicians, but I have to be nice to some degree. You can't be as far as what I know on the surface, right? You're not going to be no tyrant and say,
No.
well, I'm going to sell all my stock and I'm going to collapse the economy. Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
Well, there's a reason why Donald Trump wanted to ascend to the presidency. There's a reason why he wanted to actually
Bro,
come.
he's the worst, bro. If you don't know what exposure looks like, you looking at a white boy that's bitching and whining for almost 8 years now, trying to get his way.
That's all.
It's hilarious, honestly. It's a child. He's a child, basically. It's kind of funny though. I love it. I love it.
Oh,
Because
man.
I heard this old white guy walk up to Vivek Ramaswamy and say he's a Republican, right? So I support you, but when you came out and raised your hand and said that you would support Trump, even if he's convicted as a felon,
Right.
that you still gonna support him. I lost support for you because it's not constitutional. He said, well, they're using the rules and they're using politics. He said, I don't care. I'm a constitutionalist. He a felon. He don't run. Hard stop. He broke the law. That's what the old white man said. I said, oh, okay. Look at that. Get that there. Because America. I can't speak for black people, but there is a group of white Americans, at least, and maybe it's some blacks that. And you can just tell me where I'm wrong at here when I make this statement, right? But if they truly believe in the documents over the people, and you hold people to the documents,
Yeah.
that's a better position, because then you won't become idolatrous of people.
Yeah, they got a whole
Trump
party.
has worshipers, so it doesn't matter if I got so much video on interviews with people with him, and they don't care. They literally say, I don't care if he's a dictator.
Yeah, it's a Republican branch of the
Thank
party
God for the American Constitution.
Yeah, they call it the Constitution Party.
Lord have mercy.
We actually have a Constitution Party. Like, literally, there is a party called the Constitution Party, and that's what it sounded like this gentleman was. Like, if you break the Constitution, it is what it is. That document is there specifically to hold power in check, not people, power.
Yeah, power.
So it's the checks and balances of people that going to misuse this power. So regardless of how I like this man, or regardless of he may say some things I may like, he may do some great things. If he abuses power, at the end of the day, that's going to be bad for me and mine. Right. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, he has to go. So yeah, you have a lot of white people that believe that. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like an invisible thing, because like I said, how deep does the rabbit hole goes when it comes down to what people can actually stand when it comes down to power grabs and the right in your face kind of shove of I don't care what the rules are. Like, we know that's going on. We know that's taking place. the outright disregard of all the rules and all the actual traditions that are in
Can't do it. You can't do it though.
yeah, you're not going to be able to do it.
And there's clearly a good amount of white people who do want to do it.
Yeah. Or think that they're born into a hierarchy. Like Donald Trump to a degree, think he's a monarch. So
I love it. I love it. It don't get no better than that, bro.
That's a different thing. So that is going to have resistance on his own because he's like, this is a bloodline thing for me. Like my kid's going to be, chosen and I'm chosen, so you choosing me because what else would you do? I was born to do this, And so when you have that kind of into the fray, instead of being working for it, earning it, stuff like that, he's not going to talk in those terms. So he's not going to talk in that kind of, working to get to what you get and things of that nature. He's going to talk about this is what I deserve, and you are in your place because that's what you deserve because you're born into it to a degree,
Yeah.
And that's my politics, and
and it also kind of shows you the mindset of a person who's an entrepreneur and can't transition his mind over to working with people, government policies, going through processes and procedures. Because it's laborious. It's what do they call it? What do they call it? I forget what they call that.
What part?
But it tends to be very slow. The way the government operates.
Oh yeah.
A lot of procedures, a lot of paperwork, a lot of passing bills, going back and forth.
Yeah,
look at different proposals, studies, reviews.
Yeah, the red tape that goes along.
The red tape. And I can tell that he really struggles with, why can't we just do X? And why can't we just do Y? Not looking at ramifications down the road. Right, let's just do it.
It doesn't work that way. We got to go through. I mean, I don't even think he even. he probably thought that the House of Representatives was just like they didn't mean anything to him.
Well, the thing is that he has the right mindset, to me, in my opinion. But he doesn't know how to implement it and talk the talk. You know what I'm saying? Get the right people in place to implement it through the government process. That's the disconnect.
Well, at the end of the day, a president is still a manager of people, very high level people, but you still got to manage. You still have a cabinet. You still got to work with people.
That's what I'm saying.
Can't fire people because they disagree with you. They're there
you can if you have your own company, sure.
I'm saying, but they're there to provide enough perspective. But no, that even when you have a so-called great company, you need to have people there that's going to be
a great company for sure.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of like adjacent to what your views are. You can't just have all people around.
But when you're a real estate agent,
he operates.
But when you're a real estate agent and you just got your family around and you're just moving your name from place to place doing these deals, it's a lot simpler than running a multinational corporation, I think.
Yes.
Like in telecom or something, where you have to work with all government agencies, state, federal, and local. We got to work with dictators in other countries because you're trying to set up, cables and satellites, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? If you're just running a real estate scheme and you just flipping buildings, that's different. It's a different level of. I mean, to some degree, you have to work with different groups, but that environment, I think, is a little less complicated. I mean, you're doing some more high level functions.
That is facts.
You in New York, everybody, right? You want to get a couple of buildings built, a couple of high rises built. You still go through processes and stuff, but I think it's a little easier to break through some of that and pay some folks off and some people and you've been there for 2-3 generations. It's a little bit simpler, I think. And then once you jump out there and try to go big, you go bankrupt. Is my whole point. It's the difference.
That's what I'm saying. And to make things go away, you just either pay it off or you do other.
And then you take that, but he's an example of taking that idea and trying to transfer it to other places and end up going bankrupt in a lot of places because of that.
Doesn't work that way here, bro. Not in HQ.
Yeah, Maryland is one way, Florida is one way, Texas is one way, overseas is another way. Yeah. So you have to trust people, have advisors to really get to the next level.
And you have to respect the checks and balances. You can't directly influence the FBI director. You can't walk into his office. That's what I'm saying. You can't just walk in his office whenever you want to. That's just not the way the power thing works. It don't work that way.
Nah.
You can't just call him up for lunch and be like, hey, let's go out and have a discussion about 311 million people to stay in this country. You
Right.
can't do that.
Because we're all dominoes in a sense that if you hit one domino, it has a reverb effect, basically, right? Like you're gonna cause a lot of other things to trigger.
You can't call the lieutenant governor of Georgia and saying, I need so and so many votes to, make up this particular state. I need this exact number, make it happen. Hang up, The stuff that he did was,
just childish.
It is what it is, man. What it is, man. Like, come on.
I liked it from day one because I like to see the government tested, though. I like to see it tested. Does it really work? Do people hold to their honors and things of that nature, right? Do people stick to certain things?
What do you think? Do you think that he's going to get elected in 2024?
Oh man, I think he's worn out his welcome. So I think it depends on what RFK does, and it probably depends on what Biden does, how they run their campaigns. Because you can lose a campaign, obviously, right? Regardless of who's on the other side. So if I don't know what RFK is going to do, because he has a nice little chunk, and I don't know who those people really are. Are there voters? Are they left or right? Are they a combination of both?
Who's he taking away from? Though?
Right.
Taking away from Trump, he's taking away from Biden.
Right.
That's the question.
So I think that's going to matter because the race is going to come down to, because the country's still polarized. So whatever 5 to 10% is going to be the shift. It's going to be the difference. And so if he eats up some of that, it eats up a few Dems, eats up a few, what do you call them? Not defected. Is it defective? People who are upset or whatever.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, they'll sort of throw their vote to him as well. So that's going to be a part of if he keeps running. The Democrats are trying to stop him in every way from going to different places, and so they got a lot of restrictions on him to try to stop him. Kind of the same way they did Bernie, kind of the same way. So the Democrat Party is very specific, how they want to do things. So they have their thing they already got set, regardless of what the American people think about, by the way, which is that's what I mean about the political parties and what they are versus people, and how people they know that most people will fall in line and don't really care about some of those details about, well, we're not in charge of this party. They're picking and choosing and then giving you someone to pick. I mean, whoever they pick, you're picking that person based off of that.
Right.
Bernie clearly had more support than Hillary, but the Democratic Party, not the people, chose her and did little things within the system to stop him, and then made him bend and break on top of all of that.
Yeah, he did.
Because he would have had the fortitude to say, you know what, no, I'm not going along. But he decided to go along.
Took it from him, and then you forced him to support at the same time. That's crazy.
Yeah. What do you think that mean? What did that meeting sound like? Who made those phone calls?
I don't know if they promised something to him on the back end, but to break him in, and then to make him support at the end of the day too.
And I think we're not engaged enough.
What conversation looks like.
Yeah, and we're not. They're not. They always say they should teach us in high school. They should teach us. They don't teach us finance. People be saying that type of stuff, like your checkbook and how to do this and balance your, how to invest your money. I'm like, you should be teaching what the hell is going on with the government and what's actually happening and who's running what and who's pulling what strings.
Yeah.
Because the finance part obviously is important, but also trying to understand what the government, forget the red and blue, what do these parties mean? Like, how are they set up? Who's in control of them? How do we impact that?
Right.
Or how do we get rid of it? Why aren't we picking? That type of stuff. Like, why is it going through the way it goes through? Why are these few states making decisions for the whole nation? All that type of stuff.
1000%, man.
Yeah. Because you realize that the person who got the power is Wasserman Schultz, the chick who run the DNC. That's where the power is. They're the ones making kings.
The propaganda, yeah, that's the propaganda.
Right. Chick down in Florida, Democrat down in Florida.
No doubt about it.
All right, who's backing?
Talk about Wasserman, yeah.
Who's backing her? Who's funding her? Who's pulling the strings back there? and then I'm supposed to pretend that none of that's happening, then you just give me a candidate, and my focus is just talking about that, and that's it. What is Biden gonna do? It's like, what are we talking about right now? And that does apply to not just him, but governors, mayors, sheriffs, the House of Representatives, and on and on and on. You know what I'm saying? We're just not truly engaged. We're more engaged in the soap opera part and the distraction stuff, not really the inner workings of it. It has bothered me my whole life. Bothers me, bro. Watching how they're doing it, how they pick Bush and how they pick Hillary and Barack and Bill and Reagan. It's how they pick these people.
Right. The
And
candidate.
put them in yeah. I put it this way.
It's not
Do
an
you
organic.
think Barack, not being a Democrat or Republican,
Right.
just being a so-called community organizer,
Right.
just gonna come out and say I'm gonna run for president and just see how far he can get
No.
without the machine? And you know what it reminds me of? Take it's a bad example to some degree, but uh take a person like take a rapper, right? Amazing talent, got everything, right? But the machine don't want him. They want to push the other guy. So the other guy, all his numbers look great. He's on all the radio stations. All the DJs are playing him because there's a phone call being made. But if you don't know anything, you just turn the radio on and they're playing it. He must be the best one, right? And you
Yeah.
have the outliers who know the truth clearly, right? Like I listen to the real stuff, but the general population, they push it, we click it, we go with it, they become super famous. And a lot of people who actually should be pushed don't get pushed because the machine is doing it. You just can't see a lot of the hidden hands that's behind us, running the numbers, juicing the numbers, making them chart. Because you really don't know at the end of the day.
Right.
I tell folks all the time, somebody got 1 million followers on YouTube. I don't know what that means. Do they really have 1 million? They can make things look a certain way all the time. We just have to kind of accept it because everybody knows when they see it, when we see trends, a lot of people tend to follow the trend, not figure out what's actually happening and maybe why it's trending and where it's coming from. You're just going along with it, right? Because you have gatekeepers in place and stuff like that. So, but the music industry shows a lot of like in politics, where they're picking. It's not happening organic. People aren't allowed to just sort of just come out here. I mean, you need $1 billion to run for office. I mean, that doesn't even make any sense.
Crazy money.
Think about that.
Crazy money, man.
Right. So it's just interesting. It's interesting sometimes when things get kind of focused maybe a little bit too much on who they're putting in front of you. But it's just fascinating, to say the least. But no, I don't know what's going to happen with Trump and RFK and Biden and whoever else, because I think they're telling everybody to get out of the race at this point and support Trump. That's a new little trend that's happening. People are cutting their ads and stuff like that. They're some people are pulling out. Some of their backers are pulling out. On Vivek, I think he's going to cut his TV ads. They had already started pulling money out on the Florida boy. DeSantis, stuff like that.
He was I guess they gave him one more shot to kind of prove what everybody already knew.
Nobody when they did the debates, right, with Christie and Nikki and everybody, right? You just kind of laugh at it because it's like, yo, you're basically running the version of Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan or something. Like you're running somebody who is so dominant. Why are y'all putting on a show just to get ratings and just to have things to click on and talk about that these people got 2%, 3%, 1%. Like nobody's like, you know how we've seen this for so long that you basically know when someone is when it hits. Like you see it when it hits. Because remember something, they spent millions of dollars pushing Ron, right? They said, we the machine, we're gonna push him, we're gonna force him out there. And you said it from day one. He ain't got it. He's a great governor. He'll be a great senator.
Yep.
The thing that you need to be this, it doesn't matter how much money you spend. Remember your boy, the governor of the billionaire governor, Bloomberg? Dude spent what, 300, 400? We don't like you, bro.
Yeah. That's That's the
It's very
thing.
interesting to get our attention
So
as a
even
population.
so the thing is, even when they do put somebody in front of you, they do have to have an understanding that this person is, even though they're in front of you, right?
Yeah.
They still have to have some kind of likability to them, to the point where you're willing to vote for them.
It's
So
fascinating.
they already know there's some psychology that's in place, that there's a
heavy
story.
psychology.
There's a story that needs to be told with this person. And
Timing.
that you need to feel comfortable with them. So all of that is in play. That's the reason why the RFK thing. I think RFK is a
he in the pocket. He in the pocket for me, bro. I'm a fan, big time fan.
I think he's more a, how can I say this?
I ain't gonna lie though. He's what he for me. He's what I would want, regardless of his political position. You know, as a man, that's he talking the right talk for me.
So what's some of the things that you like about RFK?
Well, one, he knows how to he trains falcons and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Nah, but for real, right? I do like that though, by the way. But anyway, I like that he went through some things. I have some issues with him, but I'm gonna leave that alone for the moment, right? But I like that he's been through some really, really tragic things. He's dealt with a lot of things, but more importantly, the things that he wants to attack, I will sell my vote for that. And that's going after the pharmaceutical industry and other big conglomerates. I like that. It may get him killed, but that resonates heavy. Because see what he's talking, honestly, is what politicians should be talking about in general. There should be a little bit of adversary against corporations and businesses and stuff.
Right.
If you're going to go into the government, you know you got to work with them. They have a lot of employees. They create jobs, yada yada yada. But at the end of the day, America should be, which it is still built on small businesses to some degree, but you know, a lot of these companies suffocate and snuff out small business, right? Regardless of the race part, because that's a whole nother issue, of course. Okay. But they snuff them out. They buy them up. They take their intellectual property. There's a lot of shady, obviously, a big business, a lot of shade, a lot of corruption, of course, right? But Democrats and Republicans are honestly, they're not going to do it, bro. They are absolutely corrupt at the end of the day, right? And so you take a guy like him, and not saying he could break up the corruption, not maybe he can change 1%, maybe, but he's talking the right talk, I think, to inspire people to think about things in a way that the mass just don't think about. Because see, Trump he's a good contrast, I think, even with Bernie, because RFK has done litigation, right? He has sued the government and he has sued multiple corporations and have won. Mm-hmm. He is in the weeds of how this stuff runs, not just talking, not just some guy. Like, he's in the mix, right? It's documented, it's backed up. And so he is a problem, and I like that. Trump, on the other hand, is a fake version of that. And what I mean is that Trump will come out and say, build the wall. What does that even mean? You're not talking about nothing, bro. Get out of here with that nonsense. But it's great, but it is great red meat to get him clicks and get him popular, right? Because that's what resonated. But it doesn't really, if you said build a wall and you use that, which is very clever because it's dumbed down. And then if you become president and you actually create an immigration bill that is very sophisticated, complicated, you know, you're doing deals with Mexico, Central America. You're righting the wrongs that you've done to bankrupt some of them countries. Why people are being flushed out of those places. If you're providing military protection for those governments and stuff like that, right, to stabilize them and not destabilize them, which will end immigration for the most part. You can sort of manage it a little bit better, and you know, on and on and on and on, right? You know, that rabbit hole as well goes deep, right? Mm-hmm. He didn't do that. He just wanted to get voted. He just wanted to get elected. You know what I'm saying?
He wants the power.
It's just
it's the power that he wants.
Yeah. It's nothing to do with nothing. It's shallow. He's very shallow.
Policy. Yeah.
It's very shallow. Now, I told you, I love it. I love him in in this environment because I see the contradiction.
He
I'm
ex- he
seeing
he
I'm
exposed
seeing what people are
he
willing to
exposes the
sell.
contradiction. Yeah, I got
Right. Yeah. For example, very simple. And I cannot, I swear to God, I think about it for like every day. His wife is naked on the internet. And he ran as a Republican.
you. That's all I'm
I
saying.
don't even forget everything else he says. I don't care if he resonates with people.
That's
I
what
don't,
I'm
you know what I'm saying?
saying,
I don't
man.
care about anything he talks about. Your wife is naked. You should not have got out of the race. You should have been one of the 17. They should have got you out first.
Butt booty ass naked. Oh,
Butt naked on
on
the
the
internet, bro.
internet. On the internet. Where's Bernie Mac when you need him?
Butt naked.
Booty. No, I know you. They used to call you Jawbone.
And they going to the white Christian event. They going to the white evangelical saying, "Well, he's been divorced 3 times. This is your." Because remember, the Christians on the right is the morality piece. Then you
That's what I
have the
mean.
business. Then you have the business piece. Then you have the deregulated. Then you have the libertarians. Then you have
Yep.
small C conservatives. You have obviously far right wing, and on it. You have maybe 10 or 15 different groups within the overall party, right? But fundamentally, what you're selling fundamentally, as far as what you present, is one man, one woman, one marriage, family, wholesome, Midwestern, Southern, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
Which allows you to cover up your corporate greed piece of the pot of the conversation, right? The outsourcing part. Taking the jobs out of white people in America and sending them overseas to get you a fatter a stock price. We're going to cover that up by selling this idea of family, wholesome. And it's just a funny thing that people will sell their souls for all type of things. And it took him for me to be able to really feel it and see it, right? Because other people can hide it. Like Bush can hide it, right? Because he got his little honky, his little, what's my girl name?
Laura. Laura.
Laura is very humble, and the whole she got the whole package, right? Got the whole package.
Librarian,
right. Now they did bring in the vice president to offset Trump, and I get the perception, right? So I get how they did it, obviously.
Yeah. That was
very clever.
That was your evangelical vote right there. Damn, why am I forgetting this man's name? Even though he doesn't, he's El Negrada now too.
They don't like him.
Who was his vice?
It'll come to him in a second. But nah, Mike Pence.
Mike Pence. That's right.
I won't ever forget his name because they picked up a recording where it said "Hang Mike Pence." So I always remember the hang part. Once I think about hang, I think about Mike Pence.
The great state of Indiana. Yeah. Good old Mike.
Yeah. But anyway, if I get how they manage it, it was just kind of a funny thing that this is not the hill you're going to die on. That's interesting.
Very much so.
That was very, very interesting because he's saying the right things. Okay.
Because you sold the high ground as being the primary reason to vote Republican. I mean,
yes,
and that's what I'm saying. Like what you said to me last, that's why I was just like, I didn't even press that because I mean, really, that should end the argument right there because this man is not about. He's not about family.
He has no morality.
He don't care nothing about that.
But to watch people, but like you said, it's always fascinating watching regular folks sort of rewire their brains to accept something and then make that the reality. Oh, he love his kids, love his son, they were able to wash out all the other stuff just because they like him. And when you like somebody, you really don't care what they do, to be honest with you, in a lot of cases.
That's what I'm saying.
And so that likability factor is critical.
Now you find all the ways to forgive the person.
Yes.
Or to overlook the negatives that you would not overlook with anybody else. You see?
Yeah. He did put it this way. Trump came into office and said, remember when he was running, he said, what did he say? He said, I've given them all money. That should have been a red flag. But a red flag. The assumption was, since you know them, you're gonna come work for us. It's like, are y'all really? Yeah, that's what we were truly thinking that was gonna do. Really? These are his friends, is what he just told you. By the way,
that goes back to what we was talking about. Even though you have all this money, doesn't mean necessarily that you're gonna have that much influence that you think you have.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I
But
mean,
anyway,
if this man didn't run for presidency, he'd probably be locked up by now.
that's a fact.
So, you know, it is what it is when it comes
I'm
down
gonna bring up a couple of people
cool.
so we can close it out in about 30 because I know we had an hour.
All right, that worked.
What time? Try to get out of here by 4:10.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The thing is, man, yeah, your little niece, man, she had a great holiday. Man, you talking about trying to fight the system, boy. Woo,
yeah,
man.
I was thinking about you. Yo, I went down this rabbit hole
Woo.
because
Lord have mercy.
every time I see like mistletoe, Christmas tree,
Man.
I see ornaments hanging. I think about the winter solstice, and
man,
I was just kind of laughing about just a lot of religious stuff. I just thought it was just pretty funny, just how the Catholic Church and the Nordic people from the far north and different people, how they kind of merge, religion and Christianity with old paganism. This is very just such a kind of a funny process.
Yeah.
When you look at some of that stuff and some of these gods and deities it's very interesting.
And
I always find it funny every year. I find it funny.
People just love to buy my little one just things. They just
even that. Yeah, even gifts exchange, all that stuff.
Spoiler. Lord have mercy. People that don't even really know her. Oh no, I just got something for she she can I'm like, all right. She got enough, but okay.
But what you should tell folks is that even though you may say, even though I'm not religious, this is not necessarily holy.
Yeah.
So I don't celebrate
I'm telling
pagan holidays, and I don't celebrate demons like Santa Claus is a demon, right? So stuff like that. But the reaction would be so hilarious.
Yeah. So I'm already doing my deprogramming on the side. I mean the chip is already in place, but I gotta implement.
Yeah. They've cleaned all that stuff up. So I never know how you should really interpret it, honestly. It's all been sort of washed away in a lot of ways,
Yeah.
Even though what's funny about that, even though I say that, it is funny that it is a time of year where you have depression, suicide, greed, people going into bankruptcy, maxing out credit cards, stressed out. It's joyful, but you're almost, anyway, it's just funny depending on how you want to look at it. It's kind of funny, actually.
That's a fact.
Because like if you really get into how you should be, if you want to use, say, Jesus as an example of being humble, and it's just kind of a bit of a contradiction in some ways.
Right.
Because I tease rich Christians all the time about it. I said, "Are you sure Jesus is good with this? I don't think so. This man didn't wear shoes at times. I mean, like, are we following this person really? Y'all figured out how to clean that up, huh? You like that success? Like, it's kind of funny. You know what I'm saying, right? Because you have massive poverty, all just an endless amount of issues that you're not solving. It's just kind of a funny thing to celebrate. Get fat, enjoy. It's just very interesting.
Now it's so funny because it's not now they have been able to absorb even the I guess what you would call people that are so-called like anti-holidays due to what the truth is about the holidays. Yeah. They just be like, okay, I'm just happy that you're here. Like they don't even bother. Like we just happy that you're here.
Yeah, you had to be damn near Puritan or something. You had to be so crazy religious. I mean, it pretty much don't even exist anymore.
We're just happy here.
Yeah. We've been turned out so much.
When they weaponize your girls against you, man, that's a loser proposition, bro. That's tough.
Yeah,
they will.
And even if they say, like, you may have things in certain books that say you shouldn't worship anything, right? But say the Almighty or whatever. But it's just funny that people have figured out a way to say that's not what they're doing. It's just funny. It's kind of a funny thing.
Well, they just say isn't it nice just to spend? Because I'll tell you, man, it was like, dude,
That's the
3
trick.
years ago, I boycotted the whole. I didn't go to nothing, no
Right.
Thanksgiving, no Christmas,
Right.
none of that stuff. Yeah, but you know,
Nah, it's not about preaching being humble and
but you
being
all
a
don't
little bit
miss
more
out on
simple.
if you do that, you don't miss out on like the family and just like
yeah,
I know it's been commercialized, but just like seeing your family, having dinner, you know, almost like a mini family reunion at times.
yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Spin it however you want to spin it, right? That's the trick, supposedly. That's how it's played.
Ah, man,
That's how you make it happen.
No pay. He still show his face now. He's a disgruntled showing up his face, but he still they'll tell him
me?
the same thing. Yeah, that's what I said. They'll tell him the same thing, even if it's for 15 minutes. They'll be like, "We just happy that you came through."
I'm a disruptor.
Any little bit now, if you go to disrupt completely, because the way they absorb, the way they have absorbed me is that they'll just be like, "We're just happy to see you." You know, we're happy to have you around.
But like I said,
happy that you got the little one with you. You know,
I just want to see what really holds water. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm testing people's faith in a sense. I want to see what really holds. And so I started talking about certain things. It's almost like, oh, that was way back then. But the book that you talk from is from way back then. So what are you talking about? The thing that you talk about every Sunday is from way back then. But you're going to ignore everything else from way back then. I'm not sure about that. Put it this way, especially when the outcomes are the outcomes, right? The richer is richer. Everything is more expensive. Everything is much more stressful, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And people would argue it doesn't have to be because you have abundance.
Well, I mean, but couldn't you also argue that that's like people's like? Can't you argue? Isn't there a middle ground to say, hey, okay, if you have your views, your beliefs, that hey, even if I have family members, extended families, some people will pull names and exchange gifts and do things along those lines. Like if you just say I'm cutting all that out, it's just going to be, hey, you know, we're gonna get together, have a meal, you know, hang out. You know, I haven't seen you guys all year, or I haven't seen this together in one place. You know, it's especially good for, you know, the older people in your family who, you know, really probably don't get to see all that much, or, you know, kind of feel even a little bit lonely at times.
Yep.
That sort of middle ground versus, yeah, you can take it to the extreme of people maxing out credit cards and, you know, buying things they can't afford, and, you know, looking down on others. But then, you know, that's my take.
Yeah, no, I got it. I got you.
No, he understands it, man. I mean, it's it is like
I'm dealing with it for 30 years. I definitely understand it. I just think it's funny. That's all. It's a funny thing.
Renaissance, he's showing up to cause some trouble, so he's gonna cause some trouble. I just
poke a little bit.
They know where I stand, so they just like, all right, you know. So it's some things that they may do that they may, you know, they'll change. They're like, oh, okay, we're not gonna.
No. What I'm saying is though, DC, if say you did your history, right?
Yeah.
And you sort of got into like some of the little nuances of how kings and emperors and was trying to incorporate certain things into their civilization, et cetera, right? Over just different things and tactics that they use to make some of this stuff happen.
Mm-hmm.
I always wonder if you gave people that choice with that information, would people really do some of this stuff? But because you create kind of a symphony in a sense, right? Everybody together is trying to say, we're all doing this together. We're all, you know, it's all going to be in this time frame. You know, you're not really allowing me to think about some things because you got to be so focused in on this idea, but you're never really giving me that, right? You never really giving me the full breadth of information. It's kind of say, well, let me, you know, should we be doing this? Does this make sense? I just think it's funny. That's all.
Yeah, we're collective human beings, man. At the end of the day, man, like the family thing and having everybody together all at once, and then especially when you start to lose people, that becomes a different kind of discussion. So I get it.
No, I get it because of how it's organized. I get what you're saying though, because you get the vacation time. Yeah, everybody's working 16 hours a week, yada. So I get how it's been organized to make that happen in that time frame. I do get that part, of course. But.
No, because I was gonna say, like, I truthfully, like, I have not even exchanged gifts with my immediate family. I I mean, we did buy, but I mean, it's been more of, hey, so and so's cooking breakfast, Aunt's cooking breakfast. Few of us coming to get together, let's come do this, or hey,
man, when you have a little one, I'm telling you that changes, bro. I'm telling you, little girl too. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, I guess the
Look at
paradox.
her hair, look how pretty she is, and blah blah blah. She look like a doll, baby, all this type of stuff, and yeah. I mean, Paradox knows my little one. Everybody love her. She very kind of like a very, very outgoing, very much so, actually.
But no, I can see what he's talking. I mean, you almost sound like Paradox. You almost on the Farrakhan tip of like, hey, let's boycott Christmas and blackout.
No, you think Farrakhan boycott Christmas? Shit, okay.
I mean, he pushed. I think he's pushed it a couple times. Like,
Man,
hey,
I guarantee they celebrate some kind of thing on that holiday, man. It's just too strong of a. I don't know that for sure. Let me just say that, but I will be surprised.
No. It does show you. It does. But the whole point of having principles, right? Morality and having an understanding, depending on if you choose to be a certain way, right? If you're part of a certain situation, the thing is that's the whole point of the walk. The walk itself is hard because
very difficult.
You're basically getting to experience looking at the society from the outside in.
Yeah.
Right. In the world, but not of the world. So it's an interesting position because most people don't know what that even feels like.
Right.
So like you said, when but if you choose to jump outside of it, you can really kind of see how things are kind of moving around. And, people are almost like, like robots in a sense, kind of funny actually, but you do get a chance to kind of look at the world because the thing is that you are celebrating on some level, because you maybe have abundance to some degree, right? But the society as a whole isn't balanced, right? It's overall, people would argue from a health perspective, it's a sick society.
Absolutely.
So,
was arguing that.
Right.
I mean, he kind of walked. I mean, to your point, he kind of walked the walk you're talking about a little bit. He wasn't boycotting the holidays, and he had some moral failings, obviously. But as far as critiquing the society, yeah.
So you can't have a country of obese people, right? For example, and do Thanksgiving and Christmas. It doesn't make any sense. As an example. It's like we're not focusing on the right things.
Oh man, I'm telling you, man.
Everybody sitting around with big bellies around the dinner table.
Well,
diabetes and high blood pressure. And pretending that they don't have it. And we're just all going along with it, just enjoying life, right? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, that may change too, Paradox, because of that new drug that coming. That new
Ozempic,
yeah. I was gonna say, I was talking to my aunt. She was talking about at some point the generic is gonna come out, but right now, like if you got insurance, they charge you $500 a month for that drug.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's messing a lot of people with diabetes because they're running out.
Yeah.
People who really need it is having a hard time getting it in some areas.
But that goes back to I don't know where you stand on economics as well, but you have to, if you want to talk about the lack of or the obesity thing, you got to talk about capitalism. I mean, to your point, you said people working. I don't work 60.
We talked about capitalism for the last hour. What we've been talking about?
No. I was gonna say no. Like you talk about people working 60 hours a week. I mean, and then you start looking at the way cities are laid out, and I work in the city, and then get in the car and drive an hour for a commute.
Very inefficient.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, most of your time. Yeah.
I mean, our power grid, they believe, loses about 40% on just leakage. Doesn't even make it to people's homes and buildings and offices and stuff because it's so porous. A lot of money get made either way, though.
Yeah,
inefficiencies create a lot of money.
So, what are your thoughts on the politics that we was talking about? Do you think that Do you think that Trump is gonna take it this time around? And you still don't know?
Oh no, Trump. I mean, I think people are doing everything to convince themselves that that. If you're talking about the primary, right? Or you talking about the election in general?
I'm talking about the election in general. I think he's gonna get primaried out. That's gonna happen. So
now people are holding their breath for Nikki Haley. They're pointing to these New Hampshire polls, and the establishment, I think, is trying their last ditch effort to try to Koch brothers to basically get someone who they feel is more electable.
Mhm.
As far as Trump winning though, that's hard to tell. If he does win, I think it's going to be because people sat at home. I don't think he's going to be able to galvanize people to be like, "Hey, I'm going out and voting for Trump." I think
he don't have a message.
No, he doesn't. I mean,
he's gonna lose.
When you listen to what he's saying, I mean, he's
he ain't saying nothing.
He's been clear about like, "Hey, I'm gonna throw some red meat, but hey, this is about revenge." Like all of y'all,
he's
turned on me. Like I'm coming for you if I win. That's what.
What do they call it? He's what is it called? Remixing his old stuff. He's not really. It's not gonna work, unfortunately.
I mean, like I said, the only way
you gotta push this country forward. You gotta be talking about the future.
Oh no, I don't think you have to do that at all.
But with no argument,
Trust me, he would not get elected if he doesn't do that. It's not gonna work. You're gonna get 30% of the vote.
I mean, if you're talking about pushing it forward, I mean, if pushing it forward is taking it back, like, then yeah. But Trump has never, in my opinion, voiced the message of, "Hey, this is how I want to go," forward. I think it's been
yes, more,
"Hey, these are my grievances. These are the grievances, and I want to take you back."
No, that's not what he ran on. That's not true.
Well, really, what do you think he ran on? At least the first time.
That's not what I think. Is what he said.
No, enlighten me.
Make America great again. That was part of it.
But I'm saying part of that is, hey, his
populist. He had a populist platform. You don't think so?
I don't even know if it was populist, because I mean, I think if you're really going to talk about populism, I think it's a non-racial type of element. If you're talking about true populism,
he doesn't. He doesn't propagate that as much as he do. Basically, kind of like I'm a message of the people. I mean, what else? Even the message towards black people. A lot of black people supported Trump. Remember, a lot of black folks do.
I know they did, but I think he definitely put through a bunch of dog whistles in there. And if you look at the people around him, yes,
but that's because they support. That's because they support that brand of politics and who he was. I mean, it's who it's coming from. They still look at that as part of them. At the end of the day, that excludes us. So
when you run for president, your job is to speak about making the country better, which is what he did when he ran for office. Hard stop.
Making it better. I'll give you that.
It's just that simple.
That's why I call it a populist message.
This version of him right now is what you just said. He's talking about stuff that don't mean anything.
Yeah,
it's not going to resonate. He just happened to have a lot of fans, like he's a music star or something. So they don't care what he says at this point, as far as his hard base. But to move. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if Biden was 4 years younger, and with
it'd be a wrap.
He would crush him in the debate the next time, because the fact that he's just so old and he's suffering from a little bit of dementia, it's going to be difficult. I don't know if he's going to be able to hold up. He's just too old, man. For me, he's too old.
Trump's about the same age.
Trump is 4 years
younger.
So it's just a year younger?
Something like that. I like 80, 79, 80.
I think it's like 84, 82, something like that.
Let me make sure that
it's like one is 82, one is 80, or close to it. It's like 1 or 2 years.
I don't think Donald is 80 yet.
He's right there. 79.
No, Donald is 77. That's what I thought.
Really?
How old is Joe? 4 years. He's 4 years away. Joe is 81, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I thought it was about 2 years.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why I said 4 years younger.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Joe's 80, 81 years old.
Oh, I thought it was a little bit closer.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I'll
he's
give you.
81.
No,
I'll
I'll give you that paradox that he ran on trying these are the problems and how to make it better. I just don't think that was a path forward. I don't, and maybe that's me taking too much.
Well, you're a Democrat, so why would you think that? I'm telling you what the Republicans are from the right. That's who he's talking to, really, and the people in the middle.
But even Republicans were. I mean, Trump at one point was talking about what. Didn't he say something about like being like pro healthcare or something like that, or and then and then the base were like, wait, no, we're Republicans, like we want to repeal. Like, what do you?
They don't want to do that. That's all cap. That's all cap anyway.
Yeah, that's
just some of the business people in the Republican Party. But the Republican Party supports Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare all day, every day, and 10 times on Sunday. The same way they support immigration every day, all day, and 10 times on Sunday. And on and on.
I slightly disagree with that because you still have red states that will not accept Medicaid expansion, and hospitals are closing, and governors like, nah, we're good. Georgia, Alabama,
they just did it.
No, they accept them when it goes to like private hospitals and things of that nature. They still got to get a form of it, man. There's still a lot of old white war veterans that stay in the Deep South, man. They get their benefits some kind of way, but they work it out through their districts and through their local,
you're getting
through
more
their local and state governments.
Details of it. I get that part, but
you're not gonna
run on that shit.
But they can't deny Social Security for
they're not doing that
for the elderly and Medicaid for them too.
Like,
money. You're talking about single payer. No, that's a none. But they got to work around. That's what I'm saying. They got to work around for war benefits. I forgot is it the USA job? What's the plan? I know you see the commercials. I don't know if you guys get them. Now there's a commercial for what's that?
USAA
for veterans. Yeah, USAA. It's like for veterans, especially older veterans. There's like MOT. You should know this. Veterans that's like over 55 or 60, they get automatic like benefits, man. They run those ads all the time down south, man, the Deep South. So yeah, they got to work around for that, bro. But you have to either serve or you have to do something that's in actual government to get those kind of benefits.
If you running as a Republican on the national level and you come out and say when you go to these states that I'm going to cut those benefits, you're not getting elected. I do not care about internal little policies where this state cuts theirs and they don't want to. I ain't talking about that.
Bring up the military? Oh no, sir.
Good luck.
Not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, bro.
But I won't argue with you. Are they going to expand, make it bigger, spend more? They'll fight that. Yeah. But nobody's going to come out and say we're getting rid of anything.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen.
Wait, you didn't work it out.
Wait,
go ahead.
No. I see what you're saying. It's the sleight of hand that's going on.
Yes.
I see what you're saying.
That's all I'm talking about. Is that part?
No, I see what you're saying.
But when you get into the inner workings of it, then I agree with you 1,000%. That's why they denied Obamacare. We don't want it. Louisiana, no, we good. This day, we don't want that. Yeah. We don't want it.
Yeah.
But I tell you this. But when Kentucky took it. But when Kentucky took it and my man said we're gonna try to get rid of it, it was like we're gonna get rid of you. Whatever his name is, the senator and the governor. Yeah, they was like, nah, bro, we good, we cool, we keeping this.
No,
we just gonna call it Kentucky Care, not Obama. That type of nonsense.
Right. No, that's what mom always says, that the reason why Republicans got so angry about Barack Obama was because of Obamacare. Because she's like, because they knew they couldn't take it away once he gave it to them. Like that's what really got them mad.
It's a need.
Because that gets into perception and language and propaganda.
Yeah.
So you get a white person on welfare and say I'm not on welfare, they owe me that money. If you give a black person welfare, that same white person say take it from them. That's more of that conversation of how they pit people against each other and manipulate people in the environment.
That's why I say that race care is always kind of like floating in the middle to kind of like have people just chew at it.
Which is why Trump came out and said clearly, decisively, and definitively, I am not touching your Medicare. I can play you the video right now.
or Republicans started booing when Joe Biden said in his State of the Union.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Because the business class who tend to be right, they don't want nothing. No regulations, no government. We don't want no benefit. We don't want anything. We just want to go and do whatever we want to do. Yeah, that's
apart.
definitely there. They do not care.
Yeah, until we fall on our face. When we fall on our face, then we want you to pick us up. But
No. When we start burning down corporations, then you're gonna be like, oh well, we need could you do this?
Right.
Fuck out of here, bro. Stop playing. If this country did not have a safety net in the 1930s, this country wouldn't even exist probably. We'd probably be in civil war still.
Yeah.
And working backwards.
Yeah.
The old British colony falling apart type conversations about this place. These white folks would have burnt this place to the ground.
That's true. No, Paradox, you said you like RFK. You that doesn't bother you when that doesn't bother you with third party people running for president. Because I always think
as an individual person, no, I mean, it is what it is, man. I'm not overly invested in nobody on that level. So if somebody can come in here and break this thing up a little bit, maybe get us 3 or 4 parties, I'm not gonna be mad with the chaos.
No, the reason I say that is because it seems like to me, I always look at anyone sideways who, and I don't know, I'll be honest, I don't know RFK's overall, or if this is part of his overarching message, but like No Labels or like Cornel West, these people. They're like, oh, well, we're trying to give people choice and, we're doing something for the voter. And I'm just like,
he's Democratic, man. He's a Democrat. I mean, it is what it is. He's been a Democrat his whole. He's a Democrat. He's a blue blood. John F. Kennedy is a Democratic person, man. He's a Democrat to his
whole life. Over 120 years of being in the party.
He'll call himself independent, but he's a Democrat.
Well, he was forced to.
Well, right, but I mean, that's
from his perspective, as far as what he talks about.
I get it. That's what I'm saying about the whole. I don't understand when people do that to a degree. Instead of just having your grievances within the party, it works out better that way. It causes less confusion for people that don't really understand politics. People really think that there's a such thing as. I'm not gonna say it, but I mean, it is what it is, man. You're gonna still end up falling on one side or the other. He's clearly a person that's on the left. So, he has radical views on the left, though. But some center politics that he holds. But he's primarily a person that's a Democrat.
Well, the reason I say that too is because, like, when people do this, I'm like, if you know anything about like politics, like you all know how politics, the nuts and bolts of it work. Full well, like if you want to create change, like you're gonna need people. Like if running for president is not enough, like having an independent that wins as president who truly says, "Hey, I'm the enemy of both parties." Like at the end of the day, you're not gonna do nothing. Get done. I mean, they can override everything.
Yep, everything.
They'll block all your judges, all of that. Like you have to have a true grassroots. Like, hey. Start at the school board level, get a governorship, maybe get someone in the House, like before you start having like a legitimate movement. So it's just like when people jump out here like, oh, I'm running for president, and people who are not as politically sharp are like, oh, this person's going to create all this change and this and that. I'm just like, y'all really aren't understanding the nuts and bolts of how it's working. Not y'all, but people making these comments. Because I'm like, even Bernie, with the agenda he had, at the end of the day, he was an independent that caucused with Democrats, and he ran as a Democrat.
Mm-hmm. And if he wins as whatever he wants to label himself as, like you just said, he has to work with the federal government and with all the states if he want to get anything done. So they're going to move him. They're going to pull him to the right regardless.
Yeah, I mean, he has a bully pulpit, so I think he can push back, but it's just, like I said, if you don't have people there with you, if you don't have people donating money, right? If you don't have, or if you don't,
you don't know his negotiating power. You don't know, can he make things? It's all speculation until he gets there too. So you don't really know how good he would be on trying to deliver, because can he cut those deals? Is he good enough to do that part? And that you really don't know that obviously until they get there.
Yeah, that and I'm almost like too, like if you're talking about independent parties, like some people are like, oh well, let's get them to the 5% threshold and get the green, you know, or libertarian as something that can be on the ballot in every state. And I'm just like, but then you're dealing with the financial warfare of politics. I'm like, to me, if you
I want to see it though. I want to see it happen so I can see more. I can see more of that what goes on in our government though. That's why I want it.
But wouldn't you think it'd be a better strategy if you're green to run on, hey, your number one thing is getting money out of politics. I want publicly finance everything. Because then it becomes easier to, hey, okay, I want this party, that party, versus, okay, if I'm legitimately going to have to get 5%, you're talking about millions of dollars you're going to have to spend just to get that.
That's true.
Like that to me, anybody who's on the whole, hey, I'm sick of the two parties, you know, I want reform. To me, your number one thing has got to be getting money out of politics. Then.
Yep, I agree. And I don't know how they do it, and I don't know how difficult that is to do at this point. That's the hard part. You got a lot. You got a lot of politicians living in mansions right now, so it's going to be very difficult.
To be honest with you, and you all correct me because you know better than I do. I don't know if politicians would be necessarily opposed to it as much as we think. Because when you start talking about these politicians who have to go, you know, every day, I can't remember what they call it, where, you know, they're in the office and they get on these, they look at the donor list and they get on the phone and start asking for money. People. Like, you know, some of these people may be like, hey, I don't want to do this, you know, spend 2 hours out of my day every day trying to call up donors and ask for money.
Mm-hmm. And never stop running.
Yeah.
You don't get a break.
So I don't even know if I think honestly the most pushback you might get is, you know, from your people on the right paradox who are like, money is free speech. John Roberts is in that camp.
Yep, I know. Corporations are people.
They're right. Yep.
Unbelievable.
Corporations are people.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, I think it's doable. It's just, you know, people got to be serious about it, and you know,
that's what I'm saying. I just don't know who really like, for example, the Tea Party or Trumpers at this point had a movement, right? They primaried a bunch of people, got a lot of the old guard up out of there over the last 15 years or whatever, and it's coming down to it being a nothing burger. It's nothing.
Well, they don't stand
for it. It's just people loud complaining, but I'm like, you just pulled off this big thing. You need to be changing the damn government, and it's not happening. It's kind of crazy when you think about it.
Well, do you think they believe in what they ran on?
No, man.
That's my thing. I think that's the problem. That's the problem.
Ponder it all the time. I just don't know what it's things that I'm missing. I can't see.
No, I just don't think the GOP right now. And I mean Democrats to a certain extent as well, but there's different factions. But you know, when I see people like Mitt Romney saying, "Oh, you know, lots of people in the GOP they don't believe in the Constitution," I'm like, yeah, I think that's been like that for a long, long time. Like, I think you have people who, I think you have some people who are just reactionary. They don't even know what they believe in, and they live on the 24-hour news cycle. And
that's what I'm saying. And I feel like a lot of Americans we are not that literate. I think that probably plays a massive role in some of that stuff. So that everybody's going off of emotions a lot of times and how they feel, but they can't get to the implementation process. More of the stuff that's a little bit more sophisticated.
Well, that's one camp, but then I think you got a camp that is just, hey, I want power. I will do anything for power, and that exists in both parties. I think that's
for everybody.
I think it's more naked in the Republican Party, but
I think it's all the same.
Really, only reason I say it's more naked,
I don't think there's any difference.
The only reason I say I think it's more naked is like if you are a Republican, you have these people who've espoused, like y'all were talking about earlier, people who literally said, hey, I'm taking the higher ground, like morality matters, and you know, I'm standing up on these things, and you know, fast forward, and now, you know, I've bent the knee to a president whose wife, you know, is on the internet naked. You know, it's like
that shit's wild.
Like that's where it's like you literally over the last like 10, 15 years, you literally saw.
But I look at it as desperation, which says a lot. It says a lot when you're that desperate, though.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like that's when you find your values, though. Like I feel like
when you feel like you're not being heard by politicians, that you keep putting in the office and they're supposed to work for us. I think Trump getting elected is screaming, is representing people
no,
screaming about how left out that they feel, and they don't
oh no, I'm not
understand
talking
why,
about
and they're
people.
frustrated by it.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about more of the party apparatus and
The party itself, well, they're both corrupt and greedy. They ain't no.
oh, no, I
I
mean, like,
wouldn't put no differences on them people.
look at
They're all
someone
the
like a
same,
Lindsey
honestly.
Graham, for example. Look at how he went from this person of oh, I'm this principled conservative, this and that,
A gay man, right?
with John McCain was here, and then now it's like this dude, like, I mean, there have even people who a guy wrote a book literally saying like Lindsey Graham literally would call him like 1 a.m. complaining like how much he does not like Donald Trump and he can't stand him, but the next day he's on TV defending them and talking about
Lindsey's a follower, man. He's
talking about bombing Iran and stuff like that, and that's what I mean is that it's all these things that we put out there, and it's just like, oh, okay, like I guess I got to give up on that as well too. And I'm kind of like, to me, that's when people see your values, is when you get pressed. Like you can talk and have all the
Well, that's America as a whole, though. That's why I don't do the red and blue thing in a sense with that, because that's America as a whole. This country as a whole expresses certain morality and values that it doesn't have.
Oh no, I agree.
I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. Doesn't really mean that's really more of a distraction. This country as a whole is trying to say that it's moral and just, and democratic, and we're that sometime, I guess.
Well, I guess. Well, doesn't it look worse then, in your opinion? Because you say, hey, the immorality is the left is the difference than if the right is supposed to say, hey, in your mind, hey, this is the morality. This is where we got to stay. And your argument would be the left just basically said, nah, we're throwing all that out. Like,
let me tell you something. When the left, which tells you who they really are. Obviously, they're basically we're warmongering Americans. But when they asked them who supported to go into Iraq, and I think everybody on the left said yay, except for what, 3, 4, 5 people.
I think Bernie said no. I think you're over exaggerating because Hillary and them are not on the left. I don't even consider Obama on the left.
No. I'm just saying. I know what you're saying. I'm just making a general point. Yeah. I know. Man, I know. Which is why they got elected in a lot of ways, actually.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. But my point is that overall, we went to invade a country collectively, right? You're going to support America, right? You make a comment like the Dixie Chicks made, you're out of here. Like you understand what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna get punished if you don't put that flag on and wear it. And you don't support the troops and stuff collectively.
But do you think there would have been room in the American psyche for like a legitimate what do you call it? Dissent? Like if a group of politicians came out and said, hey, Iraq is not the smart thing to do. I know people are angry. 9/11 is fresh in your mind.
Yeah, they want their fine piles of flesh.
Is that even in the Overton window?
No, I look at the reality of it, which is we did it collectively, right? So it answers the question of what we actually are. We can't be moral and just and go and invade a country. Not like that.
Yeah.
So if that, like you said, if that would have happened, then we would know where we are, right?
Wait,
if people would have stand in the post and says, we're not doing this, half of Congress, right? Half of the Senate, we're not doing this. We're going to fight this out in Congress. This is not going to happen. The states, everybody is up in arms and we're not doing this again. We just had Vietnam. We know better. That didn't happen. Didn't happen. So it showed me who we are. That's all. That's what it showed. It showed the whole world actually who we are, in my opinion. It took the whole world back, I think.
I mean, yeah, because what? Outside of the UK, who else backed the Iraq War?
Some small little countries here and there, but nobody.
Yeah.
Because they know it was wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
What are y'all doing? What are we doing here? You gonna kill 1 million people? Displace another 1 million people?
Fast forward to what's going on now. who's backing us up on Israel? It's like okay, we won't, the UN, you're going to vote for a ceasefire.
That thing is a mess, boy.
You got the US blocking it on one vote, and then the US abstaining in the next vote that happens.
And like I said, stuff like that is a point where, to me, regardless of what maybe people on the far left is yelling and screaming about, and even on the far right, as far as the spending part of it, collectively though, it's bigger than politics on some level, right?
Oh no,
it's more about power and control of the planet and resources. It's not even about who's left and who's right. That's how it gets filtered through, obviously, and how things operate. That's part of the engine that's running. But it's bigger things going on than a lot of what, what I'm saying, as far as the politics part. Much bigger things going on, apparently.
Oh yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like,
you talking about running over $1 trillion? I forget how often through the Red Sea. Yeah. You're talking about 10 nations are joining together to send more ships into the Mediterranean.
I think there's two elements to that. I think there's definitely the element you're talking about, commerce, but then there's a greater element of people who are like, this is our homeland and it will be defended, and they have a lot of power in certain places. I think those are two different.
They're interconnected.
They are interconnected, correct?
Yeah, Israel is a 52nd state, so it's all interconnected. But it's a part of the global empire of the West. So it's the West itself, in my position, is being threatened. Because this is not about just Palestine; it's about the Middle East in whole, North Africa, Iran, Russia, China, Korea, etc. So it's a lot going on.
No, I agree. I'm saying, but there's a sentiment from certain people, like a Bill Ackman, who's like, basically saying, "Hey, I'm taking $100 million. I'm taking $100 million back from the university if you do not get rid of Claudine Gay, because not because I'm so upset about
I know that's all the fallout. That's all the fallout stuff, man. I always tell people, man, when you said, when it comes to stuff like this, people, unfortunately, they're not going to do it. Because I told a buddy of mine who's in the medical industry, I said, just be quiet, bro. Just don't. This thing is way too complicated, and you don't know enough to jump out these windows supporting people out loud. You don't know enough. You're running on some morality stuff. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You're going to play yourself, in my opinion.
And you don't know where. I guess I push back a little bit on, like, I get it.
That's why Martin got killed, as an example.
No, I
have to be careful when you're messing with global affairs, because it's going to be bigger than America, your race, the states that you live in, left and right. It's bigger than that. It's much bigger than that, in my opinion.
Is it bigger than race?
Well, not in the context of how this country is, not overall, of course. Okay. My point is that somebody will say that Israel is a part to get me activated. They're going to tell me that on this low level, right? Israel is an apartheid state. We support the Palestine. They supported us and BLM. And it's just all that other lower level stuff. That's all I'm saying. And then people that jump out the window and start saying stuff and wearing sheaths, whatever the thing called around your neck, and you come out with your stickers on your thing and you protest with your flags. You're exposing yourself. It's bigger than that. It's my whole point.
Oh yeah,
I think it's much bigger than that. But what it does is internally, within internal fights in this country, it allows things to get set up. So you get what's the chick name who tried to run, the governor who tried to run for president? She was at Turning Point USA talking about some we need to level that place and turn it into a national park and get the Palestinians out of there. You're talking about genocide at Turning Point, which is supposed to be a Christian situation. You're talking about mass genocide of multiple millions of people, because it won't just be Gaza. It's going to be Gaza.
Wait, was Nikki Haley say that?
No, she's not saying that. Okay. Nah, the chick, the white woman. What is that woman name? It's going to come to me in a second. Dark-haired white woman. Was she the governor of? What is she the governor of? I cannot remember right now.
Arizona?
Anyway,
no,
not her. Not her. This is the other one. I think she was not Minnesota. She ran for president, or they wanted her to run at some point. She supported Trump. I can't think of her name right now.
Okay.
But anyway, one of the crazy ones. But anyway, when she made the statement, you just sit back and be thinking like, what does this really mean? I mean, Christians were the ones murdering Jews, so what are you even talking about at the end of the day? Like it's all this other, the history of this stuff is very complicated. She was talking about they go back 1,000 years to raise their kids to hate Jews. So what are you talking about? You're just saying anything. And a lot of people on the religious right, man, they is just talking reckless, in my opinion. Well, but like I said, it shows what America really is. It shows what America is, and people have to be careful as civilians on taking some positions that you probably just need to sit back and just let this things play out. Let some of this stuff play out a little bit.
Well, here's the thing. Like you're someone. I take it you're a pretty fundamentalist type of Christian, correct?
Yeah.
So how much?
At least on paper.
On paper. How much do you lay the blame out then on people who are like looking at Zionism in the sense of not Zionism, or looking at as sort of the sign of the ending of the world is, hey, like,
I don't believe that.
We're a Christian, we gotta support Israel because it's in the Bible.
I know.
And people who are devout, like I said, some of them are misguided, and then some of them are just like devout in their viewpoints. Like, how much do you even hold that to them of like, hey, they have this world view of, hey, this is how the world is going to end.
I know. I'm hearing it all day. I don't believe it personally. If you get all the Jews in Israel, then it's going to create Jesus to come back and all that stuff. I'm like, no, I'm good on that.
No, but
I'm not buying it. And you can interpret the Bible that they're really not talking about Israel. They're just talking about really Jerusalem, and interpretation plays. That the religious stuff gets very complicated, I think. And how you want to interpret the information. But
I'm saying, like, how much, because like when you hear like the politician you were talking about who stood up there and said that, like, she knows better. Like, she has like some that she's throwing red meat. Like, she knows.
Calling for genocide. She should get arrested for that, honestly.
Versus like if you have someone who's more fundamental in their view and like they're following Christianity, reading the Bible as much as they believe. Like, how much do you hold that against them if they support that viewpoint? Not the lady necessarily saying, "Hey, go turn in a parking lot," but like, "Oh, we need to stand firm with Israel."
Yeah, the way you've been taught in this country about Christianity, you're gonna say that automatically, right? And the church isn't gonna educate you on anything; they're just gonna make the statement. And since they're your leaders, you're just gonna go with the information. You're not gonna dig in because a lot of people who are religious anyway aren't really obviously scholars or anything, right? So if the pastor over time keeps talking about that stuff and just kind of saying it, plainly, you just go with it, right? Yeah. But you have to have people who have some level of morality and understanding of the world that we're living in, and not kind of play on people's ignorance. Bombing and murdering people, it's a no-go.
But
if you follow Jesus, forget Christianity. If you follow Jesus, you just can't do it at the end of the day.
So okay.
You can't invade Iraq in the name of anything as well, even though they try to wrap it into that too. So.
Oh no, just war theory. I mean, I don't know how much they really talk about it, but yeah. Now, would you say growing up then that the church you attend or your pastor, were they open? Because what you're describing now, you have to have something that people are willing to. You have to have a leadership of a church who's willing to let people question things.
Yeah, you got to be informed too, because I mean the last 3,000 years of history, trying to understand that area, you got to explain that to people, and give them a choice.
But a lot of people don't want to do, like, a lot of pastors don't want to do that. They take more of a, hey, I'm the pastor,
just go with this.
Unfortunately, like I think you see it a lot, definitely in black churches specifically, of like, hey, the pastor is almost like an extension, or like has some sort of special relationship to God. So,
well, yeah, black churches are designed to dumb us down now, keep us ignorant. It's a tool of white supremacy, in my opinion.
Oh wow. No, I agree. I'm surprised to hear you say that.
Yeah, race first, baby.
wait.
That don't change. Don't matter my politics. So you can't go in these black churches and keep me stupid, and I don't. I mean, it doesn't.
So you're not on. Okay, wait. Now that changes things. You're not on the. I'm not saying your politics are anything like his, but like you're not on the Jason Whitlock viewpoint of things. Like
I'm not on no so-called black. I'm not a part of none of that. But I've been saying that forever, though. I'm not a part of that ridiculousness.
No. If you
he's a propagandist. He's being paid to say stuff.
No.
It's
I'm
not real.
No, definitely not what he's doing now. I'm saying like if you go see an interview of him and Roland Martin that they did like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah,
I watched all his stuff. I watched all that stuff. Yeah.
His argument is basically, hey, I'm a Christian. I believe we put too much.
It's nonsense, bro.
Too much emphasis on God, and I think you need to go to church and pray first. And,
you guys talking about Jason Whitlock?
Yeah, that interview with Roland Martin.
Come on, man.
No, it's not. I know what he's doing politically, but it's. I know what he's doing, but it's not. You got to be if you're a thinker. It doesn't. He's not. It's nothing there. It's nothing happening.
No, he's gotten worse with
just spewing out nonsense.
No. He's gotten worse with the show that he's got now. I'm saying when you look at that interview in isolation, he just sort of paints it as like, hey, I'm a religious person and I follow God and I lead the politics.
He follows clicks and views is what he's following. He's following Prager University is what he's following.
Yeah, I agree.
He's following a propaganda system they have in place to attack black people.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. It's definitely
if he was a true follower, he would not even be talking about race per se, but he would be talking about the teachings of Jesus Christ, and he would be talking about how you should treat one another. He's not doing any of that. He's manipulating that and perverting it, obviously, for his own political gains, I guess, or whatever he's getting paid. But you can't talk about the way he talk about people. That's not Jesus. It's not in a sense of love. It's just not. It's none of those things. It's something he's doing something totally different and masking it behind Christianity, which is what a lot of people do in this country, actually. But the thing about following Christ, if you chose to do that, it's a very difficult road. It's very difficult, and the things that you wouldn't even have a YouTube channel like that, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Because you always have to be, you have to live as a bigger person. You know what I'm saying? You have to have a lot of conviction. You have to live as a bigger person. He doesn't operate under that. He's depressed. He has very low self-esteem. He has all type of psychological problems. And he's being manipulated because he wants the money. I get it.
Oh, you read really into it. You're not just reading it. Okay, he's just going for a bag. Like he doesn't even.
Nah, it's a lot. It's a lot going on.
You think
he's vindictive. I mean, he has a lot of anger for people. He doesn't feel like he's good enough. I mean, he's failure. It's not being included. And what's happening is
his politics is linked to his low self-esteem.
Yeah.
Man.
And what's happening is that because we have social media and it's a profit motive system, he's able to take all of that energy, get the clicks and views because the political right on social media has created a nice fertile ground for that type of stuff. And there's no checks in place. Right? Because technically speaking, him, Candace, the Hodge twins, Officer Jones, et cetera, Jesse Peterson, they all should be banned off the internet. They should be banned. Fuck free speech, right? Like you're anti-black. You can't be on TV. You can't be on the internet denigrating black people as a collective. Can't do it. We allow it. We should have an organization, honestly, to check and balance all of it, but we don't have that organization.
Yeah, white people can't say half of the things that they say about black people. It's just,
that's what I'm saying. They're a front.
Yeah, they're used as a shield for their ideology.
Because I'm gonna tell you why. If you're a true follower, or if you're not even a follower of anything, if you have hard morals, you would be ostracized from the left and from the right. Because your views aren't going to line up consistently. It's gonna be too many inconsistencies. You're gonna get jammed up. It just happened to Candace just recently when she wanted to go against the Jew shit.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
So they about to fire her off her channel.
Well, you think they're gonna do it? The
pressure's there. I don't know if it's gonna work.
The pressure's there, but
because she brings the numbers and she's a great tool.
No. Is it she brings the numbers, or is it just it's gonna look? Because there's a split. Like Tucker Carlson sides with her. They're like Ben Shapiro. You're going. It's you have the problem. So like, if you fire this woman, like you Ben Shapiro, who are always talking about free speech. You Ben Shapiro, who
as long as it's free speech for him.
Always talking about you don't want to see people canceled and this and that. Like
right.
You're
that's where personal aspirations and power meets up with your so-called academic logic, your, you know what I'm saying, when they create this, you're speaking more of that in the academic type space, right? With how things should be. But when you bring it to the real world, it's really more about you and
Yeah.
what you want and what you want to take advantage of. It ain't about the overall thing, because
Well,
he wouldn't be so hard right on the Jewish thing and the Zionist thing. But he
well,
has to be, right.
yeah.
It's going to override his logic, because he has to sell himself out to push genocide. He has to do it.
Well,
It's
the
bigger
other
than
thing with
politics, right? It's bigger than his philosophies, his intelligence, his education level. It's bigger than that. Because
well,
when you're threatened, when pressure's applied, a lot of folks on the internet or in general life who talk, they just talking at the end of the day. It ain't real. And when things like this happen, which is why I love warfare, when things like this happen, I can see people for who they actually are. Because the academic stuff is nonsense talk. It's people sitting on an armchair just running their cocksuckers because they have a PhD or whatever and they're a scholar, but they don't get dirty though.
yeah. No, but the other thing with the Ben Shapiro thing too is you're going to, if he does follow through on this and ends up firing her, you're going to ignite that anti-Semitism that has been sort of put on the back burner right now because they're going hard out to the left. That's going to bring that back to the forefront from the hard right. Right now they're kind of like, all on one, not on one team, but all sort of playing on one sheet of music, in the name of attacking, the left and higher education. But if
you mean that part, yeah.
Yeah. That you've seen a lot of these people who have been, because people have been like, hey, Alan Dershowitz was going after DEI.
Yep.
DEI is the reason that anti-Semitism is flourishing on these campuses, and you got people
all,
on the right.
all straight white men are going after DEI, ESG hard.
And you got people on the right who are saying, hey, we've been saying this the whole time. You were against us with being on DEI side, turns out, they hate Jews as well too, and you should be siding with us. And I'm just like, yeah, y'all are playing on one sheet of music right now until
temporarily.
Yeah, until you realize like these people are the people who are marching in Charlottesville saying, hey, they won't replace us. Like that's the thing in the big picture.
I'm saying that's what I was saying before with DC is about the politics of it. It can get complicated. It can't get. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to take a position because it's going to move depending on circumstances in real life, not just the talking on the internet stuff. Because in real life shows up. Look how everybody's negotiating, right? Like you just said, the far right and the right in general supposedly hate Jews.
Yep.
Right, they control everything. It's a conspiracy theory, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But guess what? Trump created the vaccine, right? And he got himself jabbed. Everybody who support him is against that. It's a conspiracy, right? They're trying to fill you full of secret computer chips in your whatever, right?
In fact, when he had COVID, he almost lost his life. A lot of people don't understand that.
Right.
Oh no,
he was almost out of here. He was almost out of here, bro.
Yeah, give me the shot. And everything else you got.
Give me everything that you can get. Whatever you got, I need it.
Right. Because that's real life versus people just talking.
He was sick, man. When he showed up for that little press conference, we were like, I guess what, 24, 48 hours later, trying to show a strong face. He was still really, really sick, man. Very sick, actually.
No, I was gonna say
most of that audience got it. Most of the audience caught COVID that day too. That's just it's just insane. That's insanity, man, with some of the stuff that went on. During that whole presidency.
No, when they say, if you remember when he was getting on not Air Force One, Marine One, like right before to go to the hospital, people were kind of like, I think people said that they kind of had to like hold him up to like, walk him out there when you see him sort of walking his back to get on the helicopter. And then like when they're like, oh, they gave him some special like concoction or something like that
no one else can afford, by the way.
I'm like, I'm like, this was serious, like, because before that.
Oh yeah, it was serious, bro.
Yeah.
When your lungs get filled with fluid, it's not. I mean, you can get past treatment. If they can't clear your lungs within a certain amount of time, you're done for. They can't keep you breathing on a machine.
No, I thought he was close to like because you remember Boris Johnson, like he looked like he was about to get up out of here too in the UK, like, and he had been making a mockery of COVID, and like I didn't know if he's gonna make it, to be honest with you. And I'm like, these people have the best healthcare out there,
best in the world.
Yeah.
And the thing is that with Trump and the vaccine, any other president would not even be talked about if your so-called base watched you turn on them. That's why I know that it's not. I feel like he's more of a celebrity than a politician in the sense that, generally speaking, that can't happen, right? The people who are yelling and screaming about the vaccine, this man created it and rushed it, and no politician can come out there and argue with it. It's just fascinating, to be honest with you. I would be beating his head up with it.
What was it? Project Warp Speed. What was it called?
Yeah, that's Warp Speed. Yeah.
How is that not his weakest? How is that not
No
his
regulation.
And matter of fact, what's so funny is that
no.
You know what's so funny about politics, right? Is they did what they tested 100 people, whatever, 50 people, whatever it was. It's ridiculous. But what's funny is this, right? We have high inflation, right?
Wait, didn't he admit to being? Was that him that even went on stage afterwards and said he got vaccinated and got booed by people?
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
I watched it live.
Yeah,
I'm looking at him like, exactly. You saved your life over your politics. The people thinking that you believe in them, you don't. You showed it, and they didn't budge. That's a very scary thing actually about this country right now. That is those little things like that, because generally speaking, they should have turned. Even with inflation, right? I think his federal is it the same guy?
Yeah, Jerome Powell. Yeah, he's still
was Jerome on him, right?
Yeah, he was one who appointed because
Jerome Prince.
It was
Janet Yellen. Yeah, Janet. But Jerome prints $6 trillion, right? Right. And anyone who knows finance, or if you watch anybody who does finance, right? You know when you do that, you know what's going to come next, right? It's going to be a delay, but it's coming, right? And I'm sitting around thinking to myself, if you are a Republican and you think you're saving the country, however you want to spin it, right? You're dealing with the issue, right? You have this man print or create $6 trillion, flush some of that into the economy, and you don't expect inflation to skyrocket? It's automatic. So everything that's happening now is from that moment in time. Every chart, every graph, every expert knows it, and you still don't get the left attacking that. Instead, they're trying to absorb it and say, "Well, we're bringing inflation down," but you need to be pointing your finger at how this happened. I know that it's complicated politically speaking, but it is a direct correlation between those two. You cannot print money. You can't do it. You cannot, because that money has to be eaten up through the system, and the only way you can do that is what? Inflation. So it's just it's kind of crazy.
Well, if you're the left, you do. Well, here's the thing.
And the left couldn't stop the price gouging on top of that.
Well, that's the thing I was going to say. Like, if it's nuance to it, you got to talk about the price gouging. You got to talk about the supply chain issues, which kind of like that's why you're seeing reshoring now, both from Democrats and Republicans. Are like, hey, like we see what this did when China was already a problem, but then we see like, hey, they closed their economy and oh wow, this is what it's doing to our system over here. So that was an element of it. To your point, the price gouging as well. I think less of it's not talked about as much because there is still people who push for like modern monetary theory and like saying, hey, like
don't say it. Don't say it. Oh man, I don't believe it.
You shouldn't have handed out all this money in PPP loans to all these major corporations, but we're fine with stimulus money. That's basically if you're the Dems, because you've had people on the right who are ignoring the PPP money that was handed out to corporations, and they're literally saying, "Oh well, the inflations came because of the $2,000 stimulus checks."
Yeah, I get that's more the blame game stuff. But but what I'm saying is that when you print that kind of money, you're gonna get this kind of inflation. I get the lower level stuff where the politicians are blaming one another about little nuances of PPP loans versus big corporations versus giving money to regular people, and that's what causes say, no, we're not doing it. Same thing with the housing crisis. Like, you're looking for someone to blame, but when you step up to the highest level, you know that this don't have anything to do with that. It's how y'all chop those loans up and sold them off. That's the problem, more so than giving people You know, Los
Oh yeah,
Angeles.
no,
You shouldn't have done that either though. But that wasn't the problem. That was when
I
you're
mean, well, that
merging AAA bonded loans with B and C loans, you're gonna get literally you're gonna get what you got. That's gonna be the outcome of it.
oh no, I agree. You because you truth be told, you're having some of that's happening under Biden right now, where they're like, because Marshall Fudge was actually on TV the other day talking about, hey, mortgages are, I believe they've had the most first-time home buyers, maybe record under this administration.
Uh-huh.
But they've been relaxing
I
some
don't
of
know
those
how they
standards.
did that.
No, they've been relaxing some standards.
Have they lowered the credit scores and everything?
I don't know if it was credit scores, but they were definitely saying like, hey, if you're paying rent and you've paid rent for a year, like we're taking that account into your like loan application, or
Okay. Wow.
okay. or we're going to change the ratio of how student debt is going to be calculated in that ratio.
In that thing. Yeah, I got
Yeah.
you. I'm not mad. I'm not
Debt
too
to
mad
income.
at that.
Yeah, debt to income, those types of things, which
I'm not too mad at that.
they're not going full like, hey, liar loans, like, hey, like it was in 2007, where it was just like, okay, like I make $120,000 a year and nobody's gonna go verify this on a W-2 or anything. Like,
right, it got way out of control.
Like, they're not doing that, but no, like, which I don't like. I say I don't have a problem with it, but once again, that's gonna be
that's the issue I have with RFK, is that he wants to push something where, let me see, how did he say it? The government will guarantee all the loans.
Yeah, I mean, you have that now.
I was
now.
You mean with Fannie and Freddie, or what do you mean?
Well, if you have FHA,
FHA,
those are back. That was another thing. They were saying somehow they have reduced the cost of PMI. As well.
Yeah.
Under this administration, but if you're doing it from the standpoint of, hey, we need to put people in homes because that's gonna create more stability. People are gonna care more about their neighborhoods, more about their property value. People are gonna be more stable in general. Like, now I get it, as long as you don't have that spilling out into the greater market of people trying to sell these securities, and people not really knowing what's in them. That's where I think the problem really came about. But even then, you still got to deal with the shortage issue, because they're like, basically after 2008, you had a lot of people who just got out of construction in general, and you basically had 10 years from now, 10 years ago, we built, I think, like 8 million less homes or something like that. Mm-hmm. So you've got a supply issue as well.
Yeah. Which also is driving price up drastically, really doubling prices in some markets.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, you saw it firsthand, and I'm sure you've seen it. You all been in the DMV for a while. You've seen.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
you see what people who bought a home and the DMV were paying in, say, 2000, maybe even late 90s, versus what you're talking about now for a starter home and something.
Well, that's one thing that confuses me on the left, is that they're selling these ideas, but the left, they're getting richer and richer, and so it's always a strange thing to sit back and watch everything and be like, some of these cities, y'all are pretty freaking rich, and it's a whole lot of poor. And based off of these economies and what jobs pay out, maybe your solution could be 15 an hour, or forcing companies to artificially raise salaries to try to match some stuff that's going on with inflation and just prices in general. But I just be thinking, like, I don't know if this is real or not. Well, I mean, people in the cities, in the blue cities, they're what did Rick Ross say? They're richer than they've ever been.
Yeah.
So it's always a strange thing, I think, sometimes. Like, well, hold up now. Y'all talk, how a lot of guys on these podcasts who are multi-millionaires, but they're trying to talk regular. But they live in a mansion and eat caviar and drink champagne and actually live on yachts, basically, right?
Yeah.
But when they're talking to you, it looked like you just like me, but you're not. You really probably should be my enemy, to be honest with you. That's a different conversation. But it's just an interesting thing that you can be on the left, you can be in New York and live on Billionaires Row and people can't afford, regular folks can't afford to live there. You're telling me your policies, but you can't even put those in place. And you have a Democratic presidency, and you have a Democratic House or Assembly in your state, and a Democratic governor. It's very fascinating.
Well, I think some of those are left, and then some of those Democrats, and then you got some.
Well, they're corporate Democrats. They're just like Republicans, basically. But
or I was gonna say,
Democrats pretend that they don't exist.
Oh no.
It's kind of funny actually.
It depends on who you talk to in the party. Like if you're talking about like the left, as in like I guess like the online left, or like those people, they will definitely say, hey, corporate Dems, these are the people who screwed over Bernie Sanders. They will definitely call those people out.
Well, the people who hate capitalism the most, that's what you would argue that's on the left, they love it the most. It's kind of a funny game that they play because they're richer than they've ever been. The people who do like the green movement, that's a multi-trillion-dollar capitalist system running on. It's so funny, right? I was talking to somebody a couple days ago about business and stuff, right? And actually I was talking to MOT early on the call before we got live. And I find it funny that we support Democrats, right?
Yeah.
And the green movement is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. It's going to grow exponentially over the next 20 years, right? What's interesting is that where are the people of color? Because I'm going to include everybody, not just blacks, right? That's what they do. The POCs and the MIPOCs and the AAIP, all the people that they talk about that they love so much, right? Are any of us in those industries that they're the ones that have created regulations and laws in place to kind of block out the oil industries and the nuclear power and everything else that they're that they say that they're against, right? How are we not CEOs, entrepreneurs, investors, and why haven't you created some kind of apparatus to plug us into the movement? Well, it's very strange when you think about it, because they want to act like this is not a capitalist society and they're going to hold us down while they get richer than they've ever been. It's a very strange game that they're playing.
Well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong. I do have, actually, there's a cousin in my family who's actually a climate activist. I believe she actually has a job in DC now. But like, I've always thought that in the back of my mind, like that's sort of my thing when I listen to these people who are either claim that they're conservatives or capitalists, whatever. I'm like, I think a lot of Black America in general, and correct me if I'm wrong, you should see it differently. I think a lot of us just miss climate change. I think between like racial justice and then just like people trying to survive, like in general, just the economic system, I think climate change kind of becomes something like that's sort of a far off issue, almost like a white liberal issue. And I'm always like,
climate change is a multi-trillion-dollar capitalist apparatus. But hard stop, bro. Ain't nothing else more. It ain't more or less than that, because that's how our system operates. We're being isolated. We're being frozen out of that marketplace and being patted on the heads by people on the left saying we're going to save the planet. Don't worry, we're hippies and we love the world. But you're billionaires.
But I'm saying,
what are y'all talking about? This is insane. Why are we not there? And so, what's so funny, right?
Wait, so you don't think that like people just kind of overlook it? Because like when I listen to people talk about,
I don't know what the hell is going on. I know if you go into Whole Foods, which is a very high end grocery store, they have put photos of local Black entrepreneurs and put a few of their products in the store. They do stuff like that.
No,
they pat you on the head and tell you that it's okay.
No, I get what you're saying of, hey, there's not enough Black people represent.
Not enough. It's zero.
But my point is, like, do you?
We're not captains of industries, and we're gonna be left out.
No, I get what you're saying. I agree. I'm saying
same with the tech. Same on the tech side. They're supposed to be lefties or whatever, right?
But there's I guess my point is, there's a conscientious push to get more Black people in tech, like, and it's coming from Black people.
That's a lie. Not calling you a liar, by the way. That's a lie.
But really,
it's not real.
Really?
Nah, it's not real.
Why you say it's not real?
I can pull up Forbes. We can go through Forbes and see.
No, I
don't see it. I just don't see it.
No, I'm saying you're not. I'm not saying that.
I'm gonna tell you what I mean, right? And I understand why. I get that we're being fucked over in education, so I understand why. That's not really my point. But this is the thing, right? Back in the 60s and 70s, right, as tech was moving in, right? And you look at the 80s and 90s, right? And I was trying to figure out, how are we iced out of this? This is new business, new money. These people act like, at least that they're on the left, right, to some degree. They're getting massive investments, regardless of your politics, right? And they're building industries in the 80s, Dell Computers, Microsoft, blah, blah,
Yep.
blah, right? And then the 90s show up and they have the .com industry, which costs no money to do. You can just set up a .com, right? Iced out, right?
Well,
It collapses. Then boom, iPod, iPad, iPhone, and apps shows up, iced out. And you can just keep going. I'm like, how are we missing these? I'm not even going all the way back. We have other things that we've missed as well. It's been taken from us or stolen from us,
well,
etc. Right?
no,
But it's just interesting that we keep getting iced out, but people on the left keep telling me about socialism and pat me on the head and we're gonna take care of you in the projects and yada 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 and police blah 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 and yada yada and this other and we're gonna protect you and all that. I'm like, hold up though. Trillions of dollars are being made in this capitalist system that you participate in and are benefiting from, living in your mansions, right? Gilded age, living aristocratic lives while you keep telling me about these fantasies. It's very strange. Even like in Canada, which is a very socialist country, regular Canadians can't even afford to live there. The people that move to Canada, generally speaking, are like retirees and stuff because it's so expensive to live. It's just a strange thing when I think about some of that stuff. It's just strange.
Well. Now, I was gonna say, like with tech, I mean, it's funny because I was having this conversation with
That should be the easiest thing for us to get into. That's the crazy part about it.
But they're the barriers are like, for example, I was talking to this person. He's actually dating a good family friend of ours. He actually works at one of the major companies, Fortune 100 company, and his job is basically he goes around and tries to get minorities interested in STEM. So he tries to reach out to the school systems. Hey, let me come in and just have something to get people interested in, like whether it be like an after school program or me as a speaker. Just all these things try to get kids in STEM. We were talking. One of the things he runs into, and sadly it can be is he will run and push back from administrators in schools. Like whether it be and some of them are black, unfortunately. Whether it just be whatever it be, ego or hey, just kind of
we don't think in terms of race is the problem, really.
I'm saying that's not all of it. Then the other thing we were talking about too, we were talking about HBCUs because he's Tuskegee grad, really proud as well too. He was saying a lot of these schools, these HBCUs, he was like, if you look at STEM and where his company will actually go and recruit from, he's like, it's 5 schools. It's FAMU, it's Tuskegee, it's North Carolina A&T, and then it's Howard, and then it's Morehouse. Texas A&M Prairie View as well. Like those schools they will go to, but those are a handful of all the HBCUs out there.
Right.
And he was saying, for example, like recently, Alabama State University, he was saying they got approval to create like an aerospace engineering program in the next 3 years. He was saying, a lot of these schools, they will not be able to get approval through their state legislature to actually go and create these programs. Like,
that sounds about right.
Or if they do, it'll be like an engineering technology program, which the pay is lower. It's not quite an engineering degree in the sense, even though it's a 4-year degree, so it's not viewed the same. The pay is like maybe $10,000-$20,000 lower. All of these nuances of like, hey, if you actually want to go and because it's very easy, you could get the company to go in and set up the curriculum. Hey, teach them this, and we'll literally have there's with my company. There's literally a partnership with one of the major universities where they literally have a co-op set up for engineers. Like, hey, just you go through 2 years and basically you can come co-op, and they hire so many people out of that school through that like work study type of program. But he's like, you have to have state approval to go and do those types of things. And we already know.
I agree.
We already know the pushback that HBCUs receive at that level, from whether it be funding or other issues. And then you're talking about, hey, I want to have this Fortune 500 company come and create a curriculum and start graduating black students as engineers. That turns into less students maybe going to the non-black state school. that a richer alumni base,
Mhm.
higher paying jobs. I mean, people see the writing on the wall. So
Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, no, I like you said, the hurdles that are in place, to try to break through and become captains of industries versus becoming employees, even high paying employees. I think it's two different pathways. And for some reason, I feel like we're about to miss the battery revolution as well, unfortunately.
yeah, no, we're going to miss a bunch of those between like
That's the next phase. And right now it's fertile, man. It's rolling. And I'm like, oh my God, we're gonna miss this and be employees. We're gonna be employees. Basically, we'll be working in those industries. But for
we
whatever reason, because of how the system is structured, we're not allowed, is the only way I can come to conclusions, right? We're not allowed to be captains of industries. We can be a governor maybe once in a while, or a president, or we can be the CEO, or we can be put on the board. They can do all of the stuff that they do to make things, to put good window dressing on it. But it's interesting that we have access to the internet. We have access to very smart people. We have very high IQ children. And for some reason, people who are much, much smarter than me cannot figure out a way to harness that
well,
energy.
I got
Like,
a question for you,
for
Paradox.
example, we
Is
I'll go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
is it black people are going to be left out of it, or is it black men are going to be left out of it?
I mean, are there black people who are captains of industries that you know about?
I'm talking about as far as um,
Yeah, I
like
mean, I want to. If you find me somebody who has a company right now in the industry that has 100,000 black people employed, I need to. Or do they? I mean, who's doing that?
no, I'm talking about when you
Regardless of
talking.
gender.
No, I'm talking about when you start talking about like being involved and being a part of different,
Now the thing, well, if you talk about from a gender perspective, I mean, women don't build. So I
Well,
don't. That's not going to happen anyway. It's not a
wait,
part of
you
their
wait,
their
you
nature
don't
really.
you don't think they're going to be like, because if you look at if you look at women in general, like professional
Women
degrees.
in general don't build
No,
on this whole planet. It
no,
don't
no.
exist.
I'm talking about like if you look at like who's going to school, professional degrees,
Yeah, to
all
go
of
get
that,
jobs. Yeah,
uh,
to get
uh,
jobs. I'm not talking about jobs though.
or even companies.
I'm talking about
Like,
dominating industries. You have all black men mostly for years in the music industry, and we don't control it.
no, that is correct. But I'm saying you don't think in the next, say, 40, 50 years at the rate things are going
Okay.
with women in general and really with black women, when you look at, you know, whether it be, women in the, women in STEM or going to the law, you don't think there's
When
going to
you
be
find when
any.
you find me a woman in STEM
Mhm.
that builds a multi-billion-dollar corporation, then I will be ready to listen. But until that day happens, I don't know what to say.
Okay.
I need to see a woman anywhere on this planet, regardless of
Mhm.
their race, and I want
They
them
have to
to
build it
build a
from the ground up.
company from the ground up.
Okay. No.
Build me some rocket ships, right?
Okay.
Build me some new innovative battery technology. And there's women out there who are very smart who can do it. I'm
Oh,
sure they exist somewhere. It may
I
be an
think it.
Indian woman that built a company, China. I don't know,
No, I
but
think it's definitely coming, and I think also if you look at some
I
of.
don't think it's in their nature as a species to build things. That's all I'm saying. So you may can probably train them to do it at some point, but that's theoretical at this point. I think that men have a knack for that type of stuff. We just got to be set up for it.
I think you're going to be surprised in the next 30 years, because I mean, part of it has been too, like when you look at like Hidden Figures or something like that, like part of it has just been some of these women have been involved and they
And they
haven't
were
got
in, and they were in, but they were employees though.
their rightful due. Oh no, I get their
You still talking
employees,
about
but
employees though? I'm talking
no,
about people who build industries.
no, I get that. I'm saying you got to look at the fact of like, if you're a woman in this country, you couldn't even have a credit card without a man's name on it in the 70s. So, or when you start talking about getting access to capital, it's, they do women as a whole, but this is because white women are involved in
Is
this
there any
development.
is there any women who have developed a so I feel like there's some women who have some small companies, some small software companies, but not it's not dominant though. So I
I mean,
know there's women are in industries and they do have businesses, obviously, but I'm waiting to see that one that pops up and says, I'm the one, I'm her, and I done created this new software program. Everybody's going to use it. I'm going to take over the system, like Apple did, as an example of what I mean.
yeah.
Like I want to see something like that, and then I'm like, oh, okay, cool. It's that we got one. It's gonna be rare.
Does she have to be like? Does she have to be like the founder of the company, or does she?
Yeah, I want her to invent something from scratch.
Well, no, I'm saying
a piece of technology. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying you got the nuance in it, because you can have someone who's the founder of a company who didn't invent. Steve Jobs did not invent the technology, even though he was the founder of Apple. Wozniak,
Wozniak did it, or whatever his name.
Wozniak. Yeah. So that's where I'm just asking the nuance of, is it just, hey, she has to be the founder of the company?
She can be Steve Jobs, but she needs to have a female counterpart that's doing the design. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
I'm talking about women. Is my point.
Okay. No,
but because women have a lot of businesses in this country and in other parts of the world, which is great, and they do a lot of great things, of course.
Yeah,
I'm not taking that from them. I just want to see that. I'd be interested to see could you cultivate that and make them more of a builder mindset. I'm not saying you can't. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I like I said, I think you can.
Because I think in a capitalist society like this, if you had an absolute super genius woman or women that came together and built a company, I don't know why I wouldn't be here right now, honestly. What's stopping them? They've had 50 years of freedom, right?
I would say this.
They have access to all the universities, right? They have all the funding in the world, right?
No.
A lot of women billionaires. I mean, Steve Jobs. What's my guy's name who does Amazon? His wife has half his money.
Bezos, yeah.
She can go out there and invest in some white women to come up with a brand new idea from scratch and blow up, right?
The only thing I'd say about that is you could say the same. The reason I push back is you could say the same thing about black folks. Like the same
black folks have that much money.
No, I'm saying
an individual, $100 billion, $200 billion. They just sitting on. Liquid.
No, I'm saying the things you're pointing to. I'm saying I would hear the same arguments from people who would say, "Oh, well, black people have their own universities. They have HBCUs. Black people."
Yeah, I say that too.
Black people, there's nothing from them stopping companies.
But it's not even about us having HBCUs. Black people, 2 million black people go to PWIs, and 200,000 plus go to HBCUs. That's where we are today, right?
Yeah.
So we got over 2 million people in colleges right now. I don't know what that means outside of getting jobs and maybe starting small businesses. And that's pretty much it.
I'm talking about, like, if you're making the argument of, well, I don't see any black captains of industry, and you would go and say, why, I would say.
I mean, I know why it's happening because of how the system is structured. I get that part of it, right?
No, I agree. You may disagree with my view, but I think I think sexism still plays a major part in our society as well. I'm not saying that's all the reason, but I would say that money and technology will override that. If there's a woman that's a genius that creates this new technology, what are you talking about? I disagree.
In 2023, if a woman invents fusion, and we're running on a new source of energy, she's going to be richer than she's going to be a trillionaire.
No.
What would stop that?
No, I disagree. I disagree in the sense of I don't believe that
But women aren't inventors like that on that scale.
No, I'm not even saying that. I'm saying
at least yet anyway.
I'm saying your model kind of assumes that capitalism is an efficient system. I'm saying capitalism has historically not absorbed marginalized groups, and that plays into it as well. Even for the women piece, for the black people piece, for kind of all those things. I think.
So you don't think capitalism in America lifted black folks out of poverty?
Oh, hell no.
So we're all poor?
No, we're not all poor. The system was forced to do it out of necessity. Like
black people don't practice capitalism.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying we don't participate in capitalism. We're not getting access.
No, we participate, but we are not getting access. No, not.
We don't benefit. Well, yeah, not on scale, of course.
Not even close to. Like, I mean, you have.
But I could make the argument for white folks that aren't getting it on scale either, though. It's just how the capitalist system is structured in this country. It produces a lot of poverty across the board.
Oh no, the one thing I would say that is the white folks that you would be pointing to, they would be co-conspirators, and women are co-conspirators too, because white women support these progressive policies a lot.
Yeah,
So
but the bigger issue should be trying to figure out how to get, like you're saying, how to get access and how to build businesses, right?
yeah,
And try to get them as big as possible and take advantages of new marketplaces. That's what I'm talking about.
yeah, I'm saying I don't think capitalism is about doing that. I like that
Then what are
assumes.
we what are we doing with a multi-trillion dollar global economy? There, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh no, I think capitalism is very much about keeping white male
We
hegemony.
built we built a whole
No, I think
massive nation. I
no,
mean,
I think
what are you talking
no.
about?
I'm saying capitalism, in my opinion, is
Yeah,
the way from
yeah, but you're
from
going academic. You're going academic on me. I got you.
from
I
no no
got you,
no
bro.
from looking at it. I think it is there, and I think its purpose is to maintain white male hegemony.
That's
Hegemony.
fine. I got
Like
you.
I,
No,
I,
I
I
got you.
don't like
I'm not arguing with you on that point. I
because
got you.
because like the thing I'd say is that people would say traditionally, oh, capitalism is about making money. And I would say, no, there are all sorts of behaviors that go on within organizations that would make sense financially, but would undermine white male authority and white male power that thus as a result do not happen. And thus that's why I say like I don't see the system as
But
necessarily.
would you say at one moment in time in America that everything was ran by white men?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you say that's still today the case? That nobody that's a white male runs anything?
I wouldn't say that, no. But
So
that's been
they've had to concede some power, right?
oh yeah, they've had to concede. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, they've had to concede, but I still think part of the reason you see the disparities is because this system is meant to keep them in power. Like as much as they want to sell it as like, oh, this is about making money and the free market
Yeah.
and all that. I'm saying
So
no.
when you make that statement, what are you really trying to say? Because I have a totally different position. Like, I don't think that's important, really.
Oh, okay. No, all I'm trying to say is, wait, are you talking about just in general?
No, you're making. I was trying to figure out where are you trying to lead me to, because we live in a system. It's a game that we have to play,
Yep.
and you have to adapt to the environment you're living in. But
Yep.
it sounds like you're making a case that you're a victim and nothing you can do about it, and just complain about it.
Oh no. I'm you're trying. Okay, you try to play that card. No. I'm not
No,
saying
no, 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 no. I'm not playing the card. I'm just trying to figure out where were you leading me, because
no.
if
I'm
you
saying
live in
this.
a system, because
Yeah.
we could easily this could have easily been a kingdom, right? We could have easily been under a monarch. We could have been a theocracy. We could have been dictators. She could have been a lot of different things, but we're in what we're in. So how do we operate in a system that's racist, anti-black man, on and on and on, right? I get all of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Where
Oh,
it's an
I'm saying you got.
anti-woman country. Is this is okay, cool, fine, whatever, right? At the end, but how do we get to getting things done? Forget the. I
Oh,
get what you're saying, right?
complex is in the back.
In the academic perspective, I'm just saying is that if we're learning the game and we're trying to figure out how to operate in it, would you want to put more of your energy into that or into what you're talking about?
No, complex in the back.
Or am I missing something?
No. No. What I'm saying is the system is set up, and I don't think you can. I don't. There is going to have to be massive changes, in my opinion, for Black people,
Yeah, I agree.
for non-white people to get anything that even looks close to parity.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't. This is gonna sound crazy, but in the sense of, I'm not saying there's nothing you can't do. What I am saying is,
You remind me of my guy from CNBC who quit years ago.
who?
I can't think of his name. He was gonna die working there. He was so pissed off at how corrupt the country is. Oh
Rick
man,
Santelli?
Dylan Radigan.
I don't know who that is. I have to look him up.
Yeah, he has a really good book that he came with some years ago. But
No.
man,
I'm just.
when he started breaking down, because like you said, I know you're going from a race and gender perspective, but America as a whole, the bigger conversation really would be the level of corruption that's in the country. And everybody's being kind of iced out on some level. Everybody is dealing with these oligarch
I,
companies that have bought up everything and kind of control all the
oh,
industries and don't let anybody in but their own people at that level up there. That to me is a bigger issue. And it's going to be even worse if you're not white, obviously.
no. I agree. You hear what I said? Complex design was in the back.
Oh, my bad.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I just want to make sure you knew he put something in the chat. No, The only thing I was gonna say with that was, I hear what you're saying. I basically believe we're in late stage capitalism. Like,
okay.
Like basically, like this system is in my opinion is basically eating itself. It's kind of doing what Mark said it was going to do.
Yeah.
And that and truth be told, when I think of things like we were talking about, like no labels, or like, I think that is the establishment basically trying to basically say, hey, if some people are starting to wake up to it, if they start putting the changes in place, it will create a problem that we, if someone, because Bernie Sanders' ideas have become mainstream, they're not completely outside views right now. I'm saying that basically, hey, though, that basically the establishment is looking and saying, hey, how can I recreate the system to give the illusion just enough for people to buy into it that that they won't try to overthrow it.
Yeah,
but that's where I think we are, because to your point, it is happening to all people. The only thing I'd say is the people who are white, they just thought they would be in that number. They thought, hey, if we side with this system, we will be on the winning team. And now they're saying, wait, I'm on the losing team as well, and I have a problem with that.
The moment robots showed up and outsourcing showed up, they were cooked at that moment. And like you said, and they've been being manipulated since those moments happened. Actually, it's kind of interesting.
I don't even think the robot. I think when they started to like throw teachers under the bus, like when you started to see like this pushback against public education, I think that was the moment they were cooked. Because all of that,
I thought it was you was in a factory building a car, and then a robot showed up to put that same door on that it took 3 people to put the door. You know what I mean? Like, we doing that now? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do with ourselves? What are we gonna do next?
No, that's part of it. But I still think that, hey, if you had because here's the thing, we talk about how bad.
And I would say, then you wake up one day and somebody says, "We are a service-based country now. We're no longer manufacturing." Well, who asked you to do that? I'm kidding.
But here's the thing, like if you have the educational system, you can make that pivot. Like, you can pivot to high tech manufacturing. You can see beyond the manipulation.
You left out a lot. You left out millions of white people, bro. You left out millions and millions of white people, bro.
No, I agree. I'm saying the fact that they basically, if you go back to the 60s, basically like public education was something people valued prior to civil rights. My argument is that, hey, ever since then, whites in general have been very much against the public good if it's multiracial. And I think that was the downfall.
Let me ask you this: if this was a 100% white nation, right? Do you think they would still have the same exact problems?
No, not at all.
What would be different?
I don't think you'd see nearly the extremes of wealth, because I don't think you would.
Really?
I think
there's always been a poor white class.
I think you would see more. I think it would be closer to what you see like somewhere in Europe. Like, there would be much more. I think there would be much more regulations on the system. Like that would. I'm not saying there wouldn't be inequality, but I don't think it would be the extreme we have now. I think
So you think America without non-white people would have gave itself up to Europe and become more European, not this wild Western, free capitalist society or whatever you want to call it?
Yeah. Because I mean,
you think they would have bent that hard and went all the way social?
I don't know if they would have been all the way social, because the
and lose all their American freedom that they love so much. Supposedly,
I don't know if they would have done that, but I think the way race has been such a wedge issue for keeping like just bad policy in place, like that if you take that tool.
So you don't think the race issue is actually what's keeping the system actually together? If there's no non-whites in America, does America even exist?
America existed before they came here. The continent, it was here. There's record of that.
No, but Paradox, I think what you're saying, I'm saying the race is keeping the system together. I'm saying race.
Okay, we're on the same page, because I'm thinking that if we're not here, I think there'll probably be in civil wars and stuff in this country.
Really?
I think they have all kind of problems. Honestly, they'd be fighting probably a lot more. Maybe I
Really?
don't know. Maybe
That's an interesting angle. I mean, you wouldn't
I think
have
we're all.
you wouldn't have whiteness. You wouldn't have whiteness.
I think white folks in society. I think they're fine. Honestly, I think because they use us. They use us to control and manage their population. Without us, what do they do at that point?
Well, I think whiteness doesn't exist, and it becomes an issue. Can the ethnic groups get along, or do you have?
That's what I'm talking about.
Do you have the white
right there
getting along?
Right.
Or does it? Or can they be a Switzerland?
Because now you ask your question is, well, because then you start talking about your ethnicity, not just being an American. Now I'm an Irish American. I'm a German American. I'm better than you. You're better than me.
But see, you have examples of coexistence,
especially when black people in this country think that when they see a white person that they're just white. It works beautifully, by the way.
Well, I'm saying
so a white boy can show up from South Africa, and do what he do, right?
Yeah, I'm saying, but look at
Switzerland. Or from Argentina and do what he do, and I'm like, well, has anyone asked these motherfuckers where they from?
But look at Switzerland, for example. You've got Italians, German, and French all in one country. Granted, it has an element of neutrality, but they coexist.
They have a very, very, very long history.
Yeah, that's true.
I think some of those nations are older nations. I think are more settled. I don't know if I can compare the two. When you've been around for 1,000 years or longer versus a couple hundred years, I'm not sure if it's the same. I don't know.
Well, to your point, it has taken a while for Europe to get to that point where we almost have a pan-European,
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of killing to get there. A lot of killing.
No, okay, we'll be part of the EU. We'll use the current common currency.
Yeah.
We'll have freedom of movement amongst borders and things like that. Like, it took a while to get there, but
could you imagine the kings of the past doing that?
Like I say, it depends. It depends. Do you think that there are other non-white populations in the world that make you kind of feel like, hey, I don't like these people, but it's better than me working with my cousins than it is working with these outsiders?
That's a good point.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh yeah, you're coming in crystal clear.
Oh, okay. Well, there was a point actually I came up with regards to tech questions that was being asked about, like, how is it that how can Black folks enter the tech industry? I guess from a startup aspect. I think that was what was being asked, because I guess there was a question about investment capital or something to that effect. I was trying to kind of recap that point. It was kind of lost a few minutes ago.
Oh yeah, you can go ahead. We're going to talk about it.
No, I'm trying. Can you guys refresh my memory on that point you guys were speaking on with regards to that? That's why I came up.
What are we talking about, Renaissance? You still there, Renaissance man?
Yeah, he's muted. Oh, okay.
Did he drop off?
Yeah.
No, we were just talking about.
He's just muted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were just talking about being iced out of those industries at the highest levels.
Which are we talking
so
about?
you look at the app industry, the computer chip industry, the .com industry, cell phone industry,
when you say app
networks.
Industry, like when you say app, what kind of apps?
Just developing apps, building an app company, having just running, just being controlling or having a large share of some of the industries that didn't exist before, and as they became as everyone became, initially were all obviously startups, became multi-billion-dollar industries.
Yeah, well, apps are largely agnostic in the sense that you can have one app and it goes across different platforms or devices, right? Android, iOS, or whatever. I forgot what the other one was. So they're pretty much, they can kind of run across all types, and then there's different apps for different things, right? You could put apps on a phone that's purely for only like work or commercial use. There's general use apps. There's game apps. There's all type of apps, right? You see, so then you would have to kind of dig further into, well, what sector in the app development industry is hot, right? Is it like IoT based apps? Is it imaging based apps? Is it you know what I mean? So it really kind of, you have to kind of ask these sort of questions from a business development standpoint. These are more kind of biz dev things that enable you, if you ask the right questions, it enables you to hone down into a market that's largely untapped so that you can create a niche. And that's really what you're talking about. You're talking about, well, what niche do we have? I think
Well,
that's
yeah, like so for example, right now, we're getting ready to run into a battery boom, right? In the battery industry.
You said a boom?
Yeah, it's
In what
coming.
way?
What do you mean in
In what way? You said there's going to be a battery boom. In what way?
Most of the road is getting ready to go to batteries.
You say most of the, because it kind of broke out. You say that again?
Most of the industrial road is going to batteries. It's going to be a multi-trillion-dollar industry. So be it setting up power stations for people to plug their cars in, setting up power stations to run cities, the 5-10 billion cars on the road, and on and on and on and on for every house, apartment complex, etc. globally.
Okay. Well, that's
so we're in a process of a moment in time, the same way we were before the PC first came out, where we were when the .com industry came out, where we were when the iPhone and the apps came out, when the streaming services start, when telecommunications blew up, when the satellite industry blew up. I mean, it's endless amounts. But right at this exact moment, one major thing in the world that is going to be right in your face is going to be the battery boom over the next 20 plus years or whatever, and figuring out a way. And I'm looking hindsight, obviously, right? Where if we are a group of people and we're talking about certain things, it's interesting that we're probably going to be iced out of this industry as well, unfortunately.
Well, when you say iced out, though,
Renaissance, can I reply to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You're only going to be iced out of an industry if you don't get into it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So if you say we are going to get iced out, who? The people that don't really see opportunity in it. I mean, that's typically what happens, right? Doesn't fortune favor the bold, as they say? People who see vision in things.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, speaking my language.
Right. Well, I mean, you're talking to somebody who's actually in the EV sector. That's why I was like, when you say battery boom, I'm like, well, I don't know, right? Because see, right now you got companies like Hyundai, who, like, if you so much as their new iconic EV, if you dent it,
I love that. I love that car.
Yeah, but if you so much as hit it and it dents the bumper, so basically what happens is that it damages the battery casing because the batteries are part of the chassis, and it's $60,000 to fix a dent. And so what we're looking at here is we're looking at a lot of unintended issues coming up with a type of technology that was rolled out via mandate without it really being properly vetted. Now, had GM kept the EV1 in service back from 2000 onward, see, you would have sussed out these issues from a development standpoint. But see, that's what the United States didn't do. See, so now what they do is they try to go and mandate all this type of shit for EVs and all that. And what I'm telling you as an industry insider, I'm like, you should pump the brakes on that. Because see, Ford and GM can't sell a goddamn EV. And now everybody's returning their Hyundai shit because if somebody so much as taps their bumper, the car is scrapped. Right? You see, so I don't know who's going to be so quick to throw a whole bunch of money at big ass battery packs for EVs if nobody wants them. Go look at what Ford and GM are doing right now to halt building and development on their EVs because this isn't sorted out. However, you want to know what industry is sorted out? PEVs, personal electric vehicles, e-scooters and e-bikes, the thing that I'm in. Now we can talk about that. I got a whole stock of batteries right here. That's why I'm like, battery boom. Let me tell you something. there's Chinese manufacturers that can't wait to dump those cells. They're in excess.
What-
And you have other you have other battery chemistries that they're trying to bring online right now. So you have competing types of battery chemistries and stuff like that. You have companies trying to secure cobalt and cobalt and uranium resources in the Congo, Ghana, Kenya, all those areas and stuff like that because they're rich in it and it's cheap. They can mine it for pennies, right? Because they're going to pay kids to do it. But I'm saying the Chinese already have a lock on all this stuff, and with slumping EV sales, I'm like, well, battery boom where? Tesla ain't selling power walls like you think.
Well, I guess too. My question, Paradox, would be like when you say us in the industry, because I guess you have to look at like what percentage? Because I mean, you could argue that no group, technically, if you really want to look at it, like. Yeah, you could say white people benefited from the tech boom, but it's like it's a certain demographic of white people did. The vast majority did not. When you look at even like computers, for example, you had individuals like I don't know if you know what Dr. Mark Dean is, but he has like I think 5 of the original or like 3 of the original 7 patents on the personal computer. So like we're there. It's just a matter of like, are you talking about critical mass? Like, hey, I want to see black people in this industry like I see black people in the federal government, or like I guess to what scale are you thinking? Because part of that too is it's just like if you're talking about being on like founding a company or something like that, you're talking about people having to get into deep tech, probably needing a PhD in like a deep technology, a chemistry, an electrical engineering to be into some of this stuff.
Were you talking about developing batteries? Renaissance?
No, I was asking Paradox like what he thought was the scale of it. You still there, Paradox?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, no, I was asking.
I'm just listening.
No, I was asking you what scale did you want to see black people in it? Like, because I was like, there were founders like even in the .com era. Like, are you just wanting to see them in mass, like in the federal government, like that level, or like what would be your idea of black people being like, capitalizing on the opportunity? What would that look like?
Captains of industries. The driving force, development, ingenuity, engineering.
So it'd have to look like hip hop, basically.
Not necessarily. No.
We don't control hip hop.
Well, okay, so we've
we're employees of hip hop.
So if you do that with,
or they are, not me.
If you do that with hip hop and with sports, then you're talking about seeing us in a capacity that we've never existed in this country.
We didn't miss it. They basically just took it from us. But yeah, so that's a good example, right? So you take music, right? Or you take basketball or baseball. And at this point, it's too late. They built the system. They're making lots of money from it. We make a lot of money from it, but they're in control of it, right? So we don't even have a share of it. This is another example of what I'm talking about as far as when you're in a moment in time like we are now with the battery boom that's in the process of taking place. You want to start having your people, black people, your engineers, your scientists, your entrepreneurs developing things to be in this industry right before it gets rolling. That's all I'm saying.
So, no, I'm saying I don't think what you're asking for in that scale. I go back to capitalism.
That's a fair point. I'm not arguing that.
I don't think that's happening in America.
But the reason why I'm making up
that's where I kind of push back, because to what Paradox is saying, that's essentially kind of speaking to our involvement in micromobility, which is a new sector that's largely untapped. And like when we kind of went down like the app development road a few minutes ago, I said it's all about nailing down that niche market, and he said exactly. So actually, he and I are on the same page with that one.
I don't believe, to your point, Paradox, I don't believe captains of industry are allowed in American capitalism. Black captains of industry are not allowed in American capitalism.
But Renaissance.
It's interesting take.
What we got to do is we have to kind of like See, now when you say captains of industry and all that, see, we kind of get like these thoughts of like robber baron type dudes,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's the old model.
Okay.
That's the old image, the old model, the old everything. We're talking about new.
Yep.
Right. So if we're talking about new, then that's somebody who's globalist. Because first of all, what you're doing is you're sourcing and you're dealing things primarily internationally. When you talked about the battery boom, what was the first thing I said? China. I'll carry them up right now. I'll show you a whole stock of batteries I have from there. It ain't even been used yet.
No, I'm locked in on the EV movement. I'm all in.
Yeah. So I'm saying, but this is something that it's
And
not necessarily.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say it's not a homegrown thing. I had sent Mike V. He and I were going back and forth last night and today about how you have the Chinese now building out factories in Mexico.
Yep.
Right, they're building out EV factories in Mexico. So
yep.
I'm not. This is a thing. But to speak to the point of where
you want to be a player,
right? But see the thing
because
is,
20 years from now. 20 years from now, some civil rights activist is going to come out and say, well, why weren't black people a part of that? And you need to give us a piece of that.
No. Here's the thing, right? Like
the same way Jesse Jackson did in 2007 when he went on this major trip, this sabbatical, not sabbatical, what do you call it? He went on this big thing and just went over to the tech companies. I said, you went to Silicon Valley in 2008? You're about 25, 30 years late, buddy. Talking about something it's only 1% of black people that work here. Are you stupid or something?
He's shaking them down for money. He's shaking them down for money. Like what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know what they're doing, but my point is
about emerging markets. I'm talking about emerging markets.
I got you.
So I want to speak. So let's do that then. Let's speak to the very things that can be tapped into right now. Mike V and I have covered this on multiple occasions. The face of the PEV market largely is black men. I don't know if y'all knew this.
Wait, you're talking about the personal electric vehicle. Okay.
Yes, PEV, personal electric vehicle. Okay, it's a lot of guys like us that are the face of this. It's how even like literally in this space, the brain trust space, how we've been involved in it from the IoT, commercial, industrial side, all the way on down to the consumer side, from top to bottom, right? And it's us who's like the face of this. It's us who's the drivers of this. You got Paul Francis, the brother over at Kidget. I heard Paradox, I think he brought up charging infrastructure, correct? That brother, he has a shop. He's right down the road from me, about an hour and 20 minutes from me. He's got a whole shop in Rancho Cucamonga. He was one of the early Tesla engineers. You got the brother over at Spark Charge, right? The mobile EV charging service. I think his company's worth something like 250, 300 million. The valuation's up there. He didn't got some investment capital. You see, so I'm over here looking at it from the standpoint of like when I look at the sectors of the EV market, battery sector, all this type of stuff, there's a lot of black men I see the face of. I'm gonna just keep it real with
y'all. Thoughts, Paradox?
Yeah, I hear him.
I think from your standpoint, it's like I know where you're coming from. I'm not trying to mock or anything. You're 100% right in the sense of you're thinking the way I think of. Hey,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what I believe. You're just looking at the data, the numbers.
No. I'm saying I'm on the same page with you in the sense of hey, sitting here thinking if you want to be forward thinking of hey, what am I not doing today that 20 years from now, or what am I not putting my money or not participating in that is going to blow up 20 years from now that, to your point, some civil rights activist is going to come along and talk about racism and how we are being cut out and we missed the boat again.
Yeah, I want the Democratic Party to put its full breath behind a black entrepreneur and make him Elon Musk.
Wait, why does Democrats have to do it though? why can't Republicans do it, Paradox?
Come on, man.
Well, why doesn't all
of the hurdles and things that we got to get through to even do anything.
Republicans got behind.
So leverage what you can leverage, right?
Republicans got behind J.C. Watts. He was going somewhere B and C.
What is the end goal? What is the end goal of this black tech entrepreneur that Democrats have to get millions of dollars beyond? What are they doing?
I was just making a silly point.
I'm saying as somebody who's in it, I mean, if you're gonna say that, I'm gonna ask the question, right?
Because I know that
he's trying to he's basically trying to say, hey, you know, we give so much of our vote to the Democratic Party. If you look at Elon Musk, you know, he got this $500 million loan from the DOE. And hey, basically, if Democrats are really for the black community like they say they are, they need
how much of your money? You can tell me about votes, but how much of your money do you give to black startups? That's the question. How much money do you invest? So you can tell me about votes. I don't really give a shit. How much money are you investing?
No, that's what he's saying. He's saying,
I know. My question is, how much money are black people investing in black startups? That's what I want to know. See, because here's the thing: if you want to solicit investment, you want to solicit capital and stuff like that, the weakest position you could do that from is from a position where you didn't put your own money where your mouth is. See, what you first got to do is get your bread up and invest in your own ideas. You have to have the proof of concept. Proof of concepts get you a long way. Trust me on this. What we always do is we function from a position where it's just like, well, we're not getting this. We're not getting this. We're not getting that. But then at the same token, you're not actively involved in anything either. Do you see the conundrum there?
I would say this. The thing is that if we have very smart people who are entrepreneurs who attempt to make certain moves, and from a race perspective, the system is going to kind of suppress that. I think we mostly agree on that part, right? So you don't agree. Renaissance, do you agree with that or not?
Not at all.
It depends on what scale. Like if you're talking about
meaning that if you got a telecom company, right?
Yeah.
And you want to take it nationally, you got to work with all the local city and state governments around America. And if you're a black person, you may run into some racial problems because you're doing something on a grand scale.
Oh yes, absolutely.
So you need to leverage federal power to get things approved and through systems.
So wait a minute.
Right?
Wait a minute. Let me ask you this.
So I wonder, could you leverage this?
You have this company. So I'm going to ask you the question then. So you have this company, and what you're doing is you're trying to access federal grant monies, federal money that's available on the table. Yeah.
No, I'm trying to access federal power to get things moving.
But money doesn't money equal that in some capacity or form? Well, I mean, sans money, what does power look like?
I don't know in this country from a race perspective. I don't know how much white folks care about money if it's going to affect their power.
What I'm asking you is as a
I don't know if the black dollar can override white power.
No, I'm asking as a company
without getting them to buy in.
No, as a company owner, because you said something to the effect of you have some sort of what kind of company was it? And then
if you're trying to roll out
you have a telecom company. Let's suss this out. You have a telecom company. What kind of company is it?
You're gonna lay fiber.
You're gonna lay fiber. Okay, so you're a contractor. You're contracted to lay fiber. Who are you laying fiber for? Who are you laying fiber for?
I'm building out a network.
Okay.
To provide internet service to the whole country.
Okay, and so you want to lay your own fiber?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have competing interests that want to shut me down, obviously, because that's how it works, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I need protection.
There's a contract for this. So
he's saying there's no contract. He's saying I just want to lay out my own network, like that says, hey, once I get the network, I can charge people whatever for broadband internet, cable, whatever.
For internet service.
Okay,
yeah, sure.
So here's the thing though. So there's a
I might contract the work out. I may go find people to do stuff for me, but it's my company. I have the workers. I have everything. Everything comes through me.
There's a regulatory body called the FCC, right? Mm-hmm. That manages that type of thing. The first thing one would have to consider is is there even a requirement or a permit available to lay fiber? That's the first thing. I'm like, well, laying fiber, who are you laying it for? Because typically a lot of these telecoms have telecommunications jurisdictions on various levels.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So this becomes an FCC thing.
I know what you're
first and
saying.
foremost.
I know.
Right.
I know.
And I would also say that the economic viability in doing such a thing would be based on the fact that you already had a customer base ready to utilize it, meaning that I'm assuming that there's some sort of contract that you already have on the table for a ton of money, and that what they would do is provide you with, say, like 10 to 15% of it for, say, permit acquisitions and all that kind of stuff to get the process going. See, it's all about the money.
Well, right now,
got the money on the table. You know, just keeping it real. If you got the money, you can do it.
Interesting.
None of these other companies that you know, white owned or whatever, right? They don't do it for free. They got to pay money.
No, I
have to pay.
No,
they
I
have
know
to pay money like everybody else.
No,
Do you think it's odd that the first high-rise building being built in New York City by a black person is happening right now?
Do I think it's odd?
Who's building
Yeah.
it? Don Pleebles or someone?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's odd because I don't think it's the first.
Okay.
Well, I don't think it's the first. That's why I don't think it's odd. I mean, maybe in the area where it's at, yeah. But it's not as if it hasn't been done before.
Okay.
No, but Paradox, what you said, that's what I was trying to make the point on earlier. When you said white people don't care about money if it will lessen their power, that was what I was making arguing you more about capitalism and the system in general.
I didn't disagree, but I'm just saying you got to play the game that's here. The rest of it is theoretical and academic stuff. You got to play the game that's here. And I was just saying, should you focus more on that, or should you focus on, what it shoulda, coulda? That's all.
Oh no, I don't think it's woulda, shoulda, coulda. I think it's a matter of like if you decide to play the game the best you can. I think that almost says, okay, I'm not going to try to change the rules of the game.
Can I ask a question?
That's fair.
I
get you on that. That's fair.
What is meant by play the game?
He means basically I'll let you answer, Paradox.
No, we live in this system. You have to follow certain rules and processes and procedures to try to get something done. Be it go to college or get up, borrow some money, fill out a federal application, whatever it is. You have to play within the system that's here. So you understand race, you understand class, you understand roadblocks, paperwork, red tape, what you can, what you can't do, what you're not allowed to do, and then trying to navigate those treacherous waters, as they say.
There's nothing really treacherous about them. I mean, really, what I'm trying to understand here is there an apprehension that we should naturally have or something?
Oh, well, I think the disconnect is me and Paradox are basically saying that, hey, that
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to be combative. Like, I'm seriously trying to understand the position. That's all.
No. I get what you're saying. I'm thinking maybe what part of it is too complex is like what me and Paradox are discussing is basically race and how that plays into the system and operates and can be a hindrance, is a hindrance, those things. I'm assuming you're coming from a perspective of you don't see race as that thing.
Well, no, I do see it as that thing. However, I also see critical mass as a thing also. So the two go hand in hand, right? It's one thing if you just have a few pioneering brothers, right? But basically they're just talking to a bunch of people who are indifferent to anything, versus if you are some pioneering brothers and then you have an audience of early adopters who look just like you, who then put money into your product, investment into your business, stuff like that. The effects are going to be different based on the two scenarios.
Does anybody know how they were able to convert America into a consumer-based country?
When did that happen?
You got rid of manufacturing. You got rid of manufacturing. You offshored it. You created a consumer class. You don't make shit anymore. They don't have auto shop, shit like that in schools anymore.
Wait, when you say you still when you wait. I'm making sure Paradox. Is that what you're getting at? Because when you say a consumer class,
No, he just asked the question.
That's what we're on the same page with it.
Okay, no, because
I'm always curious about how this country went from, entrepreneurs, business owners, and then somehow they was able to just convert it. One minute you didn't have debt as a country, the next minute everybody has credit. It's just interesting how the bigger system can just implement these different processes. That's all I'm saying. It's interesting.
Oh no, when you say consumer class, I thought you meant like a consumer economy. Like, hey, like our system functions off the fact that we buy a bunch of stuff. Like if people,
we're consumption.
Our economy's done.
He was talking about how did we shift.
And we have these
got rid of our manufacturing base.
It's just interesting that we have, the people who really run the society, how they can see certain things and then they can make these massive shifts, in the civilization. It's always just interesting.
Well, think about it like this: if what you can do is if in like let's just say one generation, and I would really give that the millennials, because see, as a Gen Xer, I was the whoever else is a Gen Xer up here. We were the last of the group that had like wood shop, metal shop, auto shop. We had trade classes in high school.
That's coming back in some states.
Okay, now we're seeing why. We're seeing why. Because see, now if you're in the midst of a trade war, okay, and you're going back and forth with the Chinese, and ironically enough, you rely on the Chinese to produce a good majority of your shit. There's a lot of nefarious ways they can fuck with your economies, right? Sending you a bunch of bogus product over, right? That you know what I mean? Getting your people to continuously pay money for cheap Chinese shit, right?
Greedy Americans.
Well, I mean that's kind of that's a whole other conversation, right? About how
it's just how you're framing it. We use China as our labor force to give us cheap products for the bigger corporations that are American to make a lot of money.
But it's biting us in the ass now. And see, this is kind of where we're here.
We have a highly adaptive system though, so we're adjusting to it already. So
they've
been there for probably 15 years, really.
No, we're adjusting by what Renaissance Man just said. They're starting to bring the trades back into the high schools to teach the young working populace on the things that they really need to learn about, because over the last 20 some odd years, they've been learning a bunch of like shit that's done nothing but turn their brains into mush and has not given them any actual goddamn skills out here. You do they? I do. Me and my buddies do. Back when we were 17, 18, we could tear down a Honda motor.
Yeah,
okay, we could tear down a motor out of a Honda and put the motherfucker back together. Pardon my language, right? And get the car running again. Get one of these 17, 18-year-olds to do that shit today. It's not happening. They don't have the knowledge. Right now, the automotive industry is looking at a shortage of mechanics. Why? Because who's going to be the majority of the candidates working right now? They're going to be Gen X, Millennial, Gen Z.
Immigrants. Immigrants and more immigrants.
Okay, well, they have to do the certifications. All you got to be ASE certified and all that. You got to have that shit. What I'm saying is that the people that are already here that should be doing it haven't been educated or matriculated into any skill sets that would align them with these career paths.
Which benefits corporations, actually, yeah.
It doesn't benefit corporations. They're hurting.
I don't know about that.
Well, you don't know about it. Why are all these dealerships and automotive service shops hard up for mechanics? They can't find any.
Yeah, there's always labor shortages, though. It's part of the system.
Well, there's poor pay, too. That's the other thing.
I'm saying there's a few factors.
Labor ebbs and flows, though. There's shortages here and there, and then they're not. So, man, it is what it is. So, man, on that level.
Go ahead and look that up, man. It's a whole
shortage of we have shortage of nurses, and then there's too many nurses. We have shortage of this. I mean, that's just part of the ebbs and flows of our system now. I don't want to make everything hyperbolic just because there's a shortage somewhere. It's fine.
Well,
we have a very sophisticated, highly adaptive system, so we'll be good.
Checking it back, I think we have some people that want to still come up. Go ahead, Complex.
Peace, DC. What's going on, bro? How you doing?
What's going on, man? What's going on, man? Dealing with the holiday. I go.
Hey, let me ask you something real quick. I don't even want to digress, but we're football guys.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not feeling the Lamar Jackson disrespect right now. I'm not feeling the Lamar.
Well, we tried to explain that a long time ago.
No.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. That was a hell of a game.
I'm not feeling it.
That was a hell of a game, man. That was a hell of a game.
I'm not feeling it. And the Niners, I grew up a Niners fan, dude. I grew up in, so
Yeah.
majority of my life, Central Cal. I'm back up kind of in that area. So I grew up kind of a
Yeah.
Niners fan. So I've always been a Niners fan, but damn,
I understand.
bruh.
You gotta take your head off to the Ravens, man. They
Well, I'm a
laid it
Lamar
down.
Jackson fan, so I'm not even, for me, like I said, you heard DC, this goes back to some conversations a few months back. But shit, all I'm saying is you see what's cracking right now. My guy.
Dude, that's why we call it. We Cowboys fans, so we already used to it. We call it the Dacklands, man. That thing is heavy, bro. They don't point that. You see how they forgive Josh Allen for everything. He can have a 94 passing yard game and 2 interceptions, and look at the play he made. Look how great he did.
Mahomes ain't looking like nothing right now. He looking like I don't know, Russ when he first got to Denver. Oh wait. You see how they just did Russ?
He don't
Yeah,
have
they
no help.
benched him.
That's what I'm
Like, I saw
saying.
that they
Yeah.
benched him.
Yeah.
No,
they
but
benched
you know why they did that though?
the money. Yeah, the money.
Oh,
Guaranteed
dirty.
money for the injury. Yeah, nobody gets that.
They dirty.
Nobody
man.
even gets
Bush
that.
League. They Bush League. They Bush League.
I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, he got Sierra. He'll be all right.
Y'all gonna start seeing, man, the access to power, man. There are grids in place to always maneuver, man. And
True.
he was one of those independents. I think that he thought he can kind of like, I don't know if he even thought that he was a black quarterback for a while until recently. I don't think he operated that way. I think he sees it now, though.
Nah, I'm gonna tell you what it was. Bro.
Okay, go ahead.
Peyton, think about it like this. Sean Payton, okay, outside of Drew Brees, who basically brought Peyton all his success.
That's true.
He had some success with Jameis. He had some success with Tameson. And I'm trying to remember who else they had at one point or another where they, he game managed, some shit while Brees was hurt. Who else did they have? I'm trying to remember.
I forget the quarterback. I know you're talking about the backed up Drew Brees back in the day.
Yeah. I can't remember his name. But Brees carried Sean Payton to success.
He did.
He's only had one stud. He's only had one, right? You see, like the tail of the tape is if a coach hasn't had a couple quarterbacks, dude, that he didn't just really been able to do some shit with. And so Peyton, he early on, bro, he kind of like took some digs at Russ. And really it wasn't Russ, it was his whole game planning and shit. Because see, Russ went 6-3 over the last 9 games. It's like, if you get the game plan right, Russ will manage it. He proved that in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like it's like for me, he actually was doing what he was brought there to do once they got their shit together. Remember, they had the first coach. He was a rookie coach. Why are you gonna bring Russ to a rookie coach? Whoever that dude was, he was one season in and out. I can't remember that dude's name. Then they brought Sean Payton in.
Is this the second year that Russ is there, or is this the first year?
No, this is second.
Yeah, there's nobody to get that kind of money, man, that he got to go there and then to basically put that clause into place that kicks in at his 3rd year. He wanted to wait till his 4th year, his free agent year. That's ludicrous. Yeah. That's insane.
Yeah, it's bogus. It's Bush. That's like insanity. A mug. So let me tell you something, man. They'll probably go and draft a QB, but they're not going to really get no quality free agents to go there after that shit. They're going to what you going to do me like you did Russ? Fuck you.
Yeah, they're not going to do it. Nobody really wants to go to Denver anyway. Not like that. Not to play for a situation like that. So they're gonna struggle because they know he's an egomaniac too. Plus with the kind of it's just a bad look, man. It's just a bad look, especially for somebody to try to fit in as much as Russ did. And he really did. He could have played it out. He could have played off the string and still did the same thing. Respect the man to cut him. You could just cut him. You don't have to even talk about. I don't think it's this kind of quarterback. First of all, Russ takes too long to get the ball out. He likes to kind of play around in the backfield a little bit, play after the snap is what I call it. So he doesn't really like to do the diagnosing pre and post read. See what he
Right.
wants. He wants the ball to go to a certain place. So when he gets to the field, when he gets off the field, he like, why didn't you not throw the ball here? Sort of like what Mike Shannon, sort of like what Kyle Shanahan does with Brock Purdy. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and that was the
you
knock
go
that he
here
got
with the
us
ball.
about.
You do not. I don't care if you throw 5 interceptions. That's why he kept throwing them interceptions.
But
'cause
wait,
he's
I was
like,
gonna say
it's
that's
gonna
why
be
he
the
threw 4
shallow over or the
interceptions.
deep over. It's the
Dude.
same place. It's the same place
Dude.
every single time.
And they kept jumping them routes every. I was
You
like,
do
oh my!
not.
Look,
You do not
you're
have.
watching
You do
this
not
shit.
have to go off of any script. He's going to throw that shallow cross
See?
or the deep over. That's
why Shanahan, like, all he could do is kind of put his head down and shake it. You can't blame him, dude. You can't blame him.
You cannot blame him for that.
You can't blame
He
him.
would be mad. He would be mad if he went off script and did something else. He'd be pissed.
Then you be all big mad, right?
He'd be cussing his ass
Come
out.
on, man. Come on,
He wasn't
DC.
mad about
Come on,
anything other than Russell
Yeah,
Wilson
man, no
went
comment
somewhere
about the
with football.
49ers, man. No
He went
comment.
somewhere else with the football that he did not want to go. So that's
No,
why
he played that game exactly how they called it, and like the on the defensive end with Baltimore, man. I don't know who's the DC over there. I forgot who that is.
his name. I decided, Paradox. What's the guy's name? Is it Wilson?
The DC over at
in Baltimore, right?
Man, like, look, dude, I swear to God, bro, he knew exactly what they was gonna do in every situation. He knew exactly what they was gonna do. Oh, okay, y'all 3rd and 7. Oh, okay, you know, you gonna line up like this? All right, I know what you're doing right here.
Yep. We're gonna
It
put Debo. We're gonna put Debo on the slide. We're gonna run Ayuk on the same side, and we're gonna run Ayuk 15 yards deep cross, and we're gonna run shallow with Debo. That's why Queen and Rohan just like anytime the Debo ran up in there. When Debo got hit like that, I'm like, yeah, don't feel good, don't it? When the rabbit got the gun, them boys don't care. They punish Bama around here.
But wait a minute. Wait. See, but wait, with a stouter defense as San Francisco is supposed to have, why was Lamar Jackson playing with them? He went video game with. He was playing with him, dude.
Oh yeah. He
was playing with him.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit. I'm like, yo, you know what? I don't want to hear shit about Tua and everybody else in the MVP talk conversation. Y'all just hating, bro. Like real shit. I'm not playing.
It's to me. This is me and Paradox talked about this a little bit offline. I think that what they're afraid of is if Lamar gets to focus on the pocket side of the game, if he gets that down, then he'll be dominant. He'll be the dominant quarterback in the league.
You know what I heard?
It won't be close.
DC, you know what I heard? I heard some other shit. I heard, and I didn't even mean to derail this shit, dog. My bad. But look, I heard that this has everything to do with the fact that if he balls out and has a stellar fucking season, now you know he negotiated his own shit.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that kind of sets the stage for other motherfuckers to just be like, you know what? Let me just go and get my own shit off. Damn these agents. So that's the reason why it's like, regardless of the stellar season this dude had, now he just completely picked apart the Niners. Like, it's always like, oh yeah, that Lamar Jackson guy, yeah. I'm like, are you serious?
The only reason why I say I don't think that's going to be a thing is because I think his mom has some kind of contracting experience. Mm-hmm. So he's not just going blind into that. It's for her to get that kind of contract from them, even when they stalled him out that long. That's impressive.
She knew what the hell she was talking about.
Yeah. So that means that either they got help in their family where they got litigators there, because those football contracts, they deep, bro. It ain't just you got to go through it. You got to go through the paperwork. It's some real work. You just can't be a novice and just be like, I'm representing myself.
Ray Allen did that.
You out. But I'm saying you got to have somebody that's in your family that's close to you that has that expertise of litigation. You got to have it, man.
Ray Allen did that. He didn't have an agent. He hired a litigation attorney.
Yeah, that could work. You can outsource it that way if you want to. You don't want to go to agent. You don't want to go to agency route because
you don't want to go to agent route.
The agencies are kind of like running collusion with the teams. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. So sometimes they're kind of playing that bad cop, good cop to kind of get you to sign a deal that they both already negotiated behind the lines, where you just thinking that they doing your best interest. Like, I'm fighting for you. I'm fighting for you. Hey, you know, you still at 50 million. See, that's the kind of shit you don't want. That's the
I'm
kind
fighting
of stuff
for you for me.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're gonna be like, I get all you guys. Like Lee Steinberg, he had all the Cowboys.
Yeah, all them
Troy,
dudes, man.
Dion, all of Emmett. I mean, goddamn, you know, him and Eugene Parker, them two. It was either Eugene Parker or Lee Steinberg. So
my bad. I ain't mean to derail it. We'll have to do a football stream sometime, man. We gotta catch up. We gotta catch up on that shit. You know what I'm saying?
We're definitely gonna do one for the playoffs,
Okay.
man. So we'll reach out to you and let you know, man. No problem.
All right, for sure.
No problem. Hey, I guess we got AB up here. AB, you wanted to share anything? We was talking about politics a little bit earlier, your boy Trump. So I know you've been going on a whole liberal killing spree. So I'm glad you up here. So I love to hear your point of view when it comes down to what we said earlier.
I'm sorry, I missed the conversation earlier. Where we
were just talking about
when you came up, we were actually kind of more or less talking about getting into how do as Black men, how do we maneuver into these various areas of new emerging technological industries?
Okay.
Right. That was the tail off when you came up. We were kind of more or less on that side of the conversation.
Yeah, I was talking more so prior to that because they went into the tech thing. But I'm glad you came up because like I've been watching your little what you call them, the shorts. Are they shorts?
Yeah, the shorts.
Yeah, so you be like vote blue no matter who, you know, all this type of stuff. So I'm kind of trying to figure out what's your whole ideology behind that, and no judgment. I just want to kind of like get your point of view on what's driving you to really go after that and kind of think that that's really something that can be I guess pivotal in the stance or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So no, nobody gonna come down hard on you here. I'll make sure of that. But I do want to hear your thought pattern on the politics as far as like what do you think is an option for Black men, and what do you think that we should do, how to move forward with the situations and the environment the way it is, the political environment that it is now. Just curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Despite the numbers that have been reported, Biden's poll numbers are clearly in the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so bad. It's even worse than I thought because apparently now he's doing worse than Carter right now when it comes to polling. Now,
okay. All right. So the original question was, what do you think Black men are supposed to get out of it?
Let me finish. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish. I haven't got to it, brother. Let me finish.
Go ahead, man.
First of all, I fully understand there's some Black men who are going to vote for the Democrat Party, and that's fine. But to the other brothers who feel disenfranchised, well, you got two or three options. You can vote independent, you can vote for Trump, or you can stay home. That's your right as an American. That's what your ancestors died for you to do.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get twisted. I know I'm hard on the Democrats, but I don't expect every brother to go switch sides and go vote for Trump. Come on, man, that's unrealistic.
Is that the other option that you are saying that's a viable option for Black men to do in your estimation? And why do you believe that? What's your reasoning for that?
The economy is clearly jacked up right now, and there's some things that need to be shaken up. So
Trump would help Black men, help the economy, and then by helping the economy, that would default and help Black men as far as the economy is concerned. Or do you know of any policies that he have actually stated that he was going to elicit once he gets in office when it comes down to especially when it comes down to the economy? Like what he's going to do different?
time I have it. He hasn't really released anything.
But can I ask AB too? Like, how are you measuring the economy? Like, are you just saying like what are you saying is bad that is the economy? Like, you looking at a rate, or are you just like talking to people? Like,
rent prices, grocery prices, gas prices. Although gas prices have come down a little bit, but I look at the comments also by how other people feel about it, and not just poor people, but middle class people and upper middle class people. And the consensus is the economy is not great right now.
Okay, so what kind of policies that Trump or even the conservative movement or even the middle of the road movement, wherever that's at, is going to actually present that's going to make the economy better? Since the economy is not good, according to you, what is going to be presented by whatever side that you are on that's going to make things better? And in what areas? Because when you talk about feelings, that's not like when they do the actual statistics on numbers, they don't talk about how people feel about the economy. Because the economy has never gotten better under a Republican administration. They take good economies and turn good economies into bad economies by the time that they left office. We could go second Bush, Trump. That's just recent history. So you can't just say about feeling about the economy, the price of food. Inflation is actually down. If gasoline prices are down, inflation should be coming down as well. But when you have the actual party of unrestricted and unregulated capitalism in charge of the actual House of Representatives, what have you pushed your local people to do about that? That's not something the president can actually do. When the Democrats were in charge, they passed laws to actually deal with the actual inflation. So what do you think for the side that you're on, for the people that you actually represent? What have they actually presented while they've been in the House this short period of time that has addressed these actual issues? Because the economic issues that you want the Republican Party to address from an actual presidential standpoint isn't even being handled from the House and the Senate standpoint. So what do you have?
The Democrats were in the House. I'm sorry, the Senate.
Say that again. What did you say, AB? I'm sorry.
Oh, but the Democrats run the Senate.
The Democrat had the majority in the Senate just by two seats. Two of those are independents, if I'm not mistaken, and then the House is 13 up on the Republicans. So the Republicans got the House, and the Democrats have the Senate. It's a barely. So you still got to get things passed through the House first before you get to the Senate.
Okay, so what have they presented in the House? Pretty much. So what have they presented in the House that you lobby for in Indiana that's going to make the economy better?
Nothing.
Okay. Defense rest.
Yeah, so I understand the angst. I understand the anger as far as people not doing things. And this is not for me to even, I don't, like I said, people can vote for whoever they want to vote for. I'm not going to shame people for voting for who they vote for. But a lot of times, and this is just me being honest with you, AB, a lot of times when you do the, butthurt and this and that, and I know you got things going on with certain people that may even be on this panel or that's not even on this panel, personal things. But that's just discourse between black men, man. I think our ideologies may be a little bit different, but I think at the core, you want things done for black men. Am I right? I don't want to speak for you. Am I right when I make that assertion? So you do understand. You do
have to adapt to something the conservatives do.
That's fine, but you do understand by those terms alone, right? Men and then black. As far as black being the top of it, do you know that automatically makes it a liberal policy when you put black in front of it?
So what?
So what? That means that if you're going to vote and you're going to vote for someone, and you happen to be a person that is a black man that wants to have policies be friendly to your populace, to your group, right? You want it to be for something. If that is the case, then it's only logical to have something either you create the space for it in that particular party, right? You join up with that group, you present something to them and see if they rock with it. Because I think what you're talking about is that the Democrats, either they don't keep their promises, right, on what they say they're going to do, or they haven't done enough, or they haven't done enough. Correct?
They have not done enough.
Right. So
okay, well, I got a question.
Hold on, MOT. Let me just finish up, because I think this is very, very important, because I just want to get to the crux of this, because I think that where the dividing line happens is that if you're looking at this from a logical standpoint, you're speaking from a progressive stance, even though you're hearkening on conservative talking points. So you're using conservative talking points to push a progressive agenda. Do you understand what I'm saying to you when I say that?
Yeah.
So you're attacking the Democratic Party based off your assertion that everybody that votes blue is kind of like in this phase of drone, or they're following Big Mama, and that's all. That's the following black women.
Not at all. But okay.
That's the assertion. I'm not saying that that's exactly what you think. That's why I'm glad I have you here, so we can kind of talk this out. But it's just, Big Mama votes for this, or this is what black women want, or this is what the LGBTQ community wants, and so that's where we're getting pulled to vote for that particular fraction. That's what you're supporting. And I'm telling you that brothers like you can have a voice even in that particular party. Not saying that you need to do that. I'm just saying that there is a space for that, to where you can build a coalition wherever you at and stand tall on doing that. But if you're going to be somewhere where they don't even look at you as a black person, and all black agendas are all liberal, and you need to go somewhere over there, like if you bring up any black issues in the room, they're going to say, well, this is not the room for black agendas.
Oh, you mean like they're doing in Chicago right now?
What you mean?
What?
Oh, y'all haven't been reading up on the immigration situation in Chicago?
That's a bipartisan.
Do you live in Chicago?
No, hold on. That's a bipartisan issue. That's a bipartisan issue, bro. And when you bring up Chicago,
no.
When you bring up Chicago as a sanctuary city, is Chicago majority white or is it majority black?
I believe it's majority white, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Who are the most powerful people in Chicago? White people or black people? I'm just asking a question, bro.
Most likely white people.
Right. So when they bring those buses and they do these type of things where they're talking about, we're going to send these people here and there, you don't think that they're colluding with these people back and forth? Are you serious? If you're talking, especially if you're talking about, how many illegals are, do you know how many illegals stay in the state of Texas, in the state of California, in the state of Florida?
Colorado.
Yes, millions.
I mean, come on, bro. I mean, the stuff that they're doing, that's grandstanding. And I guarantee you, those motherfuckers that stay in those states, that have those lawns, who you think clean their bathrooms, who you think mow their lawns, who you think to move their furnitures and things of that nature,
the illegal,
who you think cleans the chickens? Okay, then, so what are we talking about? It's a bipartisan issue. Either you're going to deal with it across the house, or you're not going to deal with it at all. You have to go to the next point, man. That's a weak point to use immigration as a leverage issue for black men. That doesn't correlate, bro.
Okay,
that doesn't correlate.
That lie. But okay.
All right. Well, I have a question.
So
for
that's
you,
a lie. So I'm lying. So what did I say? That's a lie, AB.
Oh no, it's not a lie, but it's coming to a boiling point.
Okay, go ahead, Emoti. I'm gonna let it go.
Oh, well,
I'm not gonna push you on that, bro.
No, that's fine. Okay, so before the actual Republicans, before they took the House in 2020, since you're worried about Democrats not keeping their promises, could you tell me what?
That's the Democrats' fault.
Okay, all right. So that's not my question. My question is, Since you're worried about the promises that the Democrats didn't keep, as a person on the right, what promises did the Republicans keep that you're still worried about the economy and all these other things? So what promises did they actually hold up for you when they got elected? What promises did they actually keep for you, since you're only worrying about the Democrats actually keeping their promises? So what promises did they keep on the right when they took the House that you're actually pretty proud of by legislation and legislation only?
I'm not necessarily proud of them taking the House. A lot of them are dumbasses.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you are on the left or the right?
Politically, I probably lean closer to the left. Yeah.
Okay. So you close. Okay. So let's just say sitting on the left.
Come on, AB brother.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Like, so you like to clown yourself then, basically? Is that what we're talking about? You like clowning yourself?
Just because I agree with lefty politics doesn't mean I'm clowning myself. I'm clowning Democrats. I'm supposed to sit up here and pretend all Democrats are on the left?
No,
really,
no.
DC?
No,
really, DC? That's what you're
No,
saying.
that ain't what I'm saying, bro.
Come on, man. Come on.
I was just clear to you, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, where are we missing each other here? You are a person that said that they didn't go far enough. So you are talking about extra progressive politics.
Extra left.
Yeah,
Extra left.
I'll give you a prime example. If they kept the child tax credit in play,
that's a left wing policy.
No shit, Sherlock.
Do you have a child? Do you have a child?
Let me finish.
Let him rock him, Moti. Let him rock him. Go ahead.
Go ahead. So with the child tax credit,
had they left that in place, they may still have the House.
Who may still have the House?
The Democrats.
Nah, man.
Okay, so you won't
swing either way. I mean, go ahead. It was supposed to be a red wave. It was supposed to be. They were supposed to be down 25 or 23. To have it that close, that's not really supposed to happen, especially with a president that's just just read the polls about President Biden being very, very unpopular, right?
I'll address that too. The Republicans are dumbasses because they ran on abortion and they've actually selected the last few elections.
Okay, so this is not about getting extra emotional about who's dumb and who's stupid. It's not out. This is about, if we're going to try to go forward and we're going to move forward, where is your voice being heard? Where are your politics aligned? And if these are your politics and you're aligning with this particular side, then just let it be known that that's what it is. What it comes off as is that.
Why do I have to pick a side?
I'm not. Saying,
how you gonna get things done in the middle?
Hold on. It's fine. But just understand. Just understand. If that is what it is, then that's what it is. You don't have to pick a side. You got every right in the world to do nothing. Every right in the world to do nothing. Just understand, when you get pushed back, it could either be, hey, look, you're this because you're not doing anything, but you're complaining, which means that people may say I'm saying they're going to look at that, because what ends up happening is the reason why it nullifies the argument, because at the end of the day, people are going to look at it like, hey, you're not doing anything. The least you can do is to participate if you got these many grievances with it. Because most time when people don't participate, they're like, you know what, I'm good. I'm just going to observe. I don't really give a fuck about it either way. I don't care. You know what I'm saying?
I'm glad you said that, because I need to address somebody who's in the chat who claims that because I live in Indiana, I have no right to speak on Joe Biden. I have no right to speak on any Democrat whatsoever. Forgetting about the fact that I live in Indianapolis, which is ran by a Democrat mayor, which I voted for in November. Oh, and by the way, when I went back and looked at them, I don't
Wait
care.
a minute.
I don't give a shit. I told you.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. I do not want to interrupt you.
Let him rock, man.
Yeah. Please continue.
One of the reasons I voted for was because, quite frankly, the Republican wasn't offering nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave it back to the Democrat. He's on his third term now, and he won a landslide. So I don't want to hear about. I'm from Indiana. I don't have a right to speak on Democrat policies. Do I like everything he's done? No, but I'm giving him a chance. And trust and believe, I've tried to give Biden a chance, but I don't like the results I'm seeing.
So you think that Biden is the reason for all of the economic forays that we're going through right now in this country?
Yes, especially with his
Come
foreign.
on, AB brother.
Oh no, you can't decouple foreign policy from local policy, man. Come on now, don't do that.
No.
Don't
No. I understand the foreign sentiments, even though that's a point of view, that's a perspective. Like I said, that's both and again bipartisan. You know that, right? The same response is going to be the response to the Israeli conflict is going to be the same. The response to the Russian conflict is going to be the same.
I don't know. AIPAC buys both sides. Come on, man.
But that's what I'm trying to say to you, brother. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
About? We know they buy both sides. So why you want me to stick with one?
I'm not asking you to stick with one. I'm telling you where your voice is going to be heard. You seem to have a lot of grievances that lean extra progressive. That's all I'm trying to tell you. I'm going to pretend that the Democratic establishment is going to listen to me. I'm not going to keep telling myself that lie, man. And other people aren't either. That's not what I'm saying to you, man. I guess we're missing each other on that part. That's not what I'm telling you.
Once you figure out what are just the fundamental beliefs and start from that position.
Yeah.
What do you believe in?
He just told us. He just told us literally.
I mean, like he wants more left-wing things.
I must have missed it. What I mean is that do you support same-sex marriage? Yes or no? Do you support abortions, late term, early abortion, whatever?
Only in the case if it's to save the mother's life, and I don't support late term abortions.
Okay, so you down DC, you're getting somewhere.
Well, I'm an affirmative on those also. But see, the turns is like when it gets down to the issues when it pertains to Black men in particular, because a lot of his grievances has to do with the immigration policy, which I would imagine he thinks that a lot of these immigrants are so-called taking jobs away from Black men, the porters.
Yeah, but that's just propaganda rhetoric.
I'm not even talking about that.
He believes that though, Paradox. That's what he believes. He
He
believes that that's a wedge issue for Black men. Am I wrong?
Actually, a little outdated. I'm not even talking about those people. I'm talking about them bringing immigrants over here and paying them an absurd amount of money.
Welcome to America. What are we talking about?
You see what I'm saying? Go ahead. Tell us about what you're mad about.
Because even some of the legal immigrants that have been here are complaining about this. They're bringing these people over here.
Okay.
They're bringing them to Chicago and paying them a certain amount of money.
Right.
Building tents for them when they won't even build tents for the veteran soldiers in Chicago or the Black people in Chicago who are homeless.
Are you speaking from a racial context, or are you talking about from a Democrat Republican concept?
From more like a Democrat Republican concept.
Okay. So
I don't dispute that.
So yes or no? Do you support immigration?
Legally, yes.
Okay.
These asylum seekers are here legally, and that's the problem. It's like they don't understand that. They think that presence of people who don't speak my language equal illegal. That's not how that works,
and it's
at all.
And it's
but the misunderstanding of who these people are and the mischaracterization of these people who are here, you read up on the actual situation, and that's it. If you live in, I live in Denver, our sanctuary city works just fine.
So
Colorado works just fine.
But on a political level, from like a Fox News, MSNBC conversation, right? If you are on the left, you're gonna have people that's gonna speak out and say things like open borders, let everybody in, yada yada yada. If he's taking a right position, it's gonna be, we'll let you in, but we want you to make sure that you're high quality, high valued, and you're going to come through the legal way, and I know who you are. Is that correct, AB? Is that the separation?
I think AB dropped. AB, come back up if
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I don't know, man.
I mean, it's hard to talk and point your way through the conversation when there's actual. You have to understand who these people are. Like when people say open borders, I just walk away from the conversation because I know
we're talking about. That's why I asked it that way, because you can have a political conversation based off of the news, which is it's going to just be talking points. It's going to be
It's gonna be crazy.
open borders on the left, on the right.
It's gonna be ridiculous. Yeah,
You can have that conversation though, but then when you get into the process of immigration, then that becomes
Right.
a different conversation. That's all.
Yeah, because
It's just two
that's
different
the
conversations.
understanding
They both-
is
they
the
both are
actual
here.
procedural function. Like you
But
have
if
to
you're- but if
understand the
you're-
procedural function of what's
But if
happening.
you but that's more technical. If you're trying to move a population to respond to stimuli, you're not going to do process and procedure, which is what you're talking about. You're going to do things like propaganda. You're going to do things
Yeah.
like what do they call it? Fear tactics. Like
that's
fair
why I
they're
wanna-
taking
yeah.
they're
That's why I
taking your
wanted to walk
they're
it out.
taking your
right.
they're taking
They're
your jobs.
Exactly.
They're getting the hookup.
Exactly.
They're getting their
They're
own.
getting
They're getting free
paid.
money for business.
They're going to your children's schools. They're
Right,
getting more
right.
educated. They're
So
drinking
that
your water.
gets more into the social stuff. That's not really.
It's just like what?
Yeah, that's.
And if those people wasn't
It's a
here, they were
relevant
never going to
conversation,
spend their
though.
money on you anyway. Like
Exactly.
that's the other point of it. It's like
It's a power bomb. It's just used to just blow up our
think it's a
disagreements
distraction,
among each
really.
other. And I mean, but I'm saying this is more because I think that there are a lot of people that have that viewpoint, right? About especially when it comes down to immigration, as if
DC.
it's a wedge issue.
DC. I would have
Black
never
men in
thought.
particular.
I would have
Telling
never
you, bro.
thought. I would have never thought that they found some black folks in Chicago to get up on TV and sound like racist white people.
I
It's
cannot
impressive.
Yeah.
believe
It's
it.
I
impressive,
can,
brother.
I can,
It's
I can for
impressive.
money.
Straight
For
from
money?
the hood, straight from the projects.
That's what I'm trying to
It
say.
is shocking. It is shocking. They got them in the Bronx too.
Look, that's
They
what I'm
even got,
trying to say.
they
I'm
even got the Section 8 people in front of Bronx talking crazy about immigrants, and half of them are from Puerto Rico or
Yep.
the Dominican Republic or Trinidad somewhere.
DC, that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. I was shocked when them people come Chicago said we want Trump shots. I'm like, what?
We doing the work for them. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? America's a beautiful place, boy.
They ain't listen to me, but that's them, man. They're not listening to me.
Well, there's black folks all over the internet complaining about immigrants. I find it
Yes.
disturbing, actually. But anyway,
No,
Okay, maybe
I
y'all
don't.
need to pay
I don't.
attention.
Hey,
I don't.
okay.
Because no one's going
No,
to
but
Hernando,
wait a minute, though.
Mississippi, trying to get them chicken jobs, or even the meatpacking plant outside in Commerce City, Colorado. Like I don't see black men lined up out there trying to get those jobs, man. I don't see that. I really don't.
Okay, maybe it's different in Chicago and other areas, though.
Yeah, I mean, but you're the one who went to Chicago. I'm just saying in the
The-
local area where I'm at, who's also a sanctuary city, who also take care of a hell of a lot more people than Chicago does. At the end of the day, when those people are going there, that means that they're getting funds from outside groups to go there. That they have the capacity to actually take care of those people. It's just that if people don't understand the actual mechanism of how this works, which is completely simple, it's too easy to fall for the fear mongering thing because you just see presence of these people. Why are they here? I only want to be the person who is here, who have this job. Not that you're going to take it, but you just want to have the job that's there and that's empty. Like you see these people flooding off into Walmart and Target and all this kind of other stuff. I don't see black men trying to line up to get those jobs either.
Okay.
No, but it's true though. Like you have to acknowledge like what's going on here locally. This is why I don't talk about Chicago politics. I don't live there. I don't even care about what goes on there. That's their state and their state's problem. Like I don't go to West Virginia or Mississippi for that matter and start complaining about their local politics when I don't live there. I don't even care about what goes on there. I care about what goes on in my local city, well, about where I'm at, because that's where you're going to be voting at. Now, if you're going to be voting in Chicago, okay, makes all the sense in the world for you to be voting on Chicago. But the actual economy situation about how you feel, like the economy is doing much better. It's just that the actual mechanism to which we grade the economy, you look at them as null and void. And somehow,
Trump, well, the thing is that on a national political level, you have to acknowledge that Trump got elected based off of what AB is talking about.
Yeah,
That's true.
that's what I mean about the populist vote. Yeah.
If you don't mind, DC, I need to address some MOT left in my chat.
Oh, okay.
oh, sure. Go ahead, sir.
Trump has not been convicted of insurrection.
Okay. All right. So let's go back to the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment,
14th
Section 3
Amendment doesn't
has
matter.
nothing to do with
Okay.
conviction, sir. You have to read it. That's why I posted the 14th Amendment.
Okay, let's go through it.
Okay. No. I'm not going to explain it to you because I posted it in your chat. You're supposed to read it. Not get an explanation on this live stream. So if you understood Section 3 of the 14th, okay, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment didn't say anything about going to court and being prosecuted for insurrection. They say engaged in insurrection or rebellion. That's the literal definition of what it says. And so you could have understood Section 3 of the 14th Amendment before you made the live stream. You could have looked at the actual what I posted about Section 3 of the 14th Amendment that I pasted in your actual chat box that you ignored. And now you want to even ignore Section 3 of the 14th Amendment when I just explained it to you 3 times. So it's not the 14th Amendment that's the problem here. It's not the 14th Amendment.
I never said it was the 14th Amendment. That was the problem. Also, okay, you're gonna compare losing 700,000 Americans to a bunch of knuckleheads who got out of control on January 6th?
Dude, 700,000 people didn't do anything on January 6th. There's only been like 1,500 people who's been prosecuted. Sir, that's like, okay. What 700,000 people are you talking about?
Wait a minute now. You didn't get to catch that number? You're going to compare
America. You said 700,000. I didn't. I know how many people were there that were prosecuted.
Okay.
I get alerts about how many people.
Shut up and listen for a mission. 700,000. That's how many we lost during the Civil War. You're going to compare that shit to a bunch of knuckleheads that got drunk on Washington, D.C.? Really?
Yes.
They call a bunch of knuckleheads that got drunk and out of control and so Washington, D.C. an insurrection. And when you look at some of those videos, the police were helping them. Really?
Okay. So, all right. So that is your version of the events. But the actual version of the events that actually happened was simply that they were trying to disrupt a very specific proceeding on a very specific day. They was there for a very specific reason, not a generalized one, but a very specific reason. They were there to interrupt the actual proceedings of the transfer of power and the certification of the actual presidency. When the actual Confederacy decided that they didn't want to be part of the country anymore, they did enter an act of rebellion against the United States. That's exactly what happened.
Oh, by the way, the party that led that Confederacy was the Democrat Party. And wait, let me finish. If I'm not mistaken, when Lincoln was up for election, they took his name off the ballot too.
AB. So do you don't see anything wrong with January 6th?
No, but
no, they're a bunch of knuckleheads. I don't agree with what they did on January 6th. Come on, man. That's not even a question. What they did on January 6th was wrong.
Just before we confuse anybody, everybody know that the South was fully Democrat. It was Dixiecrat land at that particular time. The Republican Party will be what we consider now the radical left, and I mean the radical left. You understand, right?
Radical within the name.
Radical within the name.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Practicality.
It's different. It's a different thing. Before the Southern strategy switched, and like I said, we switched parties pretty much.
Yeah.
So and they did too. They did too. Southern strategy. I know everybody wants to talk about, there was a he and a Han. No, those racist people that used to be racist down south, they definitely switched from being Dixiecrats to Republican. That's a fact.
Like this is why you don't have people from the Democratic Party who still run Mississippi.
So it's
as a statewide thing because the party did switch. And the only way you can have
let me just say this just real quick. Let me just say this real quick. The reason why I say the racial component runs heavy is because guess what? When we flooded the Democratic Party, when Shirley Chisholm went to the Democratic convention, remember what they did to her when she showed up?
They did.
You remember what happened? We out. Oh, if you let her in, we out. In Philadelphia, we out of here. We're not going to be here no more. That was the end. That was El Negrata. Boom. The only states that really remained were like the populous states like Texas remained Democratic for a while, a couple of more states, but in the South. But after that, it was pretty much over. It was pretty much red wave from Texas on out into Virginia. Pretty much.
AB, I have one other question.
So let's keep the record accurate here. Am I
Okay.
lying about that, AB? Is that
No.
did I say anything that's
No.
not true? Okay.
No.
All right.
You are
AB,
not lying at all. And if you are on the right, you have to accept it. That's who we support.
I mean, like, there's no need in 2023 to relitigate the parties didn't switch in like 1960. Like, no rational human being is going around saying that.
Wait,
as,
AB,
as a response to things that they can't,
is there anything that Democrats say? Let's just say going back. Let's just start at Obama because that's recent memory. Is there anything in your opinion that Democrats have done right? Like you applaud. Like I want to see more of that.
He wants them to be more progressive. Didn't you hear?
Yes.
He wants them to be.
No, I want him to tell me what if they done anything that he like applauds. Like,
oh yeah, I mean, like the child tax credit. He already said that.
oh, okay.
Yeah, during this conversation, he said the child tax credit is something he wanted to see more of. Now, I understand that they had to negotiate that away because of another party, but their party is never to be addressed. There's only one party who's going to do everything. That's the Democrat Party.
Thing Timna, who are part of the Democrat Party.
Yeah.
Who?
That's a fact, Joe Manchin. Yeah, you're right. They're complicit, no doubt. But that's what I said. It's not the party as much as it is the people. Just like people call Joe. What do they call Joe? Dixiecrat, right? Don't they call Joe a Dixiecrat? Okay.
Jim Crow Joe.
He is a Dixiecrat.
Okay. But I'm saying his mentor was Strom Thurmond. Okay. Everybody understands that. There's you won't get a denial from me. But he had to bend to what the party became. He had to do that. He had to nominate a black justice. He had to do that.
No, but there's a more practical answer to that. He didn't want to lose all his seniority by going to another party, which is what everybody lost when they switched parties. That's how come some people
which is a lot of Bernie Sanders. That Bernie Sanders basically went independent that way, even though he was still pretty much a full-fledged Democrat, even though he was out of the great state of Vermont. But he's real. If people think that Bernie Sanders is a freedom fighter for black people, okay, he just don't get. If you want to see who was sitting right next to him during the crime bill in 1994, me and Paradox went over the whole video. There's a man with glasses sitting right next to him talking.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I never told that lie.
A very young Bernie Sanders sitting right next to the man.
So
I think the assumption that the way you're framing the DC is though you're making it seem like Democrats aren't racist as fuck. That's probably the that's probably the disconnect from a social media perspective, which is like you have black people and white people trying to wash away what Democrats did. I mean, what future Republicans did back in the day, right? By using the whole Democrat. That's just a nonsensical talking point. I hate that.
I'm in a red pill. If I'm in a red pill space, then it's all facts before feelings. That's what they told me. That's what I've been told.
It's all feelings.
No. What I'm saying is that the argument is that the white Democrats are going to make you comfortable, even though they're racist. And so the conversation tends to be, well, if you're on the right and you're black, you got to, the history and used to be Democrat, and you know how you get into that type of stuff. Yeah. And it makes it seem like, well, this is the racist party. So if you're black, you can't be over there because these are the good white folks. So it's just kind of a funny, kind of a silly, thing. Really.
But see, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Well, is
you could guilt trip. You can guilt trip one side to give you a little bit of something, to give you some kind of things that are open to you. Don't do
that. Don't do that.
It sounds crazy, don't it?
I know it sounds crazy. No. It sounds like you're trying to manipulate me. Is what it sounds like.
I'm not manipulating.
What you're telling me is that the because the devil on the right gives you a few goodies. You're saying that it's all good. Is what you're saying, right?
Oh, you say all good.
I didn't say it was all good.
The devils on the left got me in the project, got me in the ghettos, but they're still good because they gave me a few cookies. So you mean the devils on the left that put me in the prison industrial complex? We all good, right?
I'm saying
the devils on the left that put crack in the hood.
Devil on the left,
good, right?
That locked me up on a 94 crime bill is now allowing me to go to the Pentagon and get security clearance, where the devil on the right would never even allow me to step 2 feet within the Pentagon without getting arrested. Nigga, well, what are you doing up in here? You can't come up in here.
But what you have to
Ever.
understand is that the devil is the devil, brother.
Ever.
The devil is the devil,
Paradox.
brother.
Ever.
The
Absolutely.
devil is the devil.
Then we're talking about America then. Damn America then, right? That's a Jeffrey Wright discussion. That's a different thing. That's a bipartisan thing. That is not a lesson to the degree thing.
Wait,
so we're talking about degrees.
Right, but you don't get to play with the mind like that, though.
I'm not playing with the mind. I'm telling you what it is. There's no playing. I'm admitting to everything that was just said about the racism intact, Jim Crow Joe, all of his story and things of that nature. But it still doesn't take apart that this man put together a robust financial windfall for minorities in certain populations across this country. He did that.
It's the same thing.
He put more funding into HBCUs than Trump ever did. He did that.
Paradox. No,
I mean, but the talking point is that Trump
he elected a black Supreme Court justice. He did that. You think Trump was going to do that? Do you think Trump would have elected a black justice?
Well, Paradox. That's the thing with the left in general, is that we've always had this dilemma. Look, if Joe Biden is nothing but a modern day LBJ. Like, we know the guy said the N-word. We know he was a racist, but he passed a very, very progressive agenda.
He would tell you that was one of his stalwarts. And to be honest with you, nobody passed more legislations for black people than LBJ. I'm not lying to people. Look it up yourself. You can look it up yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. And he knew he paid the price. He said, "Yeah, I'm gonna give the niggas this now." I talked to MLK down my ass. I gave the man my number. He called me every day. That's in the records. That's in the FBI files.
Tell me about all those.
MLK was calling his ass every day. What you gonna do for my people? He was on his ass. That's what you're supposed to be. I don't care. You haven't given us nothing. I'm gonna keep talking about the war. I'm gonna keep talking about poor people. I'm going to drag your ass until you give us something. And he knew that what he was talking to was a devil, and he knew that he was a devil too. And he knew he had to break down at Howard. He went to Howard University. We ought to play that on a program one day, where he spoke at Howard, and he basically admitted this country is fundamentally racist. From a racist. That's LBJ. 1965, Howard University, commencement speech. Now think about that. First time a white president speaking at a HBCU in DC during the height of racial unrest in this country. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you a question, DC? And I'm asking this to DC. Do you think the Colorado Supreme Court decision is a good idea?
No. Wait a minute. I'm from Colorado. Like, why would you ask somebody who's not from Colorado?
That's more for MOT to answer. But no, I don't believe in suppressing anybody's vote at all. No, I don't. If you're going to vote for a felon, you should be looked upon as being very, very unintelligent for doing that. If that ends up happening, the reason why they say that nobody should be under indictment, that should be able to vote, and that is part of their state politics. They have the right to enact that rule. But do I agree with it? No, I don't.
Okay. Do you agree with MLT?
I disagree with it because it should be automatic. There was an insurrection on January 6th. It shouldn't have taken the Colorado Supreme Court to actually overturn the BS decision that the lady had actually made in the first place. It shouldn't have took that.
Let me ask you this though, just real quick, MLT. I'm sorry. I just have to ask this.
Yeah.
If Rudy Giuliani, if your lawyer is Rudy Giuliani, and your lawyer was Sherby Steele? What's the lady's name? What was the lady's name that got charged and got colluded? She got flipped.
Sidney Powell.
Sidney Powell. If these two people are your counsel, how the fuck are you not guilty?
Yeah.
If your lawyers are guilty of these acts, how are you unscathed? Does that make sense, AB? I'm just asking for somebody to please explain that to me. How is he not complicit?
I mean, Michael Cohen went to jail, and he's indicted co-conspirator number one, and he's not in prison.
Cohen wrote a whole book in the pen and got flipped out of jail for that. But everybody getting charged around you except you. Everybody guilty, and you're the one in charge. You're the one telling them to do these things. You're the one giving them the money bag, and it's proven that you've been lying under oath.
Oh, like he's the first president to lie under oath. Okay.
No. All right, man. No, it goes back to just, it doesn't matter what this man does. Like,
He
you see
seems
what
to
I'm
get away
saying?
with it.
It doesn't matter. It's
see.
just like it bends reality. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he does. It doesn't matter what he says. And then you still get, like you said, you'll get black people sounding like white supremacists. No, I think we should be sending them on back. We shouldn't have them over here.
That's
Nah,
Biden's fault.
you need to go.
Biden's fault. That is Biden's fault.
I'm just okay, man.
Yep.
I
That is
do.
Biden's
I mean,
fault.
like-
I've never denied that the dude is a jackass and a criminal. That is Biden's fault.
But you want him to be president of the United States?
Based on
Well,
Biden,
he got big balls, right?
Yes.
Yeah, got big balls.
Well, what's the difference? Biden's a criminal. Y'all just hiding it.
Man,
Wait.
whenever the dude's caught,
I-
man, you just go talking point six.
Wait, I did have one question too for Paradox, if he's there. Wait, you there, Paradox?
Paradox may have stepped away for a minute. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
okay,
can
man.
now.
Okay.
yeah, you're good.
No, I was going to ask you. We were talking about the, you were talking about the right and the left, and what you deal with, over there. And I know one of your main drawbacks to the left is sort of the things they accept. I was curious. I know you consume a lot of content. Did you see maybe y'all talked about it? Did you see the whole Rob Smith incident?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No.
Do you know who Rob Smith is? So
Jog my memory if you can.
he's a black gay conservative. Veteran.
How did I miss that?
If you've ever seen the Vice, I think, interview where they interview black conservatives and black liberals, he's on there.
Yeah, I watched that. I think they've done probably more than one of those. But yeah, I've seen some of those on Vice.
Yeah. No. He works for Turning Point USA. He's
One of those.
Yeah. He apparently went to an event in Arizona.
I know who you're talking about. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, a little after party event.
Yeah, you talking the little dude, little goofy dude.
Black dude, went there. I guess support and some of these MAGA people basically, called him the F word, referencing his sexuality, as well as he's saying called him the N word off camera. He actually went to CNN of all places too.
Oh yeah, I was going to bring it up. That was the article I was going to read out on the program the last time that we came up. You talking about the guy that was part of the gay group, Republican joint?
Yeah. Went in the bar and kind of got harassed.
Effed around and found out what was really the deal.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, like, so I mean, you were saying that's one of the things that the left has embraced too much of. Do you think the right is do you think that's right that they do that with someone, or do you more of like, hey, that should be irrelevant, and if he's a conservative, he's a conservative?
I can give an easy answer, but it's just I don't know. I won't. I want to indict myself.
What he want to say is he's gonna have to accept it. He's gonna have to
plead the fifth, man.
He's gonna have to accept. He's gonna have to accept the treatment. That's the point. That's the kick.
Bow the head.
See, but he was too young to have an understanding of that. He thought because he had a couple of I guess what would he? I'm not gonna be.
No, I think
I'm not gonna be sexually.
Yeah, I know. Like you said, it can. It's. I say it's.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be insensitive. Go ahead. What were you about to say?
Can you hear me?
You dropped off for a second. What were you saying?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
you're good.
Oh, okay. No, I was saying it's a little complicated. I mean, I know Renaissance is trying to throw little shots in there. I gotta go do my research now and find me a counterpoint to find that one individual black person that got mistreated by a Democrat, right?
Man, I always have a nuclear weapon against this argument, man. I just always say that for.
No, but the thing is that, but you're not paying attention to how Democratic leaders mistreat a lot of black people who are Democrats who try to get them to do things.
Oh no,
You don't focus on those. You focus on little anecdotal stories within the Republican Party because it's so loud when you see a black person there. They can cover up the mistreatment better when it's multicolored people.
It's so not true. We talk about Democratic failures all the time, especially on this program. We do. One of our first programs, we're talking about Andrew Schultz, Rachel Maddow.
Right.
You know,
but if a gay person, I mean, race makes it complicated to some degree, obviously. But
yes,
a gay person there's gay people in the Republican Party. The Republican Party is at this point starting to accept more gays to be outward and open, right? They're dealing with, they're processing it.
They're processing it. Yes.
So you're dealing with that aspect. That's probably less of an issue than being black and trying to not be. I don't know. I have to watch it again and remember exactly his behavior patterns there. But I don't. Individual people are doing things. I don't know what they're really doing in that environment at that moment in time to kind of really truly assess it. You know what I'm
saying? Why do you think white people have a problem on the right? Why you think white people have a problem with Candace Owens over there? Because clearly there's a split between the fractions, between the people that appreciate the content, and then the white people to be like, hey, now hold on, now you're getting a little bit too big for your britches. What do you think the biggest issue is with her being
She's
there?
a intelligent black woman. They can't handle that shit.
No, I'm asking Paradox this question. What do you think the issue is? Because we seen her since the very beginning when she was still like a very fledgling YouTube where she had
but I don't know how much of it's race or gender though, because
I'm going to ask you why you don't know how much, because there are plenty of women who are outspoken who are on the right. Like they hold on what they want them to speak on, but they are outspoken. I mean, Ann Coulter.
But see, this is the thing though. Y'all are speaking from a left position, so we're having a different conversation. Right?
Here we go.
That's a foul. Okay.
So
man,
y'all are looking through the
flagrant.
Y'all are looking through that kind of
little T on the play.
I mean, I'm trying to handle the question a certain way, right? Because you got to think of it.
Yes.
Boy,
you sure are.
You had Tommy Lauren over there. She's outspoken.
They sort of, like I said, it's because, like you said,
they got pissed. No. Found out she was tossing it up for some black athletes in school. Ooh,
they kind of brought her down a little bit, but
man, they got pissed.
The thing is that I know we're trying to peer into an environment. The problem is these are political operatives.
Exactly, I agree.
So my point is that it's a little tricky trying to use that to push and pull on Democrat and Republican in a bigger sense. Individually, Candace Owens has a contract, right? And they have told her to do certain things as an employee of a company. So when whatever's happening when she's speaking is different, I think, from what's going on internally in their particular business. And is she cooperative? Is she working with them? Are they asking her to do things that she's going rogue? There's things that are happening that's outside of her being a woman or gender, or if she's a Republican, or if she's changed. It's just other things happening. That's all. So I don't know exactly.
I think her words would be
when Tucker, which is maybe because, like you said, because the other trick here is that politics are always moving. And so when big events happen, like the Palestinian-Israeli, the genocide in the Palestine, you're dealing with some things that are moving around, right? And people are taking certain positions, and it's going to affect people's careers. You know, you're getting phone calls saying what you should or shouldn't do. People who have more power are putting pressure on other people. It's a lot of other things happening. I don't know if it's really about what she did, and I'm going to say that look at how they were treating a black person. I don't know about that argument from the left. But if you just look at her job situation, when she made some comments that didn't match with someone in her company that is a part owner, right? There's going to be pressure applied to her because they may want her to say certain things that she don't feel comfortable saying for whatever reason, right? That's more of some work stuff, in my opinion. That's just what I think of it. And even if you look at Tucker Carlson, who it feels like he's a part of the party, then it feels like he's maybe a little bit somewhere else at times.
Do you think he's done? like
Huh?
being on the right. Like I know he's trying to like launch his own show on some network. I know he's been trying to do the YouTube thing or Twitter, but do you think he's done for the most part?
He said done in what?
Like his like he's peaked. Like his period of major influence in the party is over. That the fact of him not being on Fox News and be able to access that audience, they're not gonna follow him to whatever this new thing is. He basically rode the Fox wave to as high as, and that his career is kind of peaked.
In the conservative space, I mean, I think in the conservative space, he's rolling. He's liked by a lot of people. They may want him to be vice president, possibly. They may want him to run for office in 4 years, possibly. It's just a lot of different things happening.
Really, you can see Tucker Carlson running for office.
I mean, he doesn't want to do it. I don't see.
We've seen dumber people run for office.
but there's people out there that got different views on it. It just depends on. It'll be a timing thing. If it's going to be a want to thing as well.
Like I'm assuming he wouldn't be like, if he was going to run for office. I mean, I'm assuming it'd probably be like a Senate seat or something like that. Like that.
I mean, that's possible too. He wants to just stay in media, but you just never know.
Like or in the House, because I know some people get run for president, but I mean I don't think Tucker Carlson is cut out for the national stage. Like
I mean, people change. I said, well, VP is VP, but I don't think it matters. He don't carry it. He doesn't have a stake to carry. So I don't think that would make sense, in my opinion. Because I don't think social media dictates the way some of these politicians think is dictating. So I think that if Tucker maybe was like you said, if he had some political pull in a particular state that they need to swing, then it might make sense to try to use him. But that's not a reality at this point. So
no, he's just a right wing ideologue, and it's not going to play well. It's kind of like Rick Santorum running for president. Yeah. I mean, people know where he's at. He's not going to carry any state people. He's pretty public about what he's on, and it's kind of you're not going to. It causes a lot more problems than you're trying to solve putting him on a ticket.
Tucker's really trying. I think he's just trying to make money and build some kind of little miniature empire in the political space, honestly. And the thing is that he probably has an idea that the Republican Party, at least from a media perspective, is going to be shifting and changing over the next 5 or 6 years anyway.
Because especially from the standpoint of the South, like that stuff is really liberaling up, man.
Yeah.
Can we go to the tape? I got Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro linked up, man. Since we're not monetized anyway, so we can go ahead and play it. Fair use.
Yeah, the Wonder Twins, man. Yeah.
Fair use. You want to put it up, Paradox? Just real quick, and then we can just probably get up out of here in the next 15 minutes. It ain't that long of a clip.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Paradox. I think now that you mentioned that, I think more than anything, Tucker's lane is almost trying to become like another Joe Rogan.
Yeah. That and I think the Republican people in the Republican Party is kind of tired of this whole Trumper thing anyway. So there's a lot of people that have been moving for about 7 years now, trying to shift the party, and it is a big push.
They can't do it. They can't do it till this dude's off the planet.
But you got to be prepared for all those things, of course.
But who's doing that? Is that the elite and the donor class, or do you think rank and file Republicans?
No, this is middle class. Yeah, this is moderates. Yeah, ranking class. Yeah, you got people that do not like Trump at all. Even people that voted for him, they don't like him, man.
It's just too messy.
Uncontrollable, unpredictable, don't follow protocol. Just it's a lot of stuff that he did in Washington that just people just don't even feel comfortable even working around this man, dog, because he runs it like it's a monarchy, and it's not. We're not that. In totality, we are bound by laws and the Constitution at the end of the day.
Oh no, I literally heard people who decided to stay with the Trump administration post January 6th, and they were like, they left early. Yeah. No, people the ones that stayed, they were like, they wish they didn't because they were struggling to find jobs after.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
man, you're not working for nobody.
Yeah. People were like, we don't want that here. Like if you stayed post like we don't want you here.
Because it makes the whole situation look stupid. Crazy. It makes the whole situation look crazy.
When you work for a person at that level of power, it's intoxicating. And so people make decisions, they make choices. It's gonna be what it's gonna be, you know.
Yeah.
And people will be forgiven, things will be forgotten, you know. So
Oh, none of these people are broke. Yeah, these are not poor people.
well, no, these are a lot of these are millionaires and stuff anyway. But no, what I'm saying is that remember Sean. What's the
Spicer?
kid?
John Spicer.
Remember Spicer, right? So
Spicer, yeah.
so the left
He's
got
a
mad
mistake.
at the people who are part of the left because they started to let him in and do interviews on the late night shows. He did the Dancing with the Stars, and there were criticism saying, why are we letting him in here from the left? Of course, right? Like, what are y'all doing? Why is he around? He shouldn't be in these environments. So
shady.
yeah, so things, at those levels, things are, moving back and forth. It's time, and let people get over some things, and they'll bring you back in. You know how the political world is. Anyway,
nothing shadier than a white man with beady eyes like that, bro. Nah, hell nah, man. Them guys be moving left to right like that. No, sir.
Because the thing is, Democrats have to remind other Democrats that you have to relax. Y'all need to calm down and get through this process. And then you can get back to some things. You can't be so psychotic,
Us?
So.
Okay.
No, I'm not talking about common folk. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about, people who are running in the media space, in the political space, they understand that you have to balance it out. You can't go so far crazy with it because we're all one country. We all want to hold it all together. Not us,
Are you sure?
them. And so, you got people in the middle who are fighting every day for the last 7 or 8 years at this point now, to try to hold it all together, to try to find some sweet spots, to try to pull people in. They have different people, be it whoever. I don't want to say any particular names, but there's different people having these conversations, like maybe even like a Tucker actually. But there's other people in these spaces that are having those conversations, trying to figure out how do we get us back on the same page on some level, and be cordial but have hard views.
Yep.
At the same time,
and be able to govern properly. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh, I just got breaking news. So Maine has removed Donald Trump from the 2024 ballot based on the 14th.
They're gonna get this man a hard time, man. It's gonna be insane.
You got them trying to remove Biden, which is like based off of what? You have nothing, but okay.
No, based off.
I mean, they want a show trial. They want a show trial so that way they can have this. Well, your guy got impeached too on that kind of thing.
Junior got a drug problem. Okay.
No, that's typical left-right stuff, dog. You do what I do. You did to me, I do it to back.
Right.
Silly stuff.
I know I am, but what do I? All that type of shit. Pee Wee Herman. You're doing a Pee Wee Herman around here.
It's all good until this happens in one of those like states that's contested, like Arizona or North Carolina or something like that. You might see the outbreak of a war at that point.
It's going if this doesn't get shut down, somebody needs to grow up and shut it down. Or it's gonna be a really strange and troubling election, unfortunately.
No, it's not gonna be
strange. I mean, but
it's not gonna be strange.
There's a group of people who made it this way, though.
It's gonna be tension. It's gonna be a lot of tension.
Good. That's the way it needs to be. This time you push them into the Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf of Mexico are missing their Confederates. I'm telling you.
This is how you learn things, though, when things are messy.
Oh yeah, man. The Gulf of the Confederacy, man. We can give them a nice whole big monument.
That's crazy.
Remember when all the red states kept saying we're going to succeed if you put Obama in charge? Right. Then the Democrats like we're going to move to Canada. No, you're not. Stop lying.
You're not going nowhere.
Stop lying.
All right, y'all ready?
Yeah, go ahead and play.
All right.
The Daily Wire holiday party might be spicy this year, with commentators Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens continuing to feud over the proper response to the conflict between Israel and Hamas. In a recently leaked video, Shapiro criticized Owens for her, quote, absolutely disgraceful behavior on this subject. Let's watch.
Yes, the question was about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this is disgraceful. Without a doubt.
DC, pause this for a second.
I think that her own sophistication.
Now, do you think he's speaking as a Republican?
No, I think he's speaking as a white supremacist.
I think he's speaking as one of them
people. a Jewish one at that. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. I think he's a Zionist.
Those people.
He's a Zionist. Yeah, he's just, it is what it is, man. No shade. That's just, I mean, I think he's self-proclaimed it. He's like, yeah, I'm for my people. You for your people too. See, that's how they leverage it. They know how to leverage us, man. They do. You know. What do you see when you see this?
Same thing.
I don't see party. No,
that's why I love it.
Yeah, I don't see party. I see somebody saying that that black so and so need to get in her place. For real.
You know, she's forgetting where that check signed at.
It's been ridiculous. It's not her sophistication. It's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
You see those white women? You see them white women looking at them like, what? They like, what? How you go? You gonna really go there?
I tell you one thing. I think it's so funny and ironic that Jews play this.
Everyone can see the moves she's making, the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable. Now, here are some of the things Candace Owens has in fact been saying recently as she seems to throw her support behind GOP presidential hopeful Nikki Haley, ironically, not for the president of the United States.
Never leave your wife in bed without reaching the final moments again. This is capable of making your member hard.
Well, I am here today to endorse Nikki Haley for president of Israel. I think she's earned that. I think Bibi Netanyahu is going through a very bad time right now. Support for Israel has virtually collapsed socially. If you're paying attention to the trends and you're paying attention to what people are watching, you're paying attention to the protests. And the one person that I think is capable of getting it back is Nikki Haley with enough money from foreign interest lobbies. So there it is, guys. I'm endorsing Nikki Haley, president of Israel.
All right. She's clearly being tongue-in-cheek there, but the feud happening over there is on the right is not a joke. Apparently, shortly after the Ben Shapiro tweet started to gain traction, Candace Owens didn't respond directly, but she put out a tweet that many people are reading as a subtweet, as it were, where she says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you and shall say all manner of evil against you," yada, 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 obviously saying that she's implying that she's rising above all of the negativity that's coming her way from Ben Shapiro. What do you make of this?
You know, they have feuded in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was over her closer associations with Kanye West, I believe, made Ben Shapiro uncomfortable, and he said so. You know, they're colleagues, and they should be able to disagree and even have, I guess, intense disagreements. I don't know if that fosters a good relationship for the way that he put it. They do represent, you know, different strains on the right. There is the Ben Shapiro strain. Ben, you know, despite being he's very online and he's very cogent of what, or cognizant rather, of where the energy is on the right. You know, very much railing against on wokeness and COVID, et cetera. But on foreign policy, he is really a dyed-in-the-wool neoconservative. He's
a hawk.
He is very hawkish.
Now, what do you guys think wokeness stands? What do you think, guys? What do you think the translation of wokeness mean? Think about it. Things for black people, doing stuff for black people, being woke. Watch out! Here come the woke police.
The woke police.
The woke police. Here they come. The woke police. You got a sister with natural hair on the Daily Wire. We got the woke police. Here we go.
The other thing is too, if this thing fractures the way it might, you could very well see Candace Owens just having a bunch of these, you know, rabid, really anti-Semites, you know, basically, you know, following behind her. If this, you know, if this split is really as big as people are trying to make it out to be, of, hey, there are these real warring factions, and it's just not that they're just, you know, Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens are basically the proxies of a greater disagreement. That could be a very crazy look.
And there's something interesting going as well, is that you have Jews, which I love it. I just love it, man. You can't make this shit up. You have Jews who are playing victim, but they're conquerors. Yeah. And they're trying to figure out how to, I guess, thread that needle somehow.
Isn't it beautiful?
They have one of the biggest militaries in the world, most advanced militaries in the world. It's a very interesting play that they're doing, because
so also they welfare recipients. Also, they get money, free money every year. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it's interesting how they're able to play somehow they're able to play on that, and they have power at play real time. I'm like, I thought y'all didn't have no power. You're shutting up schools, university. You're shutting businesses up. People losing their jobs. I thought y'all had no power. It's crazy.
Yeah, the wildest thing is even the Benjamin Netanyahu. His is the wildest to me because I mean he's just that dude is just no holds bars. Like, oh, if you accuse Israel of war crimes, you're anti-Semitic. I'm like, wait, what?
That's the whole UN government.
Yeah.
But
for who my friends are, who your friends are. Yeah, who are you? That's what he's gonna do.
At least the
but for a head of state to just come out and outright say it, like, oh, if you accuse me of war crimes, like that's anti-Semitic. Like, I'm just gonna blatantly play that card. I'm not even gonna try to like.
Do you know how sensitive that crowd is, man? Where people don't even want to say the word out loud, but we can say the N-word anytime we want to each other, especially. We can talk about we're gonna kill these niggas, we're gonna kill you, and all this nigga this, nigga that. You know, I can say it now, and nothing happens. But best believe if you use that J word and you use it loosely, and you trying to, make some kind of vile points about whatever you're talking about,
they're suppressing all of social media.
You will be removed.
Yeah, they're suppressing all social media. But they have no power.
No public space. That's what I'm saying. And you got no public space.
No
freedom of speech that the right promotes, right? No freedom of speech.
That's what I'm saying. IP address is wiped.
Right.
But we're the woke police. We're the woke police, though.
or when you look at what was, or when you look at what was happening with the hearings, I'm like, people going in about, people can say whatever, and this will be labeled hate speech. This is not, and I'm like, do you see? Do y'all know who Amy Wax is and the crazy stuff she says about black people?
You can't get a little pushback from one of your own, basically saying, looking at the hypocrisy of it all, and she's trying to keep it more cogent. And you guys gonna come down hard on her.
Yeah, no, I'm
pushing it. I get it. She is pushing it though. But I don't think she's gonna laugh. I think she's done for. I think she's gonna flip like Omaroso. She's gonna turn double dark side. So she's gonna go complete Mace Window. She's just gonna be a force using, man, for whoever gonna give her the payment. She's just gonna be a freelance.
Now I know you watching some of the stuff on the right too, right, DC? It's just the white men who are Jewish, right, are trying to navigate little ways to take, to try to go against Israel, but doing it very quietly. I was waiting for them to get loud at some point. I'm like, y'all aren't getting loud, right? Because it's funny.
Hey, I would like to say this. In all reality, hey, listen, I'm in New York, so we used to call New York Jaime Town.
Central, baby.
and
Shout out
I go down to the heart of that bad boy on 46th Street and all that, and African Americans, Midtown. But what I have seen is and I'm going to be very frank about this from what I've seen now, and just talking brutally honest to the facts. Yeah, you have a lot of racist Jews and so forth that are out there, and a lot of them are just horrifying and disgusting. But you have people on the other side as well. So there is a fracture inside that community. It is not monolithic. It's not monolithic.
Oh no, that's true. That's true.
And they are and they have been having a lot of debate about that inside of the community, and some they've been lied to about really what's been going on inside Judea with respect to Israel, and some folks are really not on bombing and tearing people out of frame like they're doing, and saying that they're victims. They're they're people who are seeing this right now. So I'm going to say this, and this is not for anyone or against, but speaking honestly to it, the community, from what I've seen, I'm around a lot of Jews. They are not monolithic in this. They're not. They're the community. There is some fracturing inside of that community,
and they've always had anti-Zionists.
I just want to say this very quickly.
In the Jewish community,
you have your very Orthodox Jews. You have your more secular. You are not monolithic there. You have different views inside of inside of Judea when we look at what side are people really on in certain respects. So it's more complex than what might meet the eye, and I'll just leave it at that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that Ben Shapiro is pretty much I'm not going to, maybe he's a loud minority, I would say, in the Jewish community to a degree. I think that when you align yourself with the West and all of its underpinnings when it comes down to the racial classification and that being your driver, replacement theories and all this, you fall in line with some of this stuff, this rhetoric. I think a lot of that kind of takes care of itself. So he's in line with that kind of, let's destroy everybody and let everybody bend the knee to our military might.
He's a
then,
racist.
Exactly.
He is a racist. He's anti-black.
That's why I said what I see when I first saw him. Absolutely.
He's anti-Brown. He is definitely Palestinian, and a lot of it is just not only religion, but it's also their race from his perspective. This is what this guy is about. Don't let him fool you in any other way. That's where this guy is coming from. And he has to be called out, and I don't know why people are
I never liked him.
Are reluctant to do so. But they need to peg this guy for exactly what he is. And just like Bibi Netanyahu and that whole Likud party on the far right is very racist.
Mm-hmm.
And you have many of them who were South Africans. And I had a good friend who was there some years ago, came back and was shocked. She was I'm not gonna say her name, but Amy was very upset about looking at there were Jews that were there that were getting upset at Africans, and they were actually screaming white power.
Mm-hmm.
White power. White power.
Can you believe that?
In Israel.
That's crazy, man.
So you have to understand what you're dealing with. They're fractured there. So they have a far right that is very racist, and do not even begin to underestimate just the impact that they have as well. So just keeping it a buck. Keeping it a buck.
Yeah, we have it in our community too. I mean, it's the same thing. We got the same situation going on with us.
Yes, we do.
That we got to deal with when you're dealing with your own. That's kind of like anti-you. So yeah.
We have black racists. And some of them are in the manosphere, running around trying to glean, trying to glean favor. Those fucking niggas. But they do exist, and I would kill them if I could. I really would. But at the end of the day, we have them. We got to call them. We got to call them out. We got to call them out for who they are as well. And I have
we got the ERS, man.
I have no how would I say reluctance in saying that.
Who?
Sheriff AB Media is concerned, man.
Yeah.
Hit dogs, holla, boy.
Oh man, come on, y'all just.
Who the fuck you talking to?
Wait, come on, AB, come on, bro. Come on with this, man.
I don't know.
Black man, nigga, fuck you.
I don't know. No, I don't
AB,
know.
man, what's going on, man?
AB, trust me.
Oh,
you and I were together, you wouldn't be talking.
Oh,
believe me.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, if you can't do that, then you might as well just stop on with your request.
Listen, we was cooling. I don't know. I don't know what that meant. I don't even know what happened right there.
Me neither.
How that went off the rails.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm quiet. I'm done.
Oh, you said what you said. I don't know. I don't even know if you even meant that for somebody up here or not.
Nah, I don't think it was meant. It's just it was taken a certain way.
I hope
because somebody felt outed. These things happen.
Nah, man. Look, the people that I'm thinking about, they're not on this panel. That I know that are very anti-black, and I don't do the name calling thing as much, but there are a lot of anti-black people. Period. Just overall, it doesn't necessarily have to be. You get 10 black people together, there's going to be 1 or 2 anti-black people there that's going to be really talking down on other black people. That's just how we're designed to do that to each other. So it's to keep us in conflict.
Dick riders don't understand they're not capitalists, they're labor.
But I look at this kind of like it's on a lighter side, lesser impact. But the immigrant argument seems to be used in this way too, like kind of like dividing lines and having us kind of go at other groups, even other black groups like the ADOS movement against Caribbean black people to come here, people that's from Africa to come here. That's out of our hands. This is something that's been done for years and stuff like that. And I'm like Paradox. I'd rather let more of them in than anybody else. Like, yeah, let them come. See, because like
I ain't arguing, you can argue for me.
Like, I mean, but you know, I may be, you know, I guess in my lifestyle.
But you gotta be very.
I may be complicit, so I may not be the one to say that. But I listen to somebody that, you know, don't have the complicit life that I have when it comes down to foreign black people. But when I hear that problematic speech between, you know, these Negroes shouldn't be here, they're using us,
yeah, that's just wow,
and all this. I'm like,
wow,
man,
it's always coming from unproductive, dumb ass people.
Well, that's the
we're not doing that. We're not doing that to each other. These are when this hero see us. It's one thing. It's one thing and one thing only. Look at this man's face. His paws. Look at his face. Look at his eyes.
Yeah, he's a racist.
Don't care. I don't care what you are.
We on that. He's a racist.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing with ADOS too. Like you see what's happening in New York now. Kathy Hochul signing the bill to look at reparations, and I'm like, where was ADOS in all of this? Like they were nowhere to be found.
They're not a policy-based institute, man.
But,
no political power, whatever, whatsoever.
But you're sitting on the internet.
They became YouTube stars. That's what
they're just wasting your time. That's all they're doing.
That money got too good, so they followed the money. Yeah, it's all I can tell you. They followed the money, man. They found their niche, and they're gonna ride that to the wheels fall off. They're not gonna be able to form any. They can't go to the Black Caucus. You're gonna still have to go to the Black Caucus. What you gonna go to them after you talk shit about these people? You go to sit in front of Eleanor Holmes and sit in front of their face like they don't see you.
Sheila Jackson Lee.
That's what I'm saying. People that's been fighting for this 40, 50 years, fighting with these white men over and over on your behalf, and you're going to go, you got a couple of YouTube stories and stuff like that, and you want to go talk to these folks? Get in front of their face? Man, shit. I mean, Frederica Whitfield, all these people, I mean, look, man, you're not gonna move anything politically. That's what I'm saying. So it's just it breaks down at the end of the day. So you're not really in politics. You're more of a pundit. You are a what did you call it earlier? Paradox. What was it called? An operative.
A propagandist. Operative.
Operative.
Yeah.
And you can get paid, and you get money, so you can say your opinion, get paid, and all that, and rile up some people. And because at the end of the day, you can't say you're dealing politics. You can't do politics. How you doing politics? You ain't talking to no politicians. Where you do that at?
You have to be organized, and the bottom line, you're gonna have to ultimately get involved and have some level of a ground movement.
That ADOS shit is a litmus test for how politically engaged you are. That's all.
You're gonna have to have an organization that's really gonna be able to raise money, put people. You're gonna have to be able to put people into the voting booths as well. In order to really get that kind of attention, you're going to have some level of power. And when you start bringing people into the voting booths, and you start, commanding a certain level of votes, and people really start to listen. That's why you had that big issue, with Stacey Abrams and all. People can say, well, all they want to say about Stacey and try to drop everything on her from one state to the next. She was just in Georgia, but the fact that she was able to get people really well organized on the ground and get people moving was a factor. And you're going to have to really start to take things from that perspective as well.
They wanted Herschel to win so bad. Remember we was arguing over that. Herschel Walker, Herschel.
It is what it is.
If you catch me in a fight with a vampire on midnight, pray for the vampire.
I mean, and listen,
Herschel is a fool. I mean, you hear me?
He was a buffoon, and I mean, he was a pure buffoon, and they put him up for a certain reason. They put him up for a reason because they knew a white person was just not going to be able to walk away with it like that. So they just put him up there. And I'm going to say this: as big as a buffoon and shine bone and ridiculous nigger that he was, this guy commanded a certain number of votes. It was unbelievable. The number that he got. It was unbelievable.
I mean, I really think that Herschel Walker was the first nigger path that we've ever.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. Oh no doubt.
Oh man,
no doubt. Awesome. Very true. Very true. Very true. But you know, he was running incredibly. He was running incredibly there for a while, which is terrible. But it was showing you the effect that these guys actually had, and they were able to actually turn a lot of that into votes. They were able to put people in. They were able to put people in there. So it's very interesting. So it just shows you just how important you have to be able to get people out. Very important.
I mean, like I said, it's a litmus test, and like the people who are on this stuff is on some individual promotion thing. They're not about the group promotion that they claim to be about, and it's so weird that people have not figured this out.
Yeah.
Let me say this too. As a code breaker, I do not support killing black people.
I don't either. I am totally against it. Yeah, we do
all
not.
that stuff is anti-black. I'm not going on. No one here is a judge, jury, or executioner.
Wait.
I don't want anyone talking to me that sound like Hitler.
Stallone's up here.
People in ovens and stuff. I'm good with all that gas chamber stuff. I don't want to hear about nobody being genocided and killed because they have different political views. You can have
Hey, listen. I'm with you on that. But when you're going against hardcore against your own people, and you're going against your own people's interests. Just like we saw during the days,
hold your emotions to
during the
yourself.
days of slavery.
Care if you're going
I just want to say
what it is.
Even during the days of slavery,
we're not in slavery. Don't care.
Well, I'm just saying when you got out of it.
Look, I don't support judge, jury, executioner. Who are you? If you gonna put the work in, go put the work in. But I don't want to hear about it. Go do it if you're gonna do it. But I don't want to hear it. You're not the judge, jury, executioner. You're not a king. You're not a dictator. You're not in charge of nothing. You don't have no power. You're not talking about. I don't even want to hear. You're not talking about nothing. Talk about something else. Move on.
We all soldiers out here. Nobody's talking. Listen, nobody's talking about that.
Get out of here.
No, listen.
Only so I know is
nobody's talking about that in this
the person on the right standing up for human rights.
If you're not
nobody's
talking about that.
Talk to me about nobody being soldiers. It's all nonsense.
No. Hey, listen. Nobody's talking to you about that at all. You came in here bringing all that up. That's concept.
I can do what I want to do. That's number one.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Hold up.
But nobody's talking about that right now.
Number two, don't come on my channel talking about killing black people. So fuck what you're talking about right now. I'm gonna leave it right there.
Let me say, I don't think Nagone really meant that as
I don't care what. Not come on the channel.
I hear what you said.
Killing black people. Stop telling me about what somebody did back then. You're not a soldier. Did you serve in the military? Are you a SEAL?
Hey, listen.
What are you?
I heard what you said.
Quit talking about people of soldiers out here. That's nonsense.
I hear what you said, my man.
If you're gonna put in work, don't talk about it.
I hear what you said.
Be a serial killer or whatever you're trying to be.
I hear what you said.
You don't have that kind of power. You talking like you have some kind of authority.
Listen, you can run and scream. I hear what you said. What was said was said.
I can just shut you down if I want to. I'm letting you know.
Hey, listen, the only thing we're saying, what was said was said.
Say something that makes sense within context. You don't have any power, but you're talking like you're something that you're not.
So
talk in context of who you are.
What was said was said. It's over, and that's it. It's over. That's done with.
Paradox, you standing up for human rights?
We let that go. That's over.
I just don't want to hear anything unless you're a soldier in the American Armed Forces. You need to start talking about how tough you are, what you gonna do. If you ain't killed nobody, you ain't talking about nothing. So what are we talking about right now?
Hey, Paradox, we're not talking about this anymore. Move on. It's done. That's over.
No, I decide the one when I want to move on.
Okay. Well, listen. Well, you can keep talking about it if you want. I'm done with it. That's it.
Right, but when you're talking about murdering black people, you have a problem.
Okay, you can say
come on my channel doing nonsense like you're some kind of terrorist. I don't want to hear that.
Nobody's terrorist here. Nobody's terrorist here. Nobody's terrorist here. We're done.
Cool. Hold on. It's cool. I don't.
Nobody's terrorist here. We're done.
I really think it was just a strong disagreement, basically elicited in how strong.
No, it's an emotional. It
was emotional.
And folks getting their feelings.
It was emotional.
No, folks getting their feelings.
I am not a supporter.
Folks getting their feelings.
But when you have a person,
folks trolling, getting upset. All right.
When you come on a channel and you start talking about killing black people, that's a serious conversation.
Yeah.
No,
you're not putting in no work. So why are you even bringing it up?
Listen. Black people are getting killed every day. Are we the ones that are up in here doing that? Ask yourself that question.
I have a situation, man, where what has Brian Kemp done for black people in Georgia since he was basically chosen over Stacey Abrams? I'm kind of
sure. Good
what
question.
was the actual what was the actual thing that they benefited? Let's move on from this topic. Like I said, I think it was just that's a misunderstanding. Under misunderstanding. Yeah, because Killer Mike, he had he brought all them brothers together. Got Killer Mike there. It was the King Charles and all these guys going to the
Randall,
black school. King Randall, all these dudes. Yeah, he got all them together, and I'm here for the black man and all this. I'm just curious. I mean, anybody in Georgia that knows what he's done, or has he?
We seem to know a lot about Chicago, so how come we can't know about this?
What
about Chicago?
Georgia is actually a prime example of like sort of capitalism gone amok a little bit. Like when you look at all the businesses that have come to Georgia, and you be like, dang, they must be doing well. But when, like Stacey Abrams pointed out, when you look at like the quality of life, even in Atlanta, like take Atlanta and compare to DC, it's day and night. The policies, the things get passed. Like I said, look at all the jobs and companies that are there. But when you look at the wealth disparity, the poverty rate, the wages, I mean, to me, that's what you end up with if you go sort of black and to the right and sort of embrace this capitalism type of model. You have a few black folks. You have some black folks that do well there, but you got a lot of folks struggling, and even in Atlanta.
Well, you keep taking a position to attack the right. What exactly from the left?
No, he's not.
Hold on. You're making I'm saying you're making an argument, but are you talking about replacing the system that you're living in with something else?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Can you give me 3 points on what that is?
If I had my way, basically educational reform. So basically, you gotta have quality. You gotta have quality public schools. So at outside of college, at like the high school and middle school level, things like that, you got to have quality education. It's got to be properly funded. It can't be tied to property taxes. You got to actually fund it, and you actually got to have it equal. Like someone's zip code is not going to determine the education that they get. That's one thing. You got to have as Dr. King talked about it, a basic income or an income floor. You got to basically say, hey, if you make either that or a jobs guarantee, one of the two. Either income floor or jobs guarantee. That's number two. Number three, I think you have to you've definitely got to have more unions, and even to that in general, I think you've got to change sort of the model of how some of these companies work. You can't have companies that just operate for profit.
Okay. That's a big one.
Like, or if they do operate for profit, you got to shift that to more small businesses that are more rooted in communities.
Yeah.
That aren't.
And they don't get any government contracts based on how big of a company you are. You just can't be that big and get all the government contracts.
Which is one thing Stacey actually brought up.
So those three things you just said. So are you tying that to our system from a capitalist perspective, or are you talking about something?
Oh,
meaning that if you practice all those things, you still want people to build businesses, build cities, build neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? You still okay.
No. It's for me. It's if you look at capitalism as a system, I think the main thing we're seeing right now is that if left sort of unchecked or allowed to grow too unregulated, you basically end up with, in my opinion, this incentive to create false scarcity. Drive up prices and sort of drive them down, or create a lot of concentration of wealth. Just do really, really bad things that undermine your society and your well-being of your society. If it's big enough, basically send, like you said, send jobs way overseas, even though you need to keep those jobs here for national security, for employment for people here, all those things. That's what I like when I say that the system is problematic in that. As well as just it's going back to what you said earlier about greater white society and basically money, basically prioritizing power over money in the sense of the way it's sold. That I don't think the system, or with the way it's organized, with people who have access to resources and people who don't, vehicles for power, I think all sort of marginalized groups are going to always have a problem gaining a foothold. His name is Richard Wolff. He talks about this, that basically,
I know Richard.
Every couple of
Professor
years,
Wolff, yeah.
Every couple of years when you have a downturn, you basically throw non-white groups out of the economy, and
he's tough, boy. He's tough. He's tough.
Yeah, you can't debate him, no sir.
Yeah. So that's what
I probably watched 50 hours of him talking, boy. It's a lot to take in now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a professor, so he's going to break things down didactically.
Oh yeah,
economically, and he knows the capitalistic system. He understands socialist system extremely well, and he speaks on them both cogently with facts. So it's a little bit different than people maybe pontificating emotionally at certain respects and saying why they don't like something. He is highly well skilled in speaking on that.
But yeah, Paradox. I would still want us to be creating businesses. Definitely creating businesses. Yeah. I don't even care if people make money. I think it's just the parity between it. Like you've got to have some reasonable parity. Workers and people like that have to have like some stake and they have to be able to share in some of the profits, the gains. It's not going to work the way it's set up.
Do you think the Democratic Party is trying to implement those three things you just said? And they're being stopped by the Republican Party?
On some things, yes. Like I will say this, I'm
talking about those three specific things you just said.
On the unions, yeah, I think that's one of the areas Biden has actually done well. Like when you look at his national labor relations and like basically how they said, hey, like one of the things they used to do with union bust is basically, hey, if we catch you talking about a union, especially in the South, like you're fired.
Oh yeah.
Like no questions asked. We're getting you out of here. Like
yeah, he's the son of a foreman, if I'm not mistaken. Biden is. His dad was in the union.
That would make sense. One of the things his board has said is that, hey, if a company is basically caught trying to union bust, like the union automatically has to be recognized by the company.
Right.
Like that is huge for organized labor. That's something we haven't seen in years.
Yeah,
and it could make a world of difference in the South. I mean, I watched a documentary the other day about Bluebird, the bus company in Georgia. And I mean, you have people literally saying, hey, I get 2 days a year as vacation. Like that's how many hours the company gives me for vacation. It's 2 days a year.
People forget that his roots are in Scranton, and that's a very blue collar town, small town, city, whatever. So, and they very union based. And when he went there and spoke to those people, man, that probably kind of turned the tide a little bit, especially for states like Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan. That gave him a little bit of a base there, because when he went there talking about how his father talked about unions, he could talk about that from experience. So
yeah,
that helped him out when it came down to that, especially with those voters.
No. So
they want to feel like you are a part of them. When you come talking to them, they were like, "All right, who are you and who your family? Like, who's your people?" So, another political shield talking to me, even though he is, but he got that background at least going to this space.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that Trump tried to have that fake union speech that he gave.
In a non-unionized place.
Which stage? I don't understand it. But I'm always curious about stuff like that. What did George Bush? Did he talk about unions at all?
No.
George Bush talked about baby
Bush.
Yeah, compassionate conservatism. He couldn't speak to them on that because they already knew his history. They already knew that he was basically, they're from Connecticut originally. They're transplants into Texas, so they weren't really Texans, like really officially, So he's kind of faking that route. So,
he sold it though. Baby Bush sold it. Like
he tried, yeah, but the truth, it wasn't the truth though.
No. I mean, like if you look at like the accent and
of course,
almost the all shucks mentality. He tried to play it up.
But what helped him was the fact that I hate to say this, was the fact that he wasn't as smart as Jeb. So he was kind of considered to be like the everyman, kind of the way he spoke, the way he kind of acted, his mannerisms. He wasn't above people. So he would go in there and talk to these guys, hey, I want to be just like one of you guys. I look up to you, stuff like that. So he came kind of like from that point of view. He related to them still if that's what
But you know what's interesting though
Trump
is that
didn't relate to them. Bush did.
Oh no, you're
And
right.
Bush
DC.
also came off like he was a bit of a religious leader, if you remember.
Yeah,
No,
He was talking about his faith.
I'm the king coming here to talk to you. Peasants.
Exactly. You know, and
What I am.
he pulled in
No,
the evangelicals and all that. He was playing that. He was playing that faith-based game.
But no, Bush baby
And he
Bush
was
did that
effective.
too. He did that too. He did it well though. He played the faith-based game as well too.
Yes, he did.
But once again, he played it well as too. And to your point, DC, no, everybody thought Jeb Bush was going to be the successful one. Like nobody saw George being president.
Yeah, he was too smart for his own good though. He didn't have a Southern accent either. He didn't really talk with.
Well, I want to ask you a question about that in a second, and Mitt Romney. But before that, do you think the NAFTA deal under Clinton? Do you think that was the death knell of the unions?
No.
You asking me or you just asking the panel?
Just in general. I was just curious.
No, I wouldn't think that. I think the death knell really started to come down on the I would think on the unions is really when Ronald Reagan more or less broke the back of the of the unions with respect to air traffic control, and really started to do that and said, I'll fire you in the whole game.
He broke our back, man. He broke my auntie's back with that shit, man. She was pissed. Woo, I remember that.
Wait, wasn't that you talking about that? Like a lot of black people got hit by that?
Yeah,
it
was a lot of black people that was in unionized and everything. Been there 20, 30 years, man. All that fell apart, man. He broke us. Literally.
That was the real beginning, because the Republican Party had an attack on the whole union movement going back to the Roosevelt days. So from the Rooseveltian era, moving on down, they were trying to really knock that out the box. And Ronnie, being their standard bearer, he was the guy that really, really ushered that in full time, and you started to see unions really drop very heavily after that. So that was that was a movement that was going on from a good 40 years earlier. From time
82, 83.
So that's when we really started to see that.
Yeah.
So I would say Reagan, the Republicans, without question, that was within their interest to do so. Ronnie Reagan was the individual who ushered that in.
I wonder how you don't get how you let a president get involved where you say y'all not gonna get paid unless you how are you gonna do that? How are you gonna force yourself and get involved into that? You have nothing to do with that.
These are federal. I mean, that's what he said, and they let him, and he got away with it, and he got away with it.
Not only got away with it, set a precedent for the whole nation. The whole nation followed behind.
Did he have
auto workers? That's when the auto workers got broke too. They got broken. Everybody got broken.
Did he have the House and the Senate?
Detroit fell off and everything, huh?
Did he have the House and the Senate?
He did. Yeah, it was red.
I gotta go look. Not for the whole 8 though, right?
No, the first one he ran, there was all.
Yeah.
I feel like he won every state.
I gotta go look that up.
It was crazy, man. I don't think one state went blue, bro.
Yeah, I know that. I know he swept.
Yeah, but I think he had most of the House and most of the Senate. Yeah. I think it lightened up on the second term because people kind of like seeing him for who he really was. Especially the second midterm towards the end, it was weakening, but he still had a very strong political windfall, man.
Yeah.
Coming out. I mean, it was 6 years where he could just pretty much every policy he wanted to pass, man. It was just it was incredible the cooperation he got. It was masterful.
So I was wondering when you had the mass outsourcing, I guess come out of what maybe 60s, 70s, 80s, somewhere in that
Wall
time
Street
frame.
was out of control. Remember, Wall Street was out of
That's
control.
what I'm saying though, is that I was trying to think about the two parties. Where were they at as those events was happening? Right. That's all.
No, but you have to understand, like the NAFTA vote.
I got to get back and got that my memory.
You got to go back to the NAFTA vote for the House and the Senate. People thinking that this is Clinton's fault. Like, no, it was a Republican-led thing on both sides.
Yeah, they still had the House when Clinton got
Newt Gingrich.
Was the strongest. Yeah, and that remember that's part of the whole Reagan windfall. Yeah.
You hear this stuff about how it was Clinton's fault for not vetoing it, but no one wants to talk about the House and the Senate that actually voted for it. And
you got to remember, this is all attached to the civil rights movement. Because remember, when he first got elected, you know where this motherfucker went to get elected? Philadelphia, Mississippi, man.
Oh, that's the
and the bombings and shit like that. Can you believe that? A California person basically launching his presidential campaign
from
Philadelphia, Mississippi. Are you for real, dude?
Where 3 civil rights workers were killed.
That's what I'm saying.
Buried.
I mean, just the audacity, bruh. Reagan was a motherfucker. They need to do a real. So now they need to really
try to
release.
check that dude out or check any of his policies. Talking about like the whole actor thing that just got taken seriously, like that was that guy. Got
Think
taken
about
totally
how
seriously.
uncontrolled.
Nobody cared.
Because people forget how uncontrollable the CIA was at the time, the KGB, all of these double agents. The shit that was we had it. The 80s was a motherfucker, bro. A lot of stuff that we did. I mean, it was a. Because you got to remember, when we went into the 90s, all the hypocrisy from the 80s, it just fell apart in the 90s. Everything was just kind of like everybody was just going for theirs. They were like, "Fuck it, let's get rich." Really, literally, get rich or die trying. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna break laws. I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do. Black people didn't give a damn about work. What they like work for the post office for what? So they could break me, have me working 16 hours and just get barely meaning well. Fuck that, man. I ain't doing that. Fuck you. I'm going out here on these streets.
Yeah,
that was just what it was. Then you got the 94 crime. I mean, it was man, just that 1980 to 1995, man, just need to just be. That 15-year period just need to be just studied. Just president on down.
But you have to look at those policies. Those policies that they started, like the crime bill, all that stuff, man, was kicked up in the 80s.
But that's
and
what
that
I'm
stuff,
saying.
and it came down and really hit hard when it really went into policy, and it started to hit our communities in the 90s, and that's when you saw a lot of this craziness really pop off.
But wasn't the cheap labor for the immigrants that came over from asylums from Cuba and all these Panama and all these other countries? I mean, the Panama Canal. Oh man, all those people that died. I mean, it's just the Noriega scandal. Oh, the Iraq country.
DC, why did you
went
hear
through all of it here in DC? It was cool. It was madness in the 80s.
No,
man.
but why do you hear then, or is this just a narrative from maybe well-to-do Black people? They always talk about the Clinton era with such like nostalgia, like
because we made money
compared to what we went through in the 80s. Compared to what we went through in the 80s, man.
The Clinton did. I was on Wall Street then. The money was not flowing, but flowing. Money was flowing.
And so some of the black elites basically did pretty well.
The black elites did well, yeah.
So if you were black and you had a decent position, you had a decent position, and remember the whole internet game was opening up and going wild and all that kind of stuff. The market was trading like crazy. So the money was flowing. That was the thing. Clinton was money.
Maybe it was timing too, because I know I was talking to someone over the Christmas break. He started at IBM basically in probably the early 70s, and he graduated from Tuskegee, and he was just basically like, hey, I graduated at the time where pretty much if you were black and you had a degree, you were going to get hired in the corporate America.
That's right.
Because they needed black people. So maybe some of those people finally hit some management type of positions, 20 years into the game or whatever, got some authority on their jobs as well.
And remember that was a prime time talented 10th era. Prime time talented 10th.
Yeah, because there was a big separation between those that had and that didn't.
It was prime time because if you were going to school, you could get a lot of money to go to college. So you got money to go to school. A lot of first generation black people went to college then and started getting, and that was the end of your baby boomer era and moving into your you're starting to slide into the Gen X. But that's where you were. So that was your talented 10th era. You caught a lot of. I can say it. I was there. I lived it. I was there.
That's the top. That's the top end of Gen X, man. By the time it got to the late Gen X, it's like me, MOT, and Paradox. But by the time we got there, all the money was dried up. None for college, man. We was like, God damn, they were like, you gonna have to work. You got to work to pay the school. You got to get half a scholarship, athletic scholarship. You have to. By the time we got there, like all the money gone. Like money gone.
And the problem was
go get a loan. All the money gone.
Money gone.
And the problem was you were too successful. So they saw blacks being
slowed that shit
too
down.
successful.
They were like, oh,
too successful.
Oh no.
Too many were coming off.
Oh no.
And then they were like, all right, so the deal now is let's slow this down. these niggas are getting too they're getting too good with it, and that's really what happened. And then you started seeing a much stronger wave.
Think about it. It don't take us long.
Moving to the right. Then you saw things starting to move a lot more to the right after that.
We get a little bit of relief in 92 while we were still in high school. By the time we got to 94, 95, that shit was like complete. It was like, God damn, the well run dry now. Like, God damn, niggas stuck in gotta work. I knew dudes, Bama's were working at Pizza Hut. I mean, niggas out there have a job working.
That's right.
Studying, playing football, all of that. Like, God damn, I gotta do it all. Financial aid.
So you saw a lot of that, a lot of going on because me and all my boys, almost now in our early 60s, a lot of
you had that sweet y'all had that sweet spot. It wasn't there.
Yeah, we hit the sweet spot.
Money was flowing. Yeah, they were like, let them on in, let them come on in.
Like I said, it wasn't flowing, it was flowing. Yeah. Flowing. And I mean, you were getting what you wanted. So you went, if you wanted to go to school, you could get an education. The money was there. You know, the money was there for you. So you came off. And that lasted about a good 12 years. Really, that was the sweet spot.
I'll tell you, by 94, that shit was done, bro.
And then they started to dry up, and we started to see some of the decisions, like the Bakke decision, which started to cut back on you. And that was in the early 80s when they were really like saying, "Oh, we may have to cut this thing down because if these guys really get what they want and keep moving it, you know, they'll change the dynamics." So they wanted to really start to slow this thing down. So it took a while for them to do it, but all throughout the 80s, and then you had the end of the 70s, early 80s, and going through that period, it was you were getting what you wanted, and money was there for you to go to school. Really, the big thing that really turned it around, where you had, of course, more wealth, of which we see, is the better educations you have, the more money you were able to make. So that's, so that positive, correlation was right there. So you were getting better educated. A lot of us were getting better. Your educations were getting a lot better, and everyone was going to school. So that's how that was. And they want, and then they privatized education a lot more, and and then they corporatized it to a large extent, and then the dollars went, way out of line, and we see what we see now. But that's how things were. I mean, we had a lot of money out there, TAP, BEOG, and all these different types of assistance. That was really Pell Grants and all this stuff was real heavy. So you could go to school. You could get an education, a good education for. I mean, I'm talking about I'm talking about the good. I'm not just talking about community colleges, but Syracuse University, guys going to Brown and so forth. People going to really good institutions that were relatively expensive, that you could go for pretty short money because you had a lot of help. So that ended. That's over, and it was only a short period that we had that.
See, now they got the money so dispersed out, man. A lot of it now is just these children, these kids, they just don't even know where the money is. These boys, man, these black boys, they just have no idea about how to get to the money when it comes down to colleges. They just tell them, hey, just go get a trade and join the military. It's just
people aren't even that whole join the military thing. That's dying off too. I mean,
no.
They are. I mean, you got a lot of
really.
Oh yeah, no, you got a lot of people the military is having trouble hitting its recruiting goals. I know the Army definitely did.
And they've had a problem with that for a while.
The Marines, I think, have been able to fill it, but us, we tend to go into the Army, and I think the word has kind of gotten out that hey, a lot of people who have served before are just like, hey, it's unless you're going in as an officer, it's really not worth it. Is a lot of the word.
Unless you're going into I mean, the Air Force have never had a problem with recruiting, but it's just that there's too many infantry-based jobs in those places where you are in harm's freaking way, dude. That's a hard sell, man.
Well, the path now to go is to go to really get into, if you're going for a 4-year degree, it's something significant. It's go to community college. That's where you're gonna go first. Get your associates or whatever, or get those credits that can be transferred over. Have good grades so you can get some money to go. Exactly. You got to find. So you just can't just run in and enroll and say I'm going to do whatever. You're going to have to be more focused. It can be done, but you're going to have to be how would I say, advised a lot more as to how to really, basically, get your education right, because it's not going to be they're not making it easy for you. Just like when we saw a lot more kids. We saw a positive correlation with Black kids going to college by way of the fact that you had Head Start. A lot of these kids who were getting those Head Start programs in the 70s and so forth, that really worked, where kids were going to school at 2 and 3 years old and learning to read. That's where your college class really came out, because a lot of those kids came out with
liberal
with
programs
with good educations. So whites started looking at those numbers. Oh, these Blacks are going to school early and they're coming out. Now their SAT scores and stuff like that are coming up and almost on parity with ours. We got to cut these guys back to the fat meat.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of that, you have to look at how a lot of this programming and stuff come down. Do I come down on the right wing and do I see them as my enemy? Yes, I do, because they are. And that's why I bring that up, because at the end of the day, where you are benefiting, they're trying to stop. Because at the end of the day, it's about maintaining a status quo. Education is the number one thing that we know that will keep you out of prison. That will, if you have a college degree, you'll make $1 million more in your lifetime than you will for somebody who in a lifetime than those who don't. These are real numbers. They know what the numbers are. So therefore, they don't want to have you in these programs doing well, because they want to make things a certain way. You can't ignore that. So and I've become older in this and more upset about what I see. So
and you see, hold up for a second. So, and you're telling me that you see a very high rate of graduation and getting into college in blue cities?
Do I see? Do I see? I mean, hey, listen, blue cities, blue states are far above anything in the red. Okay, we know it. So it's not even a question. So yes, and if you don't believe it, then you do the research yourself and look at it. You don't have to believe me. You just go.
I was going to say that my whole thing is, I almost feel like with the changing demographics, it's just the way this country, as far as when you just look at policies and things that have worked in the past. University systems being free, like you have New York, or low cost like it was in California, like those things are now all of a sudden like socialism, and people are, we can't do anything, we can't afford this. And I'm just like, part of me almost thinks that when you look at the demographics of this country, people basically see the writing and are like, okay, we need to privatize as much as possible, because basically we're going to basically have almost like a South Africa type of situation if the right gets its way. We're a minority, but we're going to own all the wealth, all the resources, and the non-whites are basically going to be an indentured class.
So you're telling me so you're saying the Black boys in LA, Chicago, Detroit, New York, Northern New Jersey, and all those cities, DC, Philly, and Baltimore, these kids are coming out with high SAT scores, graduating at almost 100% rate, with high reading proficiencies and high math proficiency as well. Is that what you're telling me?
No. We're talking about in the overall education as we take a look at a mean average. So if you're just looking at those cities that have high crime in some of those areas like that, and you're trying to make your point right there, you're making a false equivalent. You have to look at where Blacks are.
I'm not trying to really make a point. I'm just asking a basic question, which is black boys who live in LA, Chicago, Detroit, Northern New Jersey, New York City, DC, Philly, and Baltimore. I just want to be clear that you're telling me that in these blue cities, that
we didn't say necessarily just straight blue cities. I'm gonna try to ask
the question
you're
again.
Trying to make in the high crime areas. They're doing better.
You know what? Let me ask DC the question.
All right, okay, go ahead.
Chill out for a second. Okay, DC, LA, Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore, DC, Philly, Northern New Jersey, and New York City. Yeah. In those blue cities, are Black boys having a high SAT score, high reading, high proficiency, and these kids are going into big time colleges, getting big time degrees, setting up businesses, making a bunch of money, and living a great life?
Then what? Or are they as a singular?
No.
I'm gonna ask the question. I'm gonna ask you one more. I'm gonna ask the question again.
No. I heard the question.
Are black boys in L.A., Chicago, Detroit, Philly, Northern New Jersey, New York, Baltimore, D.C. Are these black boys in these inner cities, in these blue cities? Are these kids graduating at a high rate, 95%, 98%, high proficiencies in math and science and reading, and with high SAT scores and getting into great schools and all that good stuff, and they're going out and having a great life and a great career?
No, but there's a caveat to that. There is each one of those cities, if I'm not mistaken, have very specialized all boys schools that are very, very proficient in giving those numbers that you just listed. So that they're in a minority, but they have extremely successful schools that are basically focused on those black boys that are from those communities that do succeed and get good scholarships and basically get the grades that we're talking about getting. The problem is that we don't have it on scale. So we don't have a situation where a lot or most of the black boys, especially from, it's not even just those cities, just all around the nation, period. Any major city where there's a large black population, where black boys are struggling in school, from kindergarten, I don't know where it starts, but I want to say from kindergarten, from being 6 years old into being 12, a lot of their educational dreams get just stamped out because people are, please mute up whoever got that.
That's MOT. He got some background.
So just to have that ability to have these boys to get focused on education is imperative. And like I said, it took me to go to college to get saved for school. Like I said, I like college, high school, stuff like that. I did okay, especially going into my junior and senior year. But up until that particular time period, I was not a very good student. I was not. I mean, I would not even sell that as being the case. And college saved me. But I was able to be one of the lucky ones. Everybody was not as lucky as I was to get an education and to fall in love with reading, to fall in love with history, and fall in love with just the learning process in the general. I think that we don't give a lot of these boys the opportunity to get that. So what I say is, even though a lot of these boys may end up being failing or not even being proficient in reading and math and stuff like that, there should be some opportunities given to them to still go to school. If I'm not mistaken, I know either Obama or Clinton in his second term basically offered where we were supposed to give kids. I know Kamala talked about this a little bit, where they would pay for 2 years of college, right? I think George Bush talked about that free community college. If that is needed, man, I think that would work out tremendously for those that want to go. For those that want to go, because a lot of this, man, like I said, like when we got to school, if you couldn't pay for school, you just didn't go. And a lot of guys we knew didn't go, right? Ain't that one of the reasons why? They couldn't pay for it. They got disenfranchised educationally. They said, well, school wasn't for me. That's what you heard. College ain't for me, man. College ain't for me, bro. College ain't for me. And I'm like, well, dude, how you know if you didn't never go? You never try. You like reading, you like getting this. But I think a lot of this is just the culture that's been developed. So a lot of the kids that I think that are like failing in school are some of the brightest students. I just believe that. I think if you energize their brain to give them an opportunity to be successful, then these kids will go. But I think we're falling into the trap of easy money, trades and stuff like that, making it easy. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but decide that if that's what you want to do after you do 1 year, 2 year school. And even when you go to those community colleges, you could pick up a trade there if you want to. Yeah. I mean, you still could do that same kind of learning, but I just think that to make you an overall human being, to know about your environment, to know about the place that you stay in, to energize children at a very, very early age, because boys are very, very active, get them outside. Like here, man, there should not be any schools where the kids should not go to most of the monuments around the city. Like every school should have the opportunity to have, especially the inner city schools that are like right down the street. Some of these kids can walk, this paradise. Some of these kids can walk to the Smithsonian, walking distance. Ain't never been before. but you got people coming all the way from Richmond, Virginia, to go to the Smithsonian before kids that are walking distance within the damn monuments that don't have no idea about what they really meant, what it's there for, how there's no buildings above the Washington Monument, how that's basically built into the Washington city limits. Benjamin Banneker creating the city, kind of making it confusing, stuff like that. The mathematicians and all that. I mean, it's a shame, bro. It's just shameful. But I think to answer your question, I think that there are specialized schools where they identify Black boy excellence, where they can filter them in, and they put these boys into these specialized schools, whether it's a charter school or if it's a private minority situation, and they allow these kids to get the talented, gifted, and they raise them up that way. So they do have schools where they do pinpoint it, but it's just not enough. The majority of them, no. But there are some special. There are some great schools in each one of those cities that you talked about. It's just not enough of them. In Detroit, I know, and in Chicago, Philly,
New York City,
here in DC, New
York City. Like we have, we have a STAR program where you can go to community college for free. You have the programs where you can get in for free, scholarships where you can go to community college for free.
How many of those boys know that though? How many of them boys?
And they're offering, but I want to say they're also offering programs in STEM, or let's say programs where you can be, where you can get into certain kinds of community, computer technologies, and so forth. So we have that here in the city. How many kids know about it, or how much is that really being pushed in a lot of these schools? Not as heavily as it should. Yeah. We know that male education, we even see white males as well as Hispanic and Black are falling behind, let's say, the females. We do know that. Okay, so if that's the case and that is happening in American education, that's happening amongst the white population. What do you think it's happening amongst Black? So Black boys, and so forth. We need, without question, more specialized. How would I say, or greater attention to our education, and certainly than almost anyone else. Are we getting that overall? Overall, no. Not sort of at the level, and certainly like we've seen since they cut back. I was just going to say, because I was just looking it up as well. Since we cut back Head Start and so forth, from around period about 95, 2000, around there, where they really started to cut this back, the conservatives started to really hit. We started to see a dip in going down in SAT scores. So we started to see these programs really starting to hit us in ways that are adversely affecting us.
Head Start was huge. Head Start was
huge. Us in education. Head Start was massive, and they knew just how successful it was. But these are the things that are affecting us, and I think we should be knowing about this. And part of our political agenda and so forth that we need to get on is getting the early childhood education and really helping to subsidize and support that, because you get a measurable return on that. And these people have turned their back on that and said, forget about the return. We just don't want you to have it to a large extent. And we have the money for it. I mean, it's ridiculous. But anyway, so the educational issue, the Black educational issue, Black male especially, is a complex one, because we're not getting supported around the country overall at the level that we should, and many of us are being segued in and being moved into a lot of the how would I say, special education kind of areas, and of which is ridiculous, because they warehouses there as well, Black and Latino kids, especially in New York and Connecticut and New Jersey. It's identical. So we see a lot of those issues as well with respect to education of males.
DC, let me ask you a race. Let me ask you a race question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think America want Black boys to be successful?
No. That's easy. No, absolutely not.
Not at all. No.
Especially reading professionally. No, that is so important to read with comprehension, man. That's the gateway, man. It's hard to fool somebody that got a good reading comprehension, being able to understand the environment, understand the history of this country fully, within the limits of the comprehension. Really get a good understanding. You're not really fooled as easily by what people say when you can actually read it for yourself.
DC.
It's something that we missed the boat on. I used to volunteer actually for nonprofits, basically helping at-risk youth, especially Black boys. But it was girls too, to help them read, man, in the city. We used to do it at Howard actually all the time. Yeah.
DC,
do you
look at the reading levels? Look at the reading levels here in the manosphere that we see. Look at the level of reading comprehension you see here for people here in this space, which I think is a good enough little small example of some of the issues that we really have in the greater community.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think that Black people in general in this country are adequate enough to teach their children based off their education in this country?
Man, I just see people, man. I'm feeling really bad because, man, I have a 6-year-old, you know this, man, and I go to all the meetings, bro. And I'm like a parents advocate too, bro. You already know. Like I'm on the ass, man. And and it's sad, man. You know, you don't really see us really fighting for, and this is just the women included. Everybody just trusts these schools, and you know, and she goes to a specialized school, let alone a public school. I can't imagine, man, the struggle. Like it's just gotta be, you know what I mean? Like if it ain't even you know what I'm saying? Like to be honest with you, I don't think people got the will for it because they just don't like to learn. They just want to make money. And that's the difference. So when it's not important, so like when you watch Family Ties and the thing that they doing, like what were they reading? Michael J. Fox was reading when he was reading a Wall Street Journal, bro. His father sitting there having conversations about politics, life lessons and stuff like that. It wasn't just about the money. We already got money. We already making the money. How are we going to move around in this world? How are we going to stay on charge? How are we going to stay on top? That's already a given. But when you talk about people that's surviving, they want to make money. They want to show it off on the gram. They want to show what they got. They want to show, you know, the kind of car that they're flossing with. They don't give a damn about it. They don't give a damn about the education part. The education part is just the means to just floss and get. I just seen people talk about, I got PhD, but you don't flex about what you learned, what you got, the information that you receive and the willingness to share it. You're trying to show people how to get money by getting this. That's the wrong motivation. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody's going to always look for the shortcut. Okay, bam. If I can get there quicker than that, then I'm just going to go. Remember they just called. I think they just got the lady called up where she talking about she made $1 million truckers and stuff like that. Maybe about this.
Oh, they got her.
Well, I think they got it kind of crossed up. They kind of coming at her.
Oh really, man.
I got $1 million truckers and all this. Everybody's always looking for that easy thing, and it's just like you don't think about the work you got to put in, the contracts you got to read. You still got to be on your numbers. You still got to read contract. You still got to understand what people are trying to put in front of you. The workload that you got, the hours that you're putting in. Is it worth it? The miles that I'm driving. I'm like, it's just. We just take.
Do you think most athletes' family members are qualified to be in those spaces when they get those contracts?
Say that again now.
Like athletes, musicians, when they get picked up by these people, to be in the entertainment industry or to be in the sports industry.
Yeah.
How adequate do you think a lot of those people are in general?
If they don't have no litigation experience, man, I would say maybe at the I don't want to use this word, but just to be so everybody can understand it at the retarded level. We just don't have an understanding of what we're looking at. We just don't understand it. You don't understand, like when you drop an album, 85% of that goes to the record label because they fronted you money from the front end. So they're going to give you an advance. They're talking about an advance, but that means that you're paying it back through your sales. You see what I'm saying?
But how many stories have you heard from Black boys or Black women that get signed and
they talk about it?
The first thing they say is, "Well, my parents don't know anything. Relatives, they don't know."
They talk about it all the time, and they talk about being so desperate because they offer all that money up front. They say, if somebody you never had money in your whole life, somebody say, "Boom, I'm gonna give you $2 million up front," right? You sign that dotted line. Now you like TLC. You're the biggest selling artist. Like they were talking about how broke they were. You know how big TLC was. That's around our time period when we was youngins.
But their parents did go to our public schools, though, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's just that's back to who's in charge and who's running these corporations and who got access. Because if you got these people that don't have none of the they're not the entertainers, but they deal with all the paperwork. They deal with the shows, getting you flights, getting you set up, getting you agents, handling your lawyers and stuff like that. Some of us can slip up and we could be so good at it to where we're like we're the supernovas, like the Oprah Winfrey's of the world. You become an employee, but you become an employee / owner. But she's still an employee though, to a degree. She's still working, like it's almost like people don't understand that. Like Oprah is like a employee / owner partnership type deal. She still got to do shit, like it's part of her brand, like her brand is out. Like she can fall back, I guess, but it's a part of what she is part of her being out there, so to speak.
And you don't hear about it, and you tend not to hear about the thousands of people a year or hundreds of people a year, that all the fallout that comes from that. You tend to hear about people who may have gotten a little something, but it's so many that you never hear about.
Man, it's probably like, can you think about how many popular Oprah Winfrey that it was, even more attractive than she was, but the reason probably why they let her in was because she was less attractive. Remember Rolanda, what was the one that had the show? She was just as good, doing her talk show, had provocative topics, but they're not going to put a pretty ass, thick ass woman on, the finest thing that these people done seen on TV. They're like, hell no, we're gonna put the fat mammy looking. I mean, no shots. I'm just saying, like, I mean, come on, man. Let's just be real. Let's kick the ballistics here. Like, white women ain't gonna feel comfortable with no Rolanda walking in the room and she the baddest thing walking. They had to wait till what's her name get old to give her a show. What's the one? She was bad too. She in her 50s now. She still look good. Tamara, what's her name? The black sister, man. You know what I'm talking about. She real pretty in the face. I forget her name, man.
Tamara Hall.
Tamara Hall. Yeah, think about it. They had her at 30, 25, smoking like that? Nah, bro. Nah.
Hey, man, she could beat out some younger women.
She will make white women get uncomfortable with competition. They don't like that. They like to feel like, Oprah, look at dancing all. And they want to go through the journey with her and feel like she's a part, that kind of deal. She was like a big mother to these people, like a big sister, big mother, And so you're dealing with the demographics of all of that, and that's why it's kind of like it's difficult, man. It's difficult when you're dealing with this. Like, a black man in a dress. Our best entertainment mogul is a man that basically was in a dress for 20 years before he broke big. I mean, it is what it is.
Do you think that? Do you think black people are chosen or they're winning on merit?
Chosen to compete.
I say it's both, man. I say it's both. You gotta be good. You gotta still be good. You gotta still get the audience there too. But like I said,
are you being selected or are you pushing through on pure merit?
You're being selective. Yeah, you're being selected. I agree. You're being selected at the end of the day, because it's all about comfortability. It's about the audience being comfortable with you, man. And nothing makes white women feel more uncomfortable than a pretty ass black woman that's educated, bro. You want to see some nefarious type of deal. Tamara Hall is past the wall now. Like she's older, but she's still smoking. But she not like when she was in her 20s and 30s. She was the walking Miss Beauty pageant, dog. Like smoking, bro.
I think she's 50 now. I think she's 50.
Yeah, she's in her 50s. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
Let me give you a scenario and see, can you explain this to me a little bit? Let me give you a scenario, DC. Do you remember when how like the educational system should be based off of everybody working their hardest, right, and working through the system, right? When the Asians came and started doing well in school, right, and started disrupting, say, the Ivy League schools.
Yeah.
What was the response to that?
Oh, let's get rid of affirmative action altogether. Yeah, no doubt. Let's knock it down.
What did they? Who got uncomfortable when they started saying that Asians were out testing?
Oh, who got uncomfortable? Oh yeah, white man got uncomfortable.
The machine got turned on, right?
No, you Paradox. You can go back before the Asians. We were talking about earlier.
It's the same thing. It's the reverse immigration argument, because then they use Asian people to shut us down because they use them to basically say, well, you can't let these black people that don't make the grades to get in.
So
you don't speak about all the legacy students that get in all the time that don't make the grades, like the George Bushes of the world and all those kind of guys, the Mitch McConnells and the Mitt Romneys of the world.
Even no, you can go back even before that. If you said legacy, go back to why legacy was created. It was in the 20s. You had a bunch of Jews get into the Ivy Leagues.
Yeah,
that made people uncomfortable.
Yeah,
they said, hey, we need these people represented, and you start to see the rise of legacy admissions, and then
they always dealt with businesses. Yeah, they always dealt with business.
So from an American perspective, it's not necessarily about even having a good educational system. At the end of the day, even if you had those things for black boys, for example, right? The question is, will they have access? Yeah. Right? Because they're managing your intelligence, because it's race over education, it's race over test score, it's race over your ingenuity.
That's the reason why you keep these things in place. Yeah, that's the reason why you make it so you make it available, but then you don't share the information. You see how complicit they are. Like when we finally figured out that we can when we finally figured out that we can get all these free scholarships, we all went for it. They just like, oh, the faucet's gonna get turned off. Oh, we're gonna turn it back on again. No, we're gonna turn it back off again. Oh, you didn't know you got all this money, and all this money fall out. It's just what psyche does that put in black people's heads? I did it. You can do it. There is money there. It is a possibility. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's the back and forth that we go through. Yeah, no doubt.
No, you see the same thing is kind of manifesting itself. You're seeing places like New York and California. They've now gone to requirements that you actually put the salary range on jobs, job application, or on job postings, and I agree with that. Yeah, that's part of that as well too. Because hey, if you're from a marginalized background, if you're someone white and you have people working these companies, you can very well reach out to someone and be like, hey, how much are you getting paid? Or can you figure out how much I should be getting paid for this role? And then I know what to negotiate for and ask for this role, versus if you're someone who's from a marginalized background, don't have that network. You're just basically saying, kind of almost to the point of, like you were saying, someone offers you to front you $2 million. You're kind of thinking, well, they're offering me, $110,000, and that's more money than anyone in my family's ever made before. That sounds good. And then, if you would have had the network of your coworker who's white, who can go and talk to, a cousin or, a friend who works in the company, he's like, oh no, that job should be paying $125. And
was this an accurate statement? I'm not sure if it was propaganda. They had a phrase. I haven't heard it in a while. It was called the school to prison pipeline for black boys. Was that a real thing?
Yeah, that was a real thing. Yeah.
Was that happening in blue cities?
It happened in all cities, actually. Anywhere where there was
it's a very specific question. Was that happening in blue cities?
Yeah, it's happening everywhere.
Were those Democratic mayors?
Yeah, with some
those cities, huh? Are those Democratic governors?
Yeah, but
with super majorities.
No. Let me give context. Let me give context. So we got cities in Republican states that are very blue, right?
I'm very specific. I'm gonna say it again.
Yes,
the prison pipeline thing was the thing, right?
Answer your question. Yes, it's correct. They're
going to be blue cities, right?
But if you say blue cities,
don't do it.
Go ahead.
In blue states with Democratic governors, right, with super majorities like California, was there a thing called school to prison pipeline for black boys? Yes or no question?
It wasn't a bill, but
yes,
there wasn't a bill. It's a phenomenon we saw, and it happened.
I didn't say it was a bill. What I asked you was, I'm asking again. Maybe it's not clear.
Everywhere.
Was there a phrase called a prisoner pipeline? Was that a thing? Was that propaganda? That's all I was asking. Was that a real thing?
No, that's a thing.
So black boys had a thing called, still to this day, called prisoner pipeline. Was that happening in blue cities? Yes or no? The answer is yes. Are there blue states with blue cities where that was happening in? Yes or no? That's a yes, right? Where these supermajority Democrats, they run everything in the state house. You still had those prisoner pipelines targeting black boys, or that's not a thing. That only happened in Mississippi.
Most of them were red states with blue cities. We talked about it already. So because most of us stay in the South, right? So most of us stay in the South. black people, from Maryland to Texas. Okay, so you got all of that area, right? Most of those cities in between, the New Orleans of the world, the Houstons, the Birminghams, the Memphis, you know this.
Nashville,
blue cities, but red
Georgia,
states,
Atlanta,
but red states, right? So you got that kind of duality going on there in these very urbanized.
I didn't ask you about red
on.
states, but I asked you about blue states.
But this is the context. No, but blue states.
No, you're creating
blue
confusion.
No. Because there's so few of us in these so-called blue states that you're talking about.
Where they have the
trifecta. You're talking about.
So what's your point?
It's only New York. Maybe
it doesn't matter if it's 10 people in Baltimore. I asked the question, was this a concept, and does it happen in blue cities and blue states? And you said yes. You don't got to talk about nothing else. You can just stay right there.
But I'm giving the context of the other places, because there's about 40 million of us that stay in the South with red states, with red governors, right or wrong. Houston, Dallas. I mean, come on, man. I mean, you want to go down the list? We could go from state to state.
Well, Texas might be purple.
But
that ain't happening.
But no,
it's happening, buddy.
No, I said, forget that. I'm saying, right, the history that we're talking about, these states were basically flipped to red, and they were governed by red governors.
Yep.
Blue city mayors, and that's only because the population was what mostly.
Was those blue city mayors, were the chiefs of police hired by the governor or by the mayor? How does that work?
By the mayor, but they're funded by who?
Who funds them?
The lieutenant governor?
Where the blue cities in the red states, where do they get their money? When federal dollars come down,
especially Louisiana.
Who sends
the money down? You don't want
DC. DC is 98% Democrat, right?
98% Democrat. Actually, the last time I checked, I was
how do the police treat you in DC?
Like a Gestapo state, depending on what side of the river you're on.
But you show them your Democratic card, your voter registration card, right?
See,
when they pull you over,
that's a whole different argument, bro.
In your Charger,
that's a
being
whole,
profiled.
Oh man, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, you're right. No doubt. That's facts.
Is that blue city culture? Is a police state?
Yeah, it's blue city culture
ran by Eleanor Holmes
with a conservative police department. Most police departments are what, Paradox? What are most police departments? Are they conservative or the liberal? That's a yes or no answer. Don't hit me with these are just people business. Who are the people policing these communities? We talk about it all the time. You got people coming from way out.
I didn't think you was going to ask that question.
You got people coming way out.
I thought you was going to just let me eat
Cumberland. No, I can't let you. You got motherfuckers coming from Cumberland to police kids in the city of DC and Baltimore. Come on, man. Like, what are we talking about here? What do you think it's going to be?
Who's hiring them, though? Is the question. Who's hiring them? Who's bringing them in?
I'm trying to tell you. As many conservatives as you have in this particular city, for it to be that, it's almost shocking to me, because this is where Pat Buchanan is from. People think Pat Buchanan is from Mississippi. No, the motherfucker born and raised Northwest DC. Born and raised. Pat Buchanan, yeah, the dude to talk about the West all the time. The West, how to keep the West white and all this type of stuff. European, the depth of the West, all that type of shit. The replacement theory guy. Yeah, that dude from the 80s. Ronald Reagan's best homeboy, his political writer during the 80s. Yeah, the history goes deep here, bro. Like, yo, don't get it twisted. That's what I'm saying. Like,
DC. What?
You didn't know that? Look it up. I ain't lying to you. I ain't lying. Pat Buchanan from Northwest DC, the city, not the burbs, the city.
So what are you thinking stopping a Democratic city like DC from checking the police?
Listen, man, when Marion Barry was here, I'm just gonna keep it real with you. When Marion Barry was here, most of this city, man, before it really flipped, before we could really flip the political power here with the black vote, because it was a Southern ran city. It really was, man. Up until, like, I want to say And everybody that's been here for a while, they
Wait,
know that.
Wait, when you say Southern ran, because the
Conservative.
Okay, conservative. Okay.
Yeah, it's always been the Southern. I'm saying that it was conservative, though. Very, very. It was ran by the Southern politicians that came to DC. You see what I'm saying? They ran the city. You know, the funding, all of that shit. You know,
it's still funny, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
that money's still funny in the city.
When Marion Barry got in office, he started
to
go
folks
down
didn't
there.
like that boy.
Yeah,
Woo.
he started because he was a rabble rouser. He was a revolutionary, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's what he was.
Yeah.
You know, got hired by the people, you know, became mayor, and there it was. That's what changed. It changed a lot of the politics here. It did. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's facts. That's why I got love for him, even though he made a lot of mistakes. You know, it was what it was.
Nah, he good money with me.
He good money with me too.
But Paradox, I think the phenomenon you're getting at is that even if you look at, because you got the same problems with, you know, people will say, you know, it's not as bad, but you know, somewhere like Atlanta, people would have a problem. People got a problem with Cop City being built in Atlanta right now.
Look, man.
The thing is that you still have
these police departments, man. They make it a point to hire people from outside the cities, man. Paradox knows this. They recruit them. They go to West Virginia, in Pennsylvania. I know in Philadelphia, they exactly to maintain their the same thing in Chicago. They go to Indiana, the Indiana suburbs, Hammond, and all these places to get those police people.
LA was notorious for going to the
South.
Oh
man, it's out of control. Yeah,
all trained by Israelis.
That's why they created these gangs. Yeah, that's why these guys got created gangs. Because the Israelis, the Mossad, whatever, they was there to protect the Jewish actors in Hollywood. Yeah, facts.
Well,
they would disappear you on the Mulholland Hills. They would disappear your ass out there, Mulholland Drive, whatever this shit is called.
Right. The other thing I'd say too, Paradox, is that when you start talking about police and all that, at the end of the day, that when you and black politicians know this, even if you were put in power by you know, black people, you know, you have to look at the economic base, and you as much as you have to be beholden to your political base, they all know that, hey, if this economic base has any sort of mobility and can take their money and leave and feels like, you know, I have policies that are in place that are, you know, not making it safe or, you know, jeopardizing their economic situation, you're going to have to deal with the fallout from that. So that's why you still see some of, even when you have, you know, a black police chief, a black mayor, you know, if you have, you know, non-white businesses that feel that, hey, the police are not, you know, cracking down on people enough or whatever the problem is, the issue, whether it be, you know, shoplifting or, you know, petty theft, whatever, you know, carjackings, whatever, like they're going to look to get you out of power. I mean, that's what you really saw with Atlanta with Keisha Lance Bottoms. Like, you know, the business establishment was not happy with her and her record on basically crime and things getting out of control in places like Buckhead and the city, and they got her up out of there pretty much. And they were trying to put a even more conservative black woman in there, but you know, they ended up with the current mayor he's basically having to deal with, you know, Buckhead threatening to secede from the city of Atlanta and the implications there. What? Yeah.
I heard of it. Yeah, I heard that. That's crazy, man.
Man, I did not know that shit.
Yeah, no. That was when he literally got in office. He probably spent the first probably like 5-6 months just focused on making sure those people did not try to create a city of Buckhead, have their own police department and all this, because you had this wealthy, I believe he's even gay, this wealthy white businessman who pretty much was a Republican who started a movement to basically create Buckhead its own city.
DC, do you think that black people should be cautious and not so deep throated on the Democratic Party as a whole?
I'm just saying, man, like people got to go somewhere, man.
No. I'm not saying don't go. I'm fine with that. You know, you need parties. You need people, you know, doing different things. I'm just saying overall, do you think that how much trust is what I'm trying to say? How should you view, I'm talking about just as a civilian, as a citizen, individually, how should you view, even though you may support that party, how should you view that party? Should you just go all in, is my whole point? Or should you have some suspicion? Should you be, you know, somewhat suspect of it? Or should you just go with it?
No, you should be suspect, man, all the time, man. You go in knowing. That's why I say reading is fundamental to understanding this. It is, man. You have to have an understanding about why. Especially, we have to be the most informed because we're the most mistreated. So that's how I look at it. The burden is on us because we're the ones being deceived the most. You see what I'm saying? We're being lied to the most. So I need to figure out your motivations for keeping me or keeping my group in the place that we're in, or limiting my success or my access to different things. So with that being in mind, that's me basically getting a hold of the information. See, they know that they could just put out talking points out there to confuse people, and you're going to fall on one side or the other and you can still be confused. You know what I mean? You can have two people arguing and both of them can be wrong. Doesn't mean that one of these people are right. It just means that you got two people going up against each other and they could both be just as wrong as they, both of them are wrong. They don't even know that they're wrong. They're just arguing 2 points that don't really make any sense. But you really want to cut through all of that, cut through the rhetoric and figure out, okay, what are the power players? Why? And this goes back to the code breaking piece. This is like looking beyond the veil, looking inside the information to figure out not what somebody told me, not what their ideology is, but what actually took place, and reading it from the comprehension side of what was this person's motivation for doing so. Lyndon B. Johnson passed all the civil rights movement because he liked black people. He passed because it was a political move to keep his political life. He wanted a legacy, and his legacy was only to help out black people. He saw that, and he was used for that. But to understand that doesn't mean that he wasn't a racist. You see how that works?
International.
Even though he has the most progressive platform for each president, the most, what he passed, it was he completed the civil rights bill. He had to commit political suicide to do so, but he did it. Yeah.
International pressure as well too. That whole element when you saw African nations, Cold War scare, African nations declaring independence, diplomats coming over here, seeing, wait, why is there segregation? You have to put an end to that. Why can't I go? Why can't I, as an African diplomat, go in this restaurant? And that's going to somehow play well to the world. It was international as well.
You want to go ahead and shut it down, man? We can get y'all guys' final thoughts, man. We've been here for a minute. I gotta make runs. I've been here way too long. People already badgering me. I gotta make moves.
All right.
I'm a dad first. You already know. I'm a family man like a motherfucker.
I got one question for Paradox.
She'll come running in here in a heartbeat. Daddy. I'm like, oh Lord, have mercy.
I got one question for Paradox before I go.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah. And this is not a shot. This is more of a curiosity type of
It's definitely a shot.
No,
go ahead. But go ahead.
No.
At least he warned you. At least he gave you a warning.
No, I promise you, in all sincerity, it's not a shot. It's more of a thing of curiosity. With your politics and where you operate, does that affect if you're dealing with a black woman in a more on a more intimate level? I'm assuming you're not. I don't know if you're married or not. Do you find it black women are repulsed by your politics because of just how they vote? If you look at just sheer numbers.
I'm gonna let him in. I was about to say something. Go ahead, man.
What you about to say? Go ahead and say what you about to say.
No,
it's so far away from that, man. I don't even know if y'all understand. It's not a thing, man. That's not a thing with us.
No.
I will say. I think.
To be funny. I'm being dead serious.
I know you're being serious, but it's not. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, go ahead, man. You get to answer that. That's funny though. That's hilarious. Actually,
that's a hard question. I do a whole show on that question.
I think they look at me more so as being the hardliner more so than him. To be honest with you, that's the funny.
I mean, but it's because if you're a black man and you really say, hey, I'm not with the craziness of the right. You do give the distinctions, but hey, I'm not with the the Democrats and this, right. Hey, and I'm assuming pretty much caucus with Republicans, even though I disagree with
Go ahead. I want to hear this answer. Go ahead.
I'm dead serious. You know that's gonna turn some sisters' heads.
Wow.
I mean, I've been doing it since the late '90s, probably, right? So I mean, they deal with it, really. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, be it friends who have to just deal with it. You know, everybody, people I've worked with and stuff. I mean, they have to deal with it. You know, and almost it's never been an issue. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
It's never been an issue. I mean, I can explain it normally. You know what I'm saying? On a basic level, I take hard positions, and I tend to be very assertive. So for some reason, I don't know if it just glamours people, but I mean, because you know what I'm saying. I think if you stand on some things, they got to deal with it.
No, I'll give you that.
And I would say that I remember even people of other persuasions who really hate it, but it sends a message at the same time too. And the other thing is this: in a kind of funny kind of way, a lot of people are sellouts anyway, and so they're trapped because, you know, if you have a corporate job, I mean, you know, you're having a hard conversation with me. You see what I'm saying? There's a hard conversation there. Because if anybody on this call deals with corporations or in any kind of big business world stuff, you see how they talk in those businesses, especially the executives and stuff.
Oh yeah.
See how they want you to operate when you have a job. Even if it's really even a small business, to be honest with you. Actually, I'm thinking about this startup I work for, this tech company. And it's funny, I put it that way, because the people that all y'all work for on this call, you working for Republicans.
Oh no!
So it's kind of funny in a lot of ways because I'm taking positions, and it's funny just because of the contradiction, right? Because unless you're some kind of justice warrior person, or if you're in a, obviously it's not 100% true. Speaking in general, obviously nothing's 100% true. I got you. I'm just saying.
It definitely, and I'm not even gonna say it's even 90% true, to be quite frank.
No. I'll say this: that when he said you are right, Paradox. Hey, a lot of these people.
He's talking about.
I know I'm right, but whoever just said that, I don't even know what they're talking.
A lot of these people a lot of these people are Republicans. I'll give them
that. Listen to me. I'm not even saying that they're like actual Republicans.
They can't stand Trump, but they are Republicans. The funny thing is just that, you know, and you know.
Paradoxing again.
Because I do work in one of these.
There he is. He did doing that. Just gaslighting.
I do work in one of these major companies, and it's funny because you have these same guys who I know they probably don't agree with this in their heart of hearts, who have to, you know, get in line with this DEI. Bring your whole self to work, and you know, be yourself, and you're just like, you know, this is being forced down their throat, like. They don't really want you to bring your whole self up in here.
No, they don't. They want you to be orderly, compliant, cooperative. You know what I'm saying? Work within the framework of the system.
Smile.
So smile, shake hands. So when you ask that question, it's always funny just because I know how people behave in, you know, when you look at people how people behave in real life, unless you're in certain other industries, then it doesn't necessarily apply. So it is funny.
If you're in the tech industry, it might not apply because, you know, that is pretty democratic. But
I'm in the tech industry. It's very
yeah.
And healthcare as well. Those who in healthcare as well. So you can't make those overall statements, bold overall statements, and say that's true.
I'm talking. He's asking me the question, so I can make whatever statements I want to make. The thing is that even in the tech industry,
you can say whatever you want.
Even in the tech industry, they are crude, brutal, savage capitalists. So even in the tech industry, we're on the same page at the end of the day. And so they're able to deal with it just because of what they have to bend to from a business perspective, regardless of their other politics, or regardless of what they're trying to give you within a company or whatever. They still have to bend to certain rules. So you're not an outlier if you're on the right when you're in the real world, because the world operates a certain way. under some very fundamental principles that's gonna tie more to my logic if I'm having that conversation with people. So that's why it tends to kind of they have to deal with it just because of the situation. It's kind of funny actually.
But the only thing I'd say is that if you tie it to a job, people would say, well, hey, I got to do this I have to eat some. I have to eat somehow. Like
for sure,
you would not necessarily lose. I mean, I guess if you want to say, hey, it's purely a morality play, and I can't, I have to stand on these principles at the core, then I can get it. Which I'll give you that. I will say you will stand up against things that a lot of black people who are on the right or say they're conservatives will, kind of give a pass. And
the thing is that most people aren't as informed, so it's easy to do it. Now, if you really know stuff, you can obviously destroy me because you just get into some of the, you know what I'm saying, some of the policies. It's like, well, you sure you support this and you support this too? I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But
but here's the thing.
I don't have to worry about that for the most part.
No, but you at least say I don't support that. Like you have guys who will try to act like it doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean you've seen these guys going like a Roland Martin, and he'll ask him something direct like that on policy, and they'll
you got to take it.
Yeah,
you got to take it. You got to take it. It's painful, but you got to take it.
Yeah, no, that's
the thing to do.
That's all I wanted to ask.
Any other brothers got any final thoughts? You got any other final thoughts you want to add on to that, Renaissance Man, before we get up out of here?
No, I'm good. I enjoyed it. I always enjoy chopping up with guys. Paradox.
Problem, man.
Can you drop your email in the back chat? I there's some things I want to send you when I run across just what I
troll my email.
Renaissance Man and found his foil, boy. I tell you, you guys can have
I'll be a huckleberry.
No. When he finds this, there's some content I periodically fall across. I can send this to Paradox.
Yeah, I got you.
No, you can send it to Code Breakers 1999.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get it. Yeah.
Okay, that's a Gmail.
Yeah, Gmail.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Nagone, what you got, buddy?
Hey, listen, man, great conversation. We get into the meat and potatoes here. We're all pretty knowledgeable guys, but we definitely like to get spirited. And I'd like to say, being that my great grandfather and all them were Civil War veterans, every word I said about that black thing, I meant every word of it with blood and steel. All right, gentlemen, and have a great night, gentlemen.
Come on,
Happy New Year. Have a great night.
These niggas, man. Y'all just love conflict. All right, Ragnarok. Okay.
Well, look, you know what though? But at least he did it the right way this time. Warfare, actual military people.
He did.
And they went to work.
And they went to work. They spilled blood. Gave
absolutely.
Either gave their life or put their life in on the line. So
that's right. Shout out to the military.
Thank you for your service, man. And I mean that for the people that remained afterwards. So that's either way it goes, man. This is either way. Well, what you got, MOT?
Nothing, man. Thanks for having me on.
All right, man. Thanks for coming through, man. You pretty tame. It wasn't you that was getting around, boy. You pretty good, man. Good job. Good job, MOT.
Paradox is paradoxing, man. You just gotta let them paradox out, man.
You just sat back and enjoyed the fireworks. You just like, yeah. Nah, I appreciate you, man. Not going too hard with our guest earlier, man. I want to thank
AB for coming. He was on a roll and telling us how much far he on the left is. And everything he wanted was left wing policy. Dude, I would never interrupt anybody doing that. Never interrupt anybody.
Man, this is
if you're on left wing policies and child care tax credits when they know they got jumped for certain reasons, and it's like, come on, man.
If you're on the right, you got to give up the blackness, and you get into that you got to give it up.
You got to give
whole position, hold your nuts, whole frame, and take it. You gonna do it?
Hand the skin color over, hand over your skin color, nice and easy.
But I knew. Especially when you want to call yourself being part of something called the Black Manosphere, you already know you can't do that. So, okay, that's where you at. All right. Yeah. It's like a contradiction in terms, but yeah. But he admitted it. He was honest.
More information.
And I want to thank him for coming through, man. I think we got it on record now what it is, and hopefully it can be.
Yeah, that he's a progressive.
Right.
Yeah, but what you have to understand is that the more we have these conversations, the less argument that there needs to be overall. If we know what each other's issues are, we can be able to negotiate even better.
Right.
I think.
Yeah.
I think it's a good deal.
Me and Paradox talk all the time, and it's just we go back and forth. But like I said, there's no animosity there, man. I know him, he know me. It's no, we know real life. We know each other in real life, so it's not, not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're trying to show people, but it's like it's hard because people don't think that you can still exist in those paradigms.
Hey,
and still hold your
left-wing
position and
stuff
still
too.
that, All right, man. Thanks for coming up, MOT. We appreciate it, man.
All right, cool, man. Thanks.
Out of here. All right, bro. All right, Paradox. What you got to say, man?
That's all I got, man. This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is D. Until next time. Peace.